Good morning. My name is Zanku Armenian, Chair of the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee. Welcome. It's February 26, 2021 to our special meeting. Due to the evolving situation with COVID-19 and health recommendations from LA County Health Department, the committee meeting will be available to the public electronically today. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend this meeting. This meeting can be viewed on local cable, Charter Cable Channel 6 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. You may also stream online through our website at www.glendaleca.gov, www.glendaleca.gov, by scrolling all the way to the bottom of the webpage and selecting live streaming, which is the third icon from the left. For public comments and questions during the meeting, call 818-937-8100. That number again, 818-937-8100. Please don't call in advance of the agenda item. With this being said, may I have roll call, please?
Committee members Avedissian. Committee member Avedissian. Kazarian.
Here.
Quinones Gabrielian.
Here.
Vice Chair Caribbean.
Here.
Chair Armenian.
Present.
The agenda for the February 26, 2021 special meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee was posted on or before Monday, February 22nd, 2021 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Item 2 is minutes, approval of the minutes of the October 12, 2020 CDBG Advisory Committee special meeting.
Okay, do we have any comments regarding the minutes from the October 12th, 2020 meeting? Special meeting. Okay, if there are no changes, then we'll consider those approved. We need to vote on that, Iris?
Yes, okay. Please, if we could have a motion in a second.
Second.
I move.
And I second.
So Mr. Avedissian, motion to approve, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian as the second.
Thank you. Committee members Avedissian.
Yes.
Kazarian.
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian.
Yes.
Vice Chair Caribbean.
Yes.
Chair Armenian.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Next is item 3, reports information only at A is fiscal year 2019-2020, CDBG ESG and Home Annual Action Plan Substantial Amendment, CDBG CV3.
Good morning, Chair Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee and staff. We have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to give the committee an update of additional funding that was received by the City of Glendale through the CARES Act for CDBG program activities. Please bear with me as I share the screen. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. So as Iris had mentioned, this is our CDBG CV round 3 funding that was received. Originally $5 billion in CDBG CARES Act funding was issued in 3 separate rounds. Round 1, which City of Glendale received about $1.1 million. And then round 2, which was issued to states only. And then round 3, which we received in September in the amount of $1.6 million. And CARES Act funding also follows the traditional CDBG guidelines. But one caveat, it must be used to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. The funds need to be spent down by September 30th, 2022. So just as a historical perspective, round 1 was issued through the city council approved and appropriated in first round and included 3 city-sponsored programs that the city council wanted the funding to go towards. And that was the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the Small Business Grant Program, and then the Senior Services Nutrition Program. No money went to capital improvement, and no money had gone to program administration. Just as a note, even though the CDBG program has a 15% cap on allocations, this cap was lifted through the CARES Act, through waivers, to allow for spending on specific projects related to COVID. So I'd like to get into more of the round 3 funding. This past December, staff had presented City Council with a report regarding CV3 funding. And what Council did was they approved and appropriated $1.6 million to the following programs this past December. Education Connection Program at $950,000. And Medical Point of Dispensing Program, which is a vaccine operation, at $608,000. And then the remaining $57,000 was appropriated for program administration. Again, no funding for capital improvement. So I'd like to go through real generally what each program entails. 3% of the funding went to program administration. This is just set aside program administration for management, oversight, for HUD compliance, and activities that are administered by staff through the CARES Act. This includes round 1 and round 3. And then we get into Education Connection Program, which is better known as EdCamp. This provides distance learning and childcare services to families whose kids are attending school virtually through the second half of the GUSD school year. The program is free to families, and it's run by our Community Services and Parks Department. The EdCamp program was offered in the first half of the school year using Measure S funds and reprogram funding through the Community Services and Parks Department. Now, CDBG Round 3 funding allows EdCamp to offer pods at 6 locations, and then added 3 additional pods at Maple Park Community Center, at Spar Heights Community Center as a new pod, and at Pacific Park Community Center. Now, Community Services and Park staff is actually in direct conversation and communication with GUSD at this time because they were evaluating the return to in-person instruction. EdCamp is continuing to be committed to operating the programs and services till the end of the 2020-2021 school year, and at this time serving 156 participants per week. Let me get more into the next program that was funded. The MPOD, $608,000 was allocated to the Medical Point of Dispensing, or better known as MPOD. This was offered up as a vaccine clinic directly for in Glendale for Glendale residents. Staff had been in talks with LA County Public Health and identified Glendale Civic Auditorium as a COVID-19 vaccine site. Now, the city had originally proposed opening up the Civic for about a 6-month period to staff it with parks, police, and fire personnel to help LA County operate this MPOD. Pending questions about meeting CDBG national objectives, which are still in place at the Civic, LA County's vaccine rollout plan was still being evaluated at this time. And as we had presented it in the report to the City Council in December, there were still pending concerns. Now, staff will be returning to Council with a report as we continue to assess the MPOD plan in the coming weeks ahead and present possible options on reprogramming MPOD funding, because the situation is very fluid at this time and things are changing within the county. Now, this could entail the possibility of issuing an RFP to community agencies in the future or funding another city-specific project, again related to COVID-19 relief. Now, currently, the city is working with 2 county-approved private clinics, one who is offering a vaccine event at the Civic, just offered it this past weekend, and will continue to do so in future weeks ahead. And then we have another clinic which is forthcoming next week at the Adult Recreation Center, specific to seniors 65 and older. So council had accepted and appropriated round 3 of funding in December. Now, as I stated earlier, we're going to go back to council with an updated report as the MPOD's information becomes more available to us. And at this time, this concludes the presentation on CDBG CARES Act 3 funding. I'll be more than happy to answer questions if there are any regarding the CDBG CV3 report.
Great, thank you, Ms. Kavarian. Any questions from any committee members? Ms. Gabrielle, go ahead.
Thank you. Maggie, thank you so much. Can you please just tell me again, I may not have listened correctly, the MPOD is fluid because why is it? It has to do with LA County Department of Health Services, or what's going on? Again, thank you.
Absolutely. Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, committee member Quinones Gabrielian, the situation is fluid because at the time, Ms. Alexanian could probably attest to this. She was in talks all throughout the fall with LA County Public Health to have the MPOD program possibly be held at the Glendale Civic Auditorium. The Civic Auditorium originally is a site for if there was an anthrax exposure. And they used that as a site because there was an anthrax plan. There was never an MPOD plan in place for COVID, of course. That being said, the talks, as the county was waiting to hear what the state would have to say, what the feds would have to say, and then, of course, with the administration changes in Washington, lots of things were either held up or in the process of moving forward. So at this time, when we in December decided to move forward, we had to move forward with the Ed Camp, of course, because students were going back to school after the winter, and we had to have a plan in place for them. So we had to get the MPOD program approved and appropriated, but with the stipulation that we will come back and give you actual concrete information on where we stand. It literally is a week by week, sometimes a day by day and an hour by hour change. And that's really where we are right now with the MPODs. Ideally, we would love to have it be hosted at the Civic. But again, as I mentioned in the report, CDBG funding is dependent on the national objective, which is we have to fund low to moderate income individuals. And again, we had met with the county and asked the county questions about how we can have this be either an area benefit, because the Civic Auditorium is located in an affluent area. It wouldn't be considered an area for low to moderate individuals. So we were trying to figure out ways that we can meet the national objective, have the MPOD program in place, and continue. So we had our own concerns. That would be the city's concern. But the MPOD program, again, LA County just hasn't been able to move forward with a concrete plan in place. And they had issued the funding, I believe, Ms. Alexania, to the state, correct? And the state is now handling the vaccine distribution, whereas it was the county before, or assumed to be the county.
How much of the $608,000 has been spent?
Chair Armenian, Commissioner, Committee Member Gabrielian, actually none of it has been spent yet. We have, as Ms. Kavarian noted, we had been trying to work with the county to finalize the plans and look into the feasibility of being able to use the funds based on the CDBG requirements. So as of today, we have not spent any of the funds because we were waiting to verify whether the MPOD operation could be set up in a way to either serve a specific population, like the senior population or the low income population, to be able to qualify the funds to be used for that type of use. But unfortunately, the county at the time said that we would not be able to limit the population that was served at our sites. And so that made it difficult to be able to track the people that would benefit from that specific operation, meaning the vaccination site, with the use of CDBG funds. Now, if the MPOD location was moved to South Glendale, to a census tract area that would qualify for use of CDBG funds, then we would be able to use the funds to operate an MPOD. And as Ms. Kavarian noted, it's literally a day by day. There's a change every day. Originally, it was the county that was planning larger mega sites for operation within communities and cities. But then the state contracted with Blue Shield of California to be able to make those decisions working with hospitals. And so we had to halt the planning of a major mega site at the Civic Auditorium. And we have now pivoted to working with private clinics and local hospitals that are now able to provide the vaccines through the county. And so you may be aware that we had our first vaccine site operation at the Civic Auditorium last weekend. And it really was a quick turnaround in planning that specific site. But we can't use CDBG funds because it was serving all populations, not just those populations that are allowed within the CDBG parameters. We can still try to use the CDBG funds, but it would be very difficult, and we would have to collect income documentation and hope that at the end of the day, we're serving 51% low income individuals. But that's going to be very time consuming. And at the end, we may not be able to, because we can't turn people away based on their income. So it would be a big risk for us to take. Now, if we were able to move the operation down to the ARC or Pacific Community Center, for example, the location of the vaccination site would qualify us to be able to use the funds, even if the people served weren't necessarily majority low income. But right now we're still in that planning phase and trying to figure out what is best and who we could partner with. So there might be opportunities to still use these funds, which is why we can't say for sure that we will have to return them. But at some point, we're going to have to say, and once the state and the county make final decisions that this is it, nothing else is going to change, you now have to work with your clinics and local hospitals, and we have a plan in place, then we can determine whether we could go back to council or through the committee, reappropriate those funds.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Mr. Avedisian.
Thank you. Question, I believe this would be for Mr. Alexanian. Does this CDBG fund has to be spent for the location of the vaccination? Has it to be a city facility, or could it be local nonprofit organizations that they have facilities in the areas that you can use?
The actual site does not necessarily have to be a city facility, but if the city is spending the funds, it would have to be a site that is managed and operated by the city. If we were to, for example, if we were to allow a nonprofit or some other organization to host the site, then the funds would then need to be RFP'd out to a specific nonprofit to do the same work that the city would be trying to do. In that specific case, it could go to a nonprofit to do what the city is trying to do, but there would be a whole lot more coordination in trying to make sure that everything is being done per county protocols and is meeting CDBG guidelines, because now we would need to probably, and we might even need to go back to HUD for guidance, because normally when we grant funds to a nonprofit, we need to be able to collect the income documentation and be able to show that the program is serving at least the 51% low income population. So with this type of operation, with an MPOD operation, we probably have to go back to HUD and get some guidance on whether those requirements would be removed if the facility location was within the census tract and it was being, let's say, operated through a nonprofit.
So, for example, could GCC's Garfield campus be used? It would still require an RFP process?
If the site is managed and operated by city and the city staff, we just have an agreement to use the site. I think that still would be under city's preview, and the city would be spending the funds and paying for staff time to operate the site in partnership with a clinic or a hospital. I think that would be doable. But if GCC was to host the site and manage the operation of the site, then we'd probably need to ask for guidance from HUD on whether that would need to be RFP'd out. I'm assuming it would be, because we can't just go with one agency. If the city's managing it, then I think we could use a different site, but we're responsible for it. But if we were to give the funds to another organization, then it most probably would need to go through an RFP process.
Yeah, my thought was actually about if they were to just allow you to use their facility, but the city would actually manage the operation, then that's kind of the solution I was thinking about.
Chair Armenian, that is possible for us to use another site, not necessarily a city-owned site, but the city is still responsible for the operation, yes.
Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
I was just going to say, you were reading my mind, and right in front of the Garfield campus is a large clinic, medical clinic that has ample parking. So although the Garfield site has very tight parking, there could be some type of partnership, but it would be something, because if you do need the RFP, you're going to have to move quickly. So anyway, thank you.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, we have a call. I have a call actually this afternoon with the 3 hospitals, GCC and GUST, on additional vaccination sites. So it looks like the state has a number of vaccine allocated to LA County, and the hospitals will receive those vaccine doses within the next couple of weeks. They're looking at up to 7,500 doses a day per facility. We will get more information from our fire department and our hospitals, and we'll come back to the committee with that information. We are looking at GCC sites, one at the large parking lot up at Mountain, and I will ask GCC if they would be open to using the Garfield campus, work with police and fire to see if there is enough room at the Garfield campus to operate at least 1,000 to 1,500 doses a day. Depending on the logistics, our fire chief did take a trip out to the Pomona mega site and also Dodger Stadium mega site. We need ample space for residents to drive up, take their shot, wait 15 minutes, and leave. So once we get more information today and the next couple of weeks, we will share that with both the CDBG Advisory Committee and City Council.
But the Garfield site, just so you know, it's on the verge of a lot of construction due to the measure GC fund.
And if we can't use CDBG CV3 funds, we will be asking council to reallocate some Measure S funds for us to operate the MPODs.
Right. Mr. Caribbean, did you have your hand up?
Sorry, I gotta unmute myself. Quickly changing course from COVID to housing. Can you give me a little bit more details about the rental assistance program, the $572,000? Where is the money? What happened? What's the plan on that one in detail?
Absolutely, committee member Garibian. We have $572,500 in the emergency rental assistance program. We are anticipating 311 households to be served. It's 2 months worth of rent, $1,500 total, $750 per month. They completed round 1 in July of 2020. They're currently in round 2 and going through the list for round 2. They may possibly go to a round 3. They have a list of about 4,000 to 5,000 people that they are vetting, reviewing their files, and we actually do the final check as CDBG staff on those files. So this program is actually quite healthy and moving forward. They plan on finalizing everything by June 30th. I did have a conversation with the housing division about, I think on Tuesday, and they're planning on finalizing it by June 30th. But even if they don't, I've advised them that they have until 2022. Obviously, that's not going to happen. They're most likely going to finish vetting everyone by the end of this fiscal year and getting everyone their payments. I think their biggest concern right now is getting landlords to finalize paperwork. The funds do not go to the tenant, they go directly to the landlord. And that is where they're hitting some roadblocks with the paperwork, because the tenant is the applicant, but then the landlord is the one that the city has to work with.
Is this the total fund for the program, or there's more funding from different avenues as well?
That's a very good question. Yes, there are additional funds that they are receiving, and I believe, Mr. Bulanikin, if you can help me out, I believe they're Measure S funds that they are receiving as well at this time. And I think that LA County also has a program that offers a little bit more money than our CDBG program. And even then, our residents are allowed to apply for that as well. So there are a lot of different avenues to receive emergency rental assistance for Glendale residents.
Yeah, because Measure S was one of the main drive of the Measure S approval was for certain funds to go towards it. So it is being allocated from Measure S. I'm sure we can find it on the websites how much of it is later on. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, any further questions on this report? Okay, if not, then let's move on to the next agenda item, please.
Item 3B, second quarter fiscal year 2020-2021, social services performance reports and expenditure rate.
Thank you, Iris. Chair Armenian, members of the committee, Eric Adamian, our community services specialist, will be presenting a social services mid-year report to the committee today. And this report looks at progress made by the social services agencies from July 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020 as the midway point of performance and expenditures. But we'd like to address a few factors as you hear this presentation. Obviously, this has been an unprecedented year for our agencies. Service delivery has been altered from what they had presented last February to what was produced in July. And then especially so for our agencies that serve youth programs. And then please keep in mind that some of our social services agencies also received additional CDBG funds this past October from the returned YWCA funding. That's also included as part of this report. So that being said, the goals and expenditures are not like previous years' reports. However, agencies are working with their respective project managers, Eric Adamian and Hamad Kabanjan, to meet their numbers and spend down funding by 75% in the third quarter, which is this April. So please bear in mind when reviewing this report. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Eric now. And Eric?
Thank you, Maggie. Let me just go ahead and share my screen with everyone. Can everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
No, we can't.
Not yet.
And how about now?
Nope.
Eric, I can do it if you'd like.
Let's try it one more time. What about now?
We can see it now.
Yes?
Yes, just start the slides.
Perfect. Okay, well, good morning, Chair Armenian, CDBG Advisory Committee members and staff. I will be presenting the fiscal year 2021 mid-year Public Social Services Performance Report and Expenditure Rate. The mid-year report highlights the activities and progress of the agencies and its programs from July 1st, 2020 till December 31st, 2020. The presentation includes the original approved agencies and its programs, as well as the approved additional funding in September. Okay, let's begin. The Armenian Culture Foundation After School Youth Enrichment Program, proposed number to be served is 60. To date, the actual number served is 15. Funds awarded are 74,621, and they have currently expended 21.24% of their funding. The outcome for the fiscal year, it's 15 or 50% have shown improvement in self-confidence and self-awareness as measured by pre and post-test evaluation. The total goal to be met is 30. The second outcome for this program is 15 or 50% have shown academic gains at or at least one core subject area. And the goal to be met by the end of the fiscal year is 30 as well. The Armenian Culture Foundation Remote Learning Program, which received additional funding in September. The additional funding will provide childcare services through a remote learning program to 20 youth for families impacted by COVID-19. The program did begin in the third quarter, therefore they have not reported anything so far. That explains the 0 participants, but their goal for the remaining of the fiscal year is to have a safe, clean, and quiet learning environment to meet the academic, social, and psychological needs over the course of the 12-week program for the students and the participants. The next agency we have is the Catholic Charities. The program is the Homeless Prevention Loaves and Fishes. The proposed number to be served is 90. Actual number served to date is 20 households. Funds awarded is 68,481, and currently they have expended 29.79%. The first outcome for the program is 20 or 167% of households maintained an active link to auxiliary, health, mental health, employment, and legal services. The goal is 12, and they have already surpassed their goal for the fiscal year. The second goal and the outcome is 20 or 22% of households received aid in the form of goods from the food pantry, rental assistance, utility assistance, referral to additional COVID-19 related services within 3 months of entering the program. And their goal for the fiscal year is 90. Catholic Charities Homeless Prevention Loaves and Fishes program also received additional funding in September. The additional CDBG grant will be used to provide healthcare, mental health services, referrals to job training, job placement, and nutrition, food services to clients who are impacted by COVID-19. A number to be served has also been increased from 60 to 90 on duplicate households due to the increase in funding. Next, we have the Glendale Youth Alliance Youth Employment Program. Proposed number to be served is 40. The actual number served so far is 20. Funds awarded is 22,541 and 14 cents. So far, the agency has expended 60% of their funds. 20 or 56% of the youth have served by the Glendale Youth Alliance have earned income by working a minimum of 100 hours in a part-time position. The goal for the fiscal year is 36. Next, the 20 or 50% of youth were assessed for health needs, counseling, and supportive services, and that is out of the 40 that they will be serving by the end of the fiscal year. The next agency that we have is the Family Promise of the Verdigos. The program is Housing Support Program. Proposed number to be served is 30. The actual number served to date is 20, and the funds awarded is 11,000. So far, the agency has spent down 54% of their funding. The first outcome, 20 or 133% of households were enrolled into crisis housing within 30 days of connecting with Family Promise of the Verdigos. And the second outcome, 15 or 100% of households served were transitioned into housing within 12 months. So they have met both of their goals to date. Next, the Door of Hope after school program. Proposed number to be served is 17. Actual number served they have surpassed their goal, and it is 20. The funds awarded was $28,880, and so far they have spent well over 80% of their budget. The outcome number one, 25 or 357% of children and teens in the after-school program demonstrated growth as measured by meeting positive behavioral outcomes within 6 months. As you can see, their original goal was to serve 7. And the next outcome, 3 or 43% of children and teens in the therapy program demonstrated an increase in social emotional development and coping skills. Again, their original goal is 7, so they're almost halfway to meet their goal. The Door of Hope after school program also received additional funding in September. The additional grant funds will provide food services and upgrades of internet and broadband services for remote learning for up to 13 households living at the Door of Hope. The outcome for the additional funds is 15 or 115% unduplicated households had reliable access to the internet services for their remote distance learning and access to food service assistance as well. The next agency and program, we have the Boy Scouts of America, Verdugo Hills Council, Youth Development through Scouting. Proposed number to be served is 100. Actual number served is 21. Funds awarded is 22,000. The agency has spent down close to 18% of their funding. Outcome number one, 21 or 42% of youth have received scholarships that includes registration, uniform, supplies, and handbook. The goal to meet at the end of the fiscal year is 50. The second outcome for Boy Scouts of America, 22 or 550% of leaders are one unit commissioners have received training for the program by June 30th, 2021, and the original goal was 4. The Boy Scouts of America Verdugo Hills Council also received additional funding in September. The additional grant funds will assist 50 additional youth with core outdoor programs, including virtual and drive-up programming, campground activities. 1 or 2% of youth has participated in one or more of the adaptive camping programs offered by the Boy Scouts Verdugo Hills Council, and the goal to meet by the end of the fiscal year is 50. The next agency is the Armenian Relief Society, the Community Outreach Project. Proposed number to be served is 275. Actual number served to date is 80 clients. Funds awarded is 105,000, and to date they have spent down nearly 40% of their funding. Outcome number one, 37 or 46% of senior citizens have enrolled in ESL classes and completed the 20-week curriculum. The goal to meet for the fiscal year is 81. The second outcome for the fiscal year is 8 or 24% of clients have received job search assistance, employment referrals, and secured permanent full or part-time employment above minimum wage. The goal to meet by the end of the fiscal year is 34. The Armenian Relief Society did receive additional funding, and it is for the community outreach program and a COVID-19 recovery plan that they have in place. The additional funding is a COVID-19 extension, includes providing food pantry services to individuals and households. So far, 12% of their clients have received food assistance within 1 business day, and their goal to meet at the end of the fiscal year is 100. Next is the Committee for Armenian Students in Public Schools, Intervention, Prevention, Clinical Group Counseling. Proposed number to be served is 63. Actual number served to date is 28. Funds awarded is 48,000, and so far the agency has spent down 34% of their funding. Outcome number 1 for the fiscal year 19, or 42% of students served in the program have shown significantly reduced incidence of aggressive behavior. Their goal is to meet 45 by the end of the year. The second outcome, 20 or 44% of students served in the program have shown improvement in following directions and academic responsibilities. Their goal is to meet 45. Thank you. Okay. The next agency we have is the Salvation Army The Zone program. Proposed number to be served is 50. Actual number served to date is 19. Funds awarded is 25,643. 37% of that total has been spent down. Outcome number 1, 14 or 64% of students are regular attendees of the Zone program. The goal is to be 22. Second outcome, 5 or 36% of students have improved reading comprehension and vocabulary recognition. The goal to meet by the end of the fiscal year is 14. The Zone program also received additional funding in September. The additional activities are included in the current program that are included are social emotional learning, health and wellness, and therapeutic arts. The outcome for the additional funded program is 11 or 79% of students have engaged in critical skills curriculum such as social and emotional learning, culture conduct, therapeutic arts and crafts, health and wellness, and healthy culinary classes, and have received a certificate of course completion. So far they have served 11 out of their goal of 14, which they will meet by the end of the fiscal year. The Armenian Culture Association Hamaskain Intergenerational Experiences. Proposed number to be served is 80. Actual number served is 63. Funds awarded is 33,000, and they have spent down 25% of their funds. Outcome number 1, 18 or 38% of students attended at least 20 classes of all classes available in the curriculum. Their goal to meet by the end of the fiscal year is 48. And their outcome number 2 for the program, 18 or 38% of students are on track to graduate the program year ending June 30th, 2020. Armenian Cultural Association did receive additional funding. The program will serve a total of 80 unduplicated clients with activities that include dance, theater, and tutoring pods. So the agency expanded their services and increased the numbers that they will be serving as well. The outcome is 18 or 60% of students have participated in dance, theater, and technology tutoring pods. Their goal to meet is 30 by the end of the fiscal year. The Children's Burn Foundation, LA Troop Fire and Burn Prevention. Proposed number to be served is 100. Actual number served to date is 70. Funds awarded is 15,000, and they have spent down 47% of their funding. Outcome number 1, 70 or 70% of elementary school age children enhance their level of learning or awareness towards fire prevention and life-saving skills by way of pre and post test. The goal to meet is 100. The second outcome, 70 or 70% of elementary school age children have successfully drawn an evacuation plan for their home. The goal is 100. And if you could take a look at the left, it is an example of one of the students that has drawn an evacuation plan in case of a fire from their home. So I think that's a really neat example. Next, we have the Salvation Army People's Choice Market. Proposed number to be served is 1,000. Actual number served is 11. Funds awarded is 40,000, and they have so far spent down 46% of their funds. I would like to mention that this program by the Salvation Army did receive funding in September. And even though the program did begin in July, they did not keep track of the participants until I believe it was late December. But the agency is working on backtracking, and they are confident that they will meet their numbers by the end of the fiscal year. With that said, the outcomes for the program, 11 or 2% of participants are from extremely low income and moderate income households. Their goal to meet is 600. And the second outcome is 7 or 2% of participants served by the food pantry are elderly, 65 or older. The goal to meet is 400. The Salvation Army's People's Choice Market, additional funding. Salvation Army shall provide social services operations in a form of food pantry. The individuals who are served must be residents from the greater Glendale region and of extremely low and moderate income households. And finally, we have the Housing Rights Center Fair Housing Program. Proposed number to be served is 500. Actual number served to date is 74 clients. Funds awarded. I would like to make a note. It's 10,000 funds awarded from CDBG, and then it's 10,000 awarded from the Community Development Housing Division. So it's a total of 20,000. On this report, it says 0% expended, but I would like to say that the agency did submit their invoices. However, it was late. Therefore, we were not able to calculate those spent down invoices onto this presentation. It's the same with their outcomes. The program was active, but unfortunately, because they were late in their reporting, it does not reflect in the presentation we have prepared for you. With that said, their outcomes for the workshops, they're supposed to offer two workshops. One is supposed to be for the tenants and landlords, and they're both supposed to be virtual workshops due to COVID-19. And the second outcome is Glendale residents assisted in filing fair housing complaints. At the moment, it's 0, and the goal is to be 10 by the end of the fiscal year. Okay. Chair Armenian, CDBG Advisory Committee members, this concludes the mid-year Public Social Services performance presentation. Should you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer your questions. Okay.
Great. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Adamian. Opening up for questions from committee members.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Abedisian.
First of all, thank you for this detailed report. It's very informative. Question and concern, understanding the COVID and effects of it, what are the goals or the plans of most of the organizations that they have not been able to meet their goals? For some of them extremely low and some of them pretty good overall. how are they planning to reach out and complete their goals by the end of the fiscal year? Also, uh, what happens if they don't reach their goals? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avedisian.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Avedisian. All of the agencies who have not been able to meet their goals at the halfway point are working with the community to develop their outreach so they could bring in more participants or clients. I would also like to mention that some of the agencies who have received funding in September, because their funding increased, the percentage that they were going to their expenditure rate is slightly lower. But most of the, or I should say, all of the agencies are confident in their abilities that they will be close to meeting their goals of service by the end of the fiscal year. And we are working closely and monitoring every program to make sure that that will be the case by the end of the fiscal year. And clearly, if that is not the case, CDBG staff will report it to the advisory committee, and it will reflect their services throughout the fiscal year. I hope that answers your question, Committee Member Avedisian.
Just as clarification for the public, fiscal year ends in end of June, right? For this fiscal year.
Yes, fiscal year will end on June 30th of 2021.
Great, thank you, Ms. Quiñones-Gabrielian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Eric, for the presentation. You gave us two sets of progress percentages. The first one being the large one, where I believe is strictly in terms of dollars. You know, what progress, how much of their funding has been spent. And then the other one, the percentages at the bottom in terms of outcomes. And I noticed that some had spent a lot more, relatively speaking, or a lot less than their actual outcome percentages. Do you have a comparison of anybody who's completely out of whack, you know, has spent a lot and has only a very small percentage of outcomes, which raises a flag, or those that might be even more effectively leveraging their funding and have spent less, but have actually outpaced their progress in terms of outcomes?
Looking for efficiency of amount spent.
Correct, and anything that's out of norm.
Thank you for the question, Committee Member Quiñones-Gabrielian. I would like to make it clear that some of the programs begin their activities from the very first day of the fiscal year. So some of the programs, for example, Armenian Relief Society, they begin their program on July 1st of 2020, and they end on the very last day of the fiscal year, so June 30th of 2021. And other programs, especially programs that work with after school or have anything to do with schools, they relatively begin their programs and their expenditure rates. They begin in September, October, and sometimes even in November. That's why the mid-year report, it might seem a little off for some agencies. Some agencies are closer to the 50% mark, and other agencies are a little bit lower, maybe around the 30% mark. And I truly believe every agency is doing their best to be as efficient as they possibly can be with every dollar that they receive. We are keeping close contact with them, not only with the quarterly progress reports, which the agencies submit to us every quarter, but we are constantly in contact with them to make sure that they are serving the number that they promised to serve throughout the proposal stages, and that is stated in the contract. Also, we do our best to have every agency spend down their funds either before the fiscal year ends or closely towards the end of the fiscal year. Also, again, as mentioned before, because some agencies did receive additional funding in September, I think that kind of throws off the expenditure rate as well. But overall, I believe every agency is on track to spend down all of their funding. I think with the exception of the Housing Rights Center, which they submitted their invoices only a few weeks ago. We were not able to review all of those invoices, and I think it's still with finance. Once those invoices are reviewed, I think they will be close to being at the midway point of spending down their funding for the fiscal year.
If I may offer an example of what I think Ms. Quiñones Gabrielian is mentioning, I was taking notes as you were presenting, and you had some explanation for this, but I just wanted to highlight it. For the Salvation Army market, you're showing 46% of funds expended, but only serving 11 people. And I think you cited there were some problems with tracking participants, if I'm not mistaken, but I think those are the kinds of disparities in expenditure versus numbers served that we're looking at.
Correct, Chairman. And then at the other scale, there were people that were completely over their, over 100% of their outcomes already, and had only spent 29%, say, of their financials. So their efficiency rate was wonderful. So that's what exactly. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Chair Armenian, committee member Gabrielian, I think for some agencies, some of the expenditures happen earlier on as they're setting up the program, and then they pick up serving people. And with some agencies, the program's already set up and operating, and so they may not be spending the majority of the funds up front, and so they spend it throughout, and so they are more in line with the rate of expenditure and the number of people served. So there's also that plays an impact. And you're right, some of these agencies do show that there's higher expenditure rate, lower outcomes as far as the percentages. But towards the end of the year, they usually balance out. And we do keep an eye on that. And we do question and follow up with the agencies that have a huge difference in those rates that don't have a very good explanation. But I just also wanted to address committee member Avedisian's question as what happens if these agencies don't meet their outcomes at the end of the year? And that's a great question. And that's where I think the committee members and we come into play, where during these meetings, as you're evaluating the proposals for the next round of funding, you ask the same questions to the agencies when they're being interviewed. If they're back with the same proposal for the same type of program or a new program, we need to ask those questions and hear their answers. How are you planning on meeting your goals for this year if you're back asking for money for next year? Or if you aren't able to meet your goals for this year, or at least it doesn't look like at mid-year that you're going to be there, what are your plans to make sure that you do meet those goals? And how will you do this better next year? The agency should be prepared to answer those questions, and those are really good questions that help form the decisions that you make today. And we also try to put those in the weaknesses as much as we can. If there's something that stands out for us from the current year or from previous years, with some agencies, you'll probably notice in the weakness in the staff analysis that in a weakness, we may have identified that they weren't able to meet their goals last year for whatever reason. So that's a question that you could address to the agency as they're being interviewed, to ask them for feedback on and a plan on how they plan to meet those goals for the current year and for the next year if they're asking for additional funds. So those are really good questions, and those are the types of questions that will help you as the committee make those decisions. And unfortunately, I think the long-term impact of an agency not being able to meet the goals would mean that we would need to stop funding them. If we realize that they don't have capacity to be able to serve the people that they are serving, we can't continue to fund those programs, because in a HUD audit, HUD will come back to us and say, you're not meeting your goals. So if an agency is taking money and not able to serve the community that they have said they will serve, then you need to find an agency that is able to do the same work with the same amount of money. And so I think for the long run, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying the first year that an organization doesn't meet their goal is the year to cut them, but it's something to take into account, because it shows the capacity of that organization to be able to sustain themselves and be able to serve the community. So I hope that also provides a little bit of clarity.
Thank you.
Ms. Alexandrian, if I may, I know that committee member Avedistian had also asked what happens to the funding if they don't spend it down, and I want to address that as well. Public Social Services has a 15% cap each year. And that being said, if that money goes unspent, it goes into an undesignated fund for CDBG to decide what to do with in future years. That can only go to capital improvement projects, because capital improvement projects do not have a cap. All that money would be taken away from Public Social Services unspent and go into capital improvement projects. So that I just want everyone to be aware of what happens to that funding if it goes unspent. It does not repurpose back into Public Social Services the following year, only into capital improvement.
So then HUD does allow us to roll it over to the next year.
Yes, it's not rolled over so much, but it goes into an undesignated fund balance, and then it would be repurposed for capital improvement projects only.
The following year, because
The following year.
Possibly the following, yes, yeah,
okay.
In future years. It's not necessarily the following year, but in future years. Yes.
Yeah, it's not tied like immediately. It snaps into a certain thing. I mean, it's in further years. In other words, they have an opportunity to spend that, combining it with other funding. Correct?
Right.
Okay, Mr. Garibian, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Ms. Alexandrian obviously answered most of my questions, or more of clarifications that I was going to make those comments as well. But obviously, when matter of years, I guess, when you work first, before I go forward, first I want to thank all the agencies for the great job they have done. They've done a great job serving their needs. But obviously, when you look at the numbers and once you get familiar with the agencies, for example, this immediate sample we have, Dora of Hope has done 118% versus ARS has done 29%. Obviously, there's a lot more into these numbers than actual numbers we see, because we know ARS has done over 100% of their capabilities that they have been doing for years to come. So there's a lot more into these reports that we have to look at, as Ms. Alexandrian mentioned. When do they start? Is it the new rollovers and so on and so forth? So obviously, once we get to know the agencies, we get more familiar with them, what they do, but obviously studying every aspect of their job, when they start, how many they serve, how much money they use. There's so much more than just looking at the percentages. So we want to make sure, I definitely don't look at just the percentage, look at the entire concept of it. And there's a lot more, which unfortunately these reports will not give us all the details of each agency, what they go through. So for example, as I said, Dora Hope, it's something that's ongoing, whether they get the fundings or not. So they serve almost everybody as day-to-day operations. So, but great job for agencies. Thank you so much. I want to thank the agencies for the job they've done.
Yeah, and most of these agencies have applied again this year, so we'll have an opportunity a little bit later to start asking them questions, as Teresa suggested, both in terms of what's going on so far as well as their upcoming proposals. If there are no other questions, I have some questions, but I wanted to first defer to other committee members if they had other questions. Okay, then I'll ask mine. Most of this last fiscal year, or yeah, I'd say all of it actually, now that I think about the timing thus far, has really been in the middle of all the COVID situation, where LA County has had very strict rules in place in terms of people gathering and those sorts of things. So I kind of look at this report in that context to say it's actually miraculous that even this many people have been served under those conditions and those sorts of restrictions. So my question is, has staff evaluated or overlaid those restrictions in terms of the impact on being able to serve participants in an in-person manner versus in a virtual manner? Because not everything is able to be done virtually. Any thoughts on that?
Chair Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, that is a very good question. Early on in when the COVID pandemic hit in March, we automatically worked with all our nonprofits, and we came up with an alternative service delivery plan. And that being said, all the agencies came back and truthfully, within a month, were able to give us some sort of plan that they could provide to their clientele to make sure that they're still going to meet their goals and outcomes. But again, these are nonprofits. Their capacity is not the capacity of, say, a city, where a lot of our agencies are possibly working from home, and they don't have the technology that they need the way that other organizations might. So we take all of that into consideration. That being said, we have to also take into one other factor. They came to us last February proposing these projects. In February, there was no COVID.
Correct.
So here they were, they gave us the proposals, they were funded, and in July, they had to come up with a completely new plan. Granted, they had an alternative plan for their last 3 months of their last fiscal year. But again, it is a very difficult process, and we're all well aware of it in our own work. So that being said, we really should be mindful of agency capacity, and these are good questions we can still ask the agencies today during the interviews, because COVID is going to be long-term. We already know that. It's not ending anytime soon. So this would be a very good question to ask agencies. What do they propose to do this upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah, and I know that many did pivot and try and find methods, but the thing that they do not have control over, which I just wanted to highlight, is that the constituencies that they serve, are disadvantaged from a technology perspective. And so not necessarily everyone's at home with a laptop available or internet connections available or any of those sorts of things in terms of the populations that these different organizations and these different programs serve. So I do intend to ask this question because I think it's important for us to have proper context in both thinking about and evaluating the report that we just heard, as well as evaluating the proposals for the next round. I mean, hopefully things are going to continue to get better as vaccine is rolled out, but that still has some runway in front of it in terms of that reaching all the different populations that these organizations and these programs propose to serve. So I think it's an important thing for us to keep in mind. Any further questions from any other committee members? My last question would be then, is there anything, whether mentioned specifically in this report or otherwise in your overall interactions and evaluations, any organization or program that staff thinks that there's any red flags with their programs or how their capacity or capability in continuing to execute the programs in terms of the past round?
The only, Chair Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, the only red flag we would most likely be concerned with would be an agency that's beholden to another agency to have services, to receive services, to provide services to their clientele that are part of a different agency. For instance, if you're beholden to GUSD and GUSD doesn't have a plan in place in the coming week or coming month ahead, that's really, not the nonprofit's fault per se. So those are the things we have to consider as well. And I'm just giving that as an example. GUSD is just an example. Just as if LA County is an example for our MPOD operation, for instance. We really can't do much until we get clarification. So those are the questions. When you ask those questions, I would consider who are they beholden to serve their clientele, to provide services to their clients.
Okay, but in terms of this last, the report you gave on performance thus far in the current funding cycle that we're in, you didn't see anything that was worrisome so far?
At this time, no, but we are very strict on even invoicing. We don't allow invoicing ahead of time. I know that the expenditures should be at 50%, but we do look at what their contract states and what they're invoicing. We're very strict on all of those protocols.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, if not, then we'll move on to the next agenda item, please. Thank you. Thank you for the report for the staff. Really appreciate it. Very thorough and gave us a good kind of high level flyover in preparation for the rest of the agenda today.
Next on the agenda is item 3C, review of financial ratios for community agencies applying for fiscal year 2021-2022 public social services funding.
Thank you. Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, staff has prepared a PowerPoint presentation regarding financial ratios report for community organizations who have applied for CDBG funding. Now, the ratios serve as an additional evaluation tool as part of the proposal review. So this is an extra layer for the committee to consider. So let me go ahead and share the screen with you all. Is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're able to see it.
Excellent. So CDBG staff is now in year 3 of taking on the ratio calculation tool review, which our city's innovation, performance, and audit department used to complete for us. And as part of the RFP, agencies were asked to have their public accounting firms calculate 3 ratios: debt ratio, defensive interval, and reliance on source of income using their submitted financial statements from the past 2 years. Now, CDBG staff took on the task of reviewing and verifying these calculations. And by verify, we made a note in our strengths and weaknesses analysis by asking agencies for guidance on numbers that CDBG staff could not confirm. So we looked at what was in the financial statement. We didn't verify what the financial statement actually meant. And then process. So now that we are in our 3rd year, agencies are submitting their own ratios. CDBG staff has included the worksheets and instructions of the RFP and placed all this updated information on the city's website. And we prepared it as part of the RFP packet. Not only that, we presented the ratio calculation tool at 2 separate events: our CDBG open house that we host in September, and then again at our technical support meeting that we host in December. And then we also offered an additional service of support for agencies that wanted additional assistance on how to complete those ratio calculations. So we had one-on-one support with agencies. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the debt ratio. Debt ratio looks at the agency's financial information regarding their total liabilities over unrestricted net assets and seeks to see the proportion of debt the agency has relative to its assets. Now, ratios that are less than 1 are good indicators of less debt than assets. Now, on our financial ratio summary that we had submitted in the report, you'll notice there are some blank cells on some agency ratios, and that's for agencies that have 0 or no liabilities. Next is the defensive interval slide. When looking at defensive interval, you'll see that a number of months an organization can operate if funding were to stop and no additional funds were received. Now, a higher ratio on this reflects an expected longer period of operation if funding were to completely stop. Again, this ratio looks at the agency's liquid assets over their monthly expenses. And for this ratio, a healthy 3 months or more is a good indicator of financial health. And then we have reliance on source of income. This ratio looks at the agency's largest revenue source and their total revenue to identify potential risk if the largest revenue source were to be eliminated or reduced. So a percentage less than 90% is a good indicator of health. And then a few takeaways. Each year we look at pros and cons of the ratio calculation tool that the CDBG staff analyzes. And here are our takeaways. As in previous years, returning agencies always have less trouble with the ratio requirement since they've had previous financials that have already been completed by our innovation performance and audit team or by our CDBG staff. So they have a history. Whereas new agencies have had to start from scratch and CDBG staff was able to guide them on how to enter the data using their financial statements. Now, deadlines always pose a challenge because it is a lot of information. And this year, especially with 17 social services agencies that had to be reviewed, it took us 3 days or 24 total dedicated hours of staff time to review the ratio calculation tool. Now, this also includes agencies, the proposals, the verifications, the callbacks to agencies if there were any, and then the support that we gave, and then the final review and report preparation. Well, that being said, we can't truly confirm accuracy since we don't audit the submitted financials. We only verify the numbers the agency's accountants provided to us by using the financial statements as a guide. So in closing, ratios are not an express opinion of financial health. They should be evaluated on a standalone basis, and they're merely a tool, an additional tool for evaluation today. This concludes the ratio calculation presentation, and I would be more than happy to answer questions if there are any.
Questions?
Well, could you share your summary of those? Because I think that you highlighted at least 3 organizations, right? In the red zone.
Absolutely. And again, when you're looking at the summary, you look at it as an agent. You only look at the agency itself. You don't check against other agencies. So for instance, without singling out certain agencies, I look at Armenian Cultural Foundation where they have 8 million in liabilities in 2018, but it becomes reduced in 2019. So you see that possibly there's a trend, and that looks like we're in a safer zone as we go. So when you're evaluating it, you're looking at their years, their financial years, and seeing that if you notice that the ratios are kind of in the zone, at the healthy zone, you're like, okay, well, this is not too bad. For instance, Ascensia is just right above that 1 border. So they're closer to where you want to see the ratio be. GYA is the same, Glendale Youth Alliance. They're right at the borderline of what a healthy ratio should look like for debt ratio. Now, when I look at reliance on source of income, a good one to look at, because this is another area. For Armenian Relief Society, if you look at reliance on source of income, it looks like they're reliant on one source of income. But that's really not the case, because if you look into their financial statements, and we've talked to them about this before, they combine their local, their state, and their federal grants into one lump sum. So they consider that one funding source, but it's technically not one funding source, because if one grant were to go away, they'd still have their local, state, and maybe the federal went away. So you really have to look at each agency and the way their accounting firm puts their numbers together. It's not usually it doesn't always appear to be what it is. So we always ask those questions. I guess what I'm trying to say, it's not a true reflection on, like, for instance, reliance on one source of income when it's really not. I'm hoping that
you answered it. Thank you.
Other questions?
Just quickly, I know we went over this report a few years ago when we started getting it. But as you mentioned, obviously, due to a lot of details, these numbers could be either misleading either way. If that's the case, do we really need this report in this format? I mean, maybe we can revise it in a different way that it becomes more usable. But at this stage, because, as I said, it could be off due to the way the report is it worth the staff's time? I'm trying to, because I remember we came back a while back, we wanted to cut hours of staff, right, for doing this stuff. How much of a time does this take from staff to do this that really we're looking at it, but we can't really use it 100% due to inaccuracy because of the way the report is?
Vice Chair Garibian, that's a very good question. That's truly a question for the committee to decide. If the committee feels that this tool, as an evaluation tool itself, is something that you look towards to make funding decisions, we must keep it in there because it is helping the committee members. If the committee members don't use this as a tool to make funding recommendations, maybe different considerations should be made, because truthfully, it is the agency that's doing most of the legwork. Their accountancy firms are doing the work. All we're doing is verifying those numbers. That being said, how much money are they spending on, asking the accountant to prepare this, knowing that they might possibly not be funded for this year? So this would definitely be a question for the committee more so than for staff. Would you like to add anything, Ms. Alexanian?
Yes, thank you, Maggie. Chair Armenian committee members, I think just as a way of background and maybe for committee member Gabrielian, I think the ratio analysis and wanting to review financial statements was a result of historically one of the agencies going under and having used CDBG funds, large amounts of CDBG funds for capital improvement projects. And so I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was a council decision to be able to add a level of review and assurance that the financials for the agencies are healthy. I think you're right, committee member Haribian, that it really is a way of looking at it and how you use the information. And I think it's a good tool for you to ask the questions again during the meeting and receive a response that you feel comfortable with. And if you see a long-term trend of someone's debt going up over time, then it could tell you that the company might be in trouble. But if you see something where the debt is going down, then that tells you that they made a large investment and they're slowly paying it off. And so it really is a matter of evaluating where the concern is coming from, because it's just a number, really. I mean, for those of you that are in accounting, you probably know better than us that the numbers could be skewed depending on, what the company is doing or what the agency is doing and what type of investments they have. and how they're recording it on their books. And so that's why we always at the end say, you have to look at it not just as a number on paper, but evaluate where the company is and what they're doing and what is causing those numbers to be skewed one way or the other, and evaluating it as a whole on what the agency is doing. So if somebody was to go out and invest a couple of $1 million 1 year to build a new community center, that's going to increase their debt right there. But as long as you know that the company has healthy financials and is slowly paying off that debt, it's not so much of a concern. But if you look and realize that the company is in debt because they can't meet their goals and outcomes, and they're borrowing from the bank because they need to keep serving the community and they're struggling to stay afloat, then that would be of a concern. So I think the real question is to address it to the agencies if you do see a concern, and ask them to help explain where that's coming from and how they plan on addressing it if there is a plan in place. So if we, I just want us to be cautious that the reason why this came about was to protect the city and the HUD funds, in order to make sure that the agencies that were getting the funds are healthy and able to spend it in the way that they're supposed to.
But as I recall from our many previous discussions, we were to look at this as a data point, not as a uniform indicator of organizational health, because there are so many variables. Even though it makes it look like it's all kind of using a standard kind of metric, there are a lot of factors that are unique to different organizations that may affect whether or not something is being marked in the red or not. It's not a uniform kind of filter, if you will, of financial health, if I remember our discussions correctly.
But may I just say that I find it's a very good starting place and a very valuable tool. I think that from my own perspective, relying on at least a place to start the discussion and know what to ask, it's absolutely valuable. And also it does protect CDBG, it protects the city, and it helps us base our decisions on something that is actually sound financial standards. So I appreciate them.
Yep. But it goes hand in hand with looking at, obviously, the well, we're not accountants, because this is why we ask each of the organizations to submit financial statements as part of their proposals. So there's much more detail on that level when you start to look at that. It's multiple factors, and this is one of them that we have to look at and keep our eye on the financial part, because it is very important. The financial health of any of the applying organizations is really important to our process. Any other questions? Okay, if not, then we will move on.
Item 4 is action items. At A is funding recommendations for fiscal year 2021-2022 public social services. At 1, conduct interviews with social services applicants, deliberate, and make funding recommendations. At this time, I will bring in the first agency, or I know there's probably going to be an introductory report, but I was going to bring in the agencies just so that they're ready to go, or at least the first agency, so they're ready to go when you are.
And just before we start, how much time are we trying to keep to within each?
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, I'm going to give you a very short PowerPoint on the process today, since we are, okay, using this platform, so everyone is aware of how we're going to maneuver today's meeting.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. So there are going to be 17 social services interviews today. The interview schedule is included in your packets, that providing the time, the agency name, and the program which will be presented. To maneuver this new online platform, we've scheduled the interviews in 3 block groups. Our first block, Group A, is already signed on and ready for interviews. And at the committee's very first break, Block Group B will sign on. And then at the committee's lunch period, Block Group C will sign on. Now, staff had included a proposal evaluation form as we conduct each interview. Committee members will submit those evaluation forms to staff next week, please. Each agency will be allotted 5 minutes to present and speak, and then we're going to have a 10-minute question and answer period hosted by the committee. And then the committee is going to deliberate and make funding recommendations at 4 p.m. this afternoon after all the interviews have been conducted. Just a gentle reminder that our agencies must serve a HUD national objective. They must serve to benefit low and moderate income persons, households, clients, individuals, or aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight. That's really for our capital improvement projects, which is for Monday. I wanted to bring to your attention the program priorities. As you ask your questions today, we asked the committee to remind our agencies about what program priority they serve, whether it's public services or special needs services. We have our list of our program priorities, such as homeless services, legal services, mental health, senior services, youth services, services for the disabled, domestic violence, and substance abuse. So please keep those program priorities in mind. And then lastly, yesterday we received notice from HUD. We have received our final allocations. Came in a little less than our estimate. We estimated $2 million this year. Our total CDBG allocation this year is actually $1,894,069. So that leaves us with $284,110 to fund this afternoon. When you look at the agency requests, we have $746,750 in agency requests. The difference is $462,640. So please be mindful of that. It's going to be a difficult decision-making day, but we will definitely get through it. So that being said,
can you repeat the 462? Sorry, I didn't catch the end of that.
Absolutely. Agencies have requested $746,000, but there is only $284,000 that is available to be funded, which means we are in a deficit of $462,000. So the committee has a lot of decision making to do this afternoon at 4 p.m.
A quick question. I mean, have we received any indication that there will be a mid-year increase, or is that, if it is, it's a surprise?
It's a good question because we did receive the COVID funding through CARES Act, but that's related to COVID services. This is an annual entitlement, committee member Quinones Gabrielian. It's usually it's formula funding based off of poverty rates in Glendale, based off of our housing stock and our total population. There was a slight bump by HUD to fund CDBG nationally. So again, we thought we would be in the 2 million range. We're a little under this year. We can see if agencies possibly give back money, but again, there is a 15% cap on public social services. We can't go over that 15% cap just because that is a guideline through HUD.
Yep, so our job is even tougher given this latest news.
Right.
It already started out tough. I'm sure all of you have done the math. And because we have a much larger pool of applicants than we have historically had, at least since I've been serving on CDBG. So it's going to be some difficult decision making, but we'll discuss that later once we get through all the interview. The other thing I wanted to state, we are already behind schedule. per usual, because of all the great questions. So we do have a break that was programmed in here at 11. I'll ask right now, because it's already 10:45, whether or not we can everyone is willing to forego the break so that we can catch up a little bit. Lunch isn't until 1, however, so keep that in mind as well. But poll the committee very quickly to see how you want to do it. Otherwise, we are behind by 45 minutes already. Any objection to foregoing the 11 o'clock break?
No objection. No objection. But maybe we can take a break before 1.
Continue.
We can take a stretch, maybe. Okay. Yes, Teresa, you had a question?
Just wanted to make a quick note before you go into the interviews. Chair Armenian and members of the committee, one thing I do want to remind you, and if it's not, I think most agencies did provide that information in the proposal, and we asked for clarification in the staff analysis, but keep in mind that we did ask the agencies to provide what is the minimum amount they need to be able to operate the program that they are proposing. And so as you listen to the presentations and towards the end, as you deliberate, please keep that in mind and ask questions to clarify that, because oftentimes we end up funding an agency in an amount that may not be suitable for the program that they are proposing, or they will not be able to provide the services at the level that they are proposing. And so that should make a difference will make the difference in your decision as you try to make the difficult decision as to who to fund and for what amount. So if you could please keep that in mind as the day proceeds. Thank you.
Yeah, that is helpful. However, the minimums also will exceed available budget, even when you add them up, because of the number of proposals that we have. So we'll get to that. Let's start off with our and remember, we are behind schedule, but we're trying to keep to 15-minute blocks here. So,
Chair Armenia.
Yeah.
May I just quickly on the last comment from Ms. Alexandrian, the minimum that you have asked, which I've seen all of them. Does that mean if they do not get that, they're willing to 100% withdraw their request if the funding recommendation would do less than their minimum? So meaning 0 or minimum, is that what their response is?
Chair Armenian Committee Member Arabian, I don't know. That's a good question for you to ask the agencies today, because the answer might be, if you don't give me my minimum, I can't do this program, period. Or they might tell you that if you give me anything less than the minimum, then I will have to modify my program. So that is a very good question to ask, because that does not mean that they are willing to withdraw if you don't give them the minimum. It just might be that they might modify the program and serve less people.
Okay, yeah. So moving forward, we want to make sure every agency clarifies that part. So in the end of the day, we know how to make those decisions, not to.
Yeah, we'll have to ask that question each time, because that is what we will be facing at the end of the day. Okay, with that, let's get started with the Armenian Bar Association. And thank you for your patience. I know we're behind, so appreciate your understanding.
Just a reminder to please unmute yourselves, those who are representing the Armenian Bar Association, and to also state your name clearly for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Armen Hovhannisyan, and Bridget Malatjalyan also is here from the Armenian Bar Association. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the CDBG Advisory Committee. As I was following just a few minutes ago the general meeting on the stream live, the term capital improvement came up and the expenditures for capital improvement. And I thought about our application for our pro bono clinic. And this is a capital improvement. It's human capital improvement. It's not only to show the way for the especially immigrant population about what their rights are under American law, under municipal ordinances, but more so than anything, the Armenian Bar Association's pro bono clinic teaches what citizen responsibility is and citizen accountability must be. It's not only what they can take what is due them, but what they also have to return to society as being upstanding members. So the pro bono arm, and which strong arm of the Armenian Bar Association, has been around since we started 30 some years ago on an entirely volunteer basis. We've been very lucky for the last 2.5 years to have a brick and mortar place in the city of Glendale, where 1.5 days a week, Saturdays and Tuesdays, we offered free walk-in services pre-COVID, during COVID, by telephone and by computer connection, on a one-on-one basis across a big expansive area of need and help. And that is from housing to domestic violence to immigration to criminal law. And so what we did is we matriculated their applications. We did intake forms. And the reason why I thought that we thought that Bridget is very important to be here. As a student at Southwestern Law School, Bridget was our volunteer at the clinic at the Senior Service Adult Recreation Center. And so there are these one-on-ones where people come in, just imagine it, with their papers disheveled or organized, and here's the problem, how can you help us? And then we go ahead and do the intake, and we then farm them out to different volunteer lawyers. And hopefully we can, in a general sense, get them closer to the answer or to some type of resolution. The other major component of the pro bono clinic is to have public educational series and programs, both alone and partnering with the Glendale Police Department with domestic violence education awareness programs in Armenian, partnering with neighborhood legal services down the road with expungement clinics to expunge minor criminal charges that it's lawful to do so in order for that applicant not to continue to have challenges in housing and employment. And most recently in the COVID area, several Zooms have happened, educational Zooms on the PPP program, about combating the scourge of elder abuse and the like. So I know that time goes fast. We're already over time. Here's our ask, very, very respectfully. Our ask is that we get a partial funding for a part-time director of the pro bono clinic, who will be a licensed attorney for $20,000 a year. I will tell you that the members of the Bar Association probably donate many, many hundreds, if not a couple thousand hours of their amalgamated time to this, so that I would say that the value to the community that the Armenian Bar is giving is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that's unaccounted for. We're asking for $20,000 of a $37,000 budget. Let me be a little prescient or presumptive. Will this program go on without the funding? It has to. It has to. Is it going to maybe be a different complexion, a little lighter, a little less fortified? Yes, it probably will be. But we will never go away from supplying our community. When I say our community, I don't mean only the Armenian community. I mean the community of Glendale. The Armenian Bar Association means that, whether it be Korean, Hispanic, or other, or non-ethnic, those who need it, those who've had socioeconomic challenges in their life, psychological challenges with the legal system, and access to justice. Access to justice, not with an open hand of only what you can give me, but also with the giving hand of what I can give back to society, the way that I can be the right type of citizen. And not only that, those people that at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty, Emma Lazarus said, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. This is not what we're here. We're here to build the infrastructure, the human infrastructure of the citizens of Glendale. First, that they not be intimidated by the legal system, that they be sensitized to their responsibilities, and also that their needs be answered. But again, it is not going to be like many others, we pride ourselves on education, and it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost to the citizens that when there are certain benefits to be had, there's certain responsibilities to be given as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hovhannissian. Appreciate your remarks. I'm going to jump us into questions and we can have a dialogue really quickly. I wanted to throw something out that we just discussed in terms of questions. You say your minimum is 12,500, but as you heard, we have very serious scarcity of funds this year. So I'm going to ask the question a little bit differently on that one, and I'll ask that of every agency, which is, what is the minimum? If we go below what amount would you say it's not worth your time to apply for these funds? Because there's obviously a lot of paperwork involved in this. So we get that it takes resources to get the funds, because you say your minimum is 12,500, but obviously you've been operating the program.
Well, the minimum is not, by the way, for us, Mr. Chairman, we will never say, at least as far that my advice to the board, and I'm a board member and a chair, a former chair, there's no point below which we would say it's not worth it. This is our first time applying. The fact of the matter is that with that 12,500 threshold, you get to facilitate predictability. You get to facilitate comprehensive approach to things. That there are no, we are turning over every rock still. Are we turning it totally over with 12.5 instead of 20? Probably not. But we will never say that it is not worth our while to come to your esteemed body to say, can we get some assistance to do this worthy community program?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that out there, because there are some organizations that have said that to us. So I just want to get that out of the way. I have other questions, but first want to open it up to my other committee members for further questions.
I do have one.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinones.
Thank you very much. You quickly mentioned in kind. An organization like this really operates mostly, I imagine, on pro bono work from attorneys. And I don't know what that, you said something about hundreds of thousands. I can imagine that. I did see other organizations that have given us an in-kind type of quantified their in-kind. And I know that it wasn't taken into consideration when we were talking about leverage. But so it's a question to you, but also a question that the committee can take up later, talking about in-kind leverage, especially from somebody like the Armenian Bar Association. So could you just quickly quantify, if you have an idea of the amount, maybe?
It's a very interesting question that I may even sort of spurred on, but I didn't mean to. We've never evaluated that at all, but I will tell you that our stable of lawyers who are involved in the pro bono program on the other end of a phone call, where they actually take the interview and then guide, not the client necessarily, but the guide the citizen, are probably a number in 40 to 50 at any given time. 40 to 50 volunteer lawyers. And if each one of them donates, 10 hours a year to that, that's already 500, hours. This is just generalities. $500, 500 hours times how much an hour does a lawyer charge? I don't know. Let's say $200 an hour. Do the math right there. But it's tough. I will tell you this, it is more intrinsic to the Armenian Bar Association to do this. We will do it irrespective, but we would love nothing more to have that impetus, that push, where we can again bring that predictability to our programming.
Other questions? Mr. Gurigan.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. obviously you guys are operating from the adult recreation center, so I assume that's rent free. I'm going to assume you guys are not paying anything for that. And you mentioned the days. Is that a consistent weeks you guys been having throughout the year, or some months yes, some months no? Your scheduling of being open those 2 days a week. And also, where do you advertise? How do people know about you? The people who need you, how do they find out about you?
Let's also hear from Bridget, because in the end, it's the Bridgets of the world who are going to be continuing to do this. And she started, as I said, as a law student there. She just passed the bar exam. And Commissioner Garibin, you can address that, Bridget, if you may, about the consistency of the days and about the advertisement. Anything that you want me to weigh in on, then I may.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Hello, board members. My name is Bridget, and as Armin explained, I have been involved since the inception of this clinic. It feels like yesterday, but I've already been a licensed attorney for 1 year at this point. Most of our advertisement, to address your question, has genuinely and honestly been through word of mouth. We've been consistent in the community. We've been consistently opening our doors. In the beginning, it was just me. So it was once a week, 5-6 hours a day. I believe it was Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And then when studies got too difficult, that's when we started recruiting other volunteers and consistently offering Tuesdays and Thursdays for clinic hours. But in addition to that, we had expungement clinics, we had Know Your Right clinics, we had other community involvements. And slowly but surely, we started building a reputation. We started building trust in the community. We had a spot on television. We always tried to portray our mission and our goals. And, eventually we wouldn't advertise and they would call us. We have a Google Voice number. We consistently get citizens inquiring, and we just go from there, step by step.
We did, Mr. Garibian, also put flyers at the Adult Recreation Center and then on social media platforms. We understood that the social media platforms most likely do not make it into the consciousness of our senior citizens. So we were very careful to do it the old-fashioned way and walk to them and give them the flyers.
So 2 days a week has been consistent for how long? For last
2018.
So 2 days a week has been consistent since 2018. And yeah, as you mentioned, because of the need is for individuals who might not be social media aspect, going either through local TVs, either Channel 6 or any of those, or flyers. That's something, because I haven't seen much. I'm aware of your work in detail, but I haven't seen much of advertising to the community that they would need your service. So that's one thing that I would just wanted to bring up.
Thank you for, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Avedisian.
Good morning, Mr. Ovanesian. I think Commissioner Garibian asked one of my questions, the reach out. I think that's most important. How are you going to reach out? I think we should have a little bit more of a detailed plan of how you're going to reach out and where you're going to reach out to the community. Because the marketing of it, I also know about your program, but not necessarily the people that actually need your services are aware of your program. Also, one other question, just a reminder, actually, not a question, that this program, what you're offering, especially with the CDBG involvement, it cannot just be for one ethnic group. You mentioned it in your comments, but I just want to make sure that this is not just for Armenian organization, for Armenian community. This is marketed and goes out to all community members in Glendale. Just a comment and a reminder. And I would like to hear maybe some sort of a plan of how you're going to reach out to the community from here on, at least with the CDBG program involvement.
Yeah, I would like to actually turn that into a question, if I may, Bridget and Armin, which is, Do you serve beyond the Armenian community? And if so, how do you reach that population?
Well, I will tell you that we do serve more than the Armenian, and thank you for the reminder, and thank you for the insight and observation, and thank you for also the clarity that I said it at the beginning, that we are non-denominational, non-sectarian. We reach out to all communities, and in fact, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is the folks who walk through that door at the Adult Recreation Center. Bridget can tell you, because she's the one there, that there is a great cross section of ethnicity, of background, of diversity of those who come to the pro bono clinic. They are not all of one race or one ethnic background. They are, as I mentioned, those of diverse backgrounds. And if you can go a little bit more detailed into that, Bridget, if you want.
Oh yeah, if anything, we have more clientele that is of different backgrounds than of Armenian. But what makes us special is that each and every one of our staff members have the ability to speak Armenian, which I think is important, being placed in Glendale and seeing what the major population and ethnic background is. And just to briefly address the advertising portion, we've partnered up with other community organizations. We've linked with ARC, we've linked with MLS, we've linked with unemployment centers and low-income facilities and DCFS and all of that to kind of spread, hey, we're here, we're available for you. We've never refused service. Our doors are open to everyone. I think if we even give the statistics, the population that we serve are more of other ethnic backgrounds than they are of Armenian.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I'm going to try and wrap this up because we're trying to get on to the others, but I don't want to curtail any important questions if others have it. Okay, well, thank you very much, Armin and Bridget. Appreciate you applying. I know it's your first time, so we always welcome new applicants. So thank you for taking the time to apply, and thank you for taking the time to appear before us today.
Thank you.
Pleasure's ours. Thank you very much, folks.
Okay, if we can move on to the next proposal applicant, Iris. Next up is the Armenian Cultural Association, I believe.
Yes. Good morning.
I apologize, I was on mute. But yes, the Armenian Cultural Association, Hamas and Tamar is joining us.
I was reading your mind, Iris.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity, and thank you for the CDBG funding committee and your hard work. So I would like to present our project. It's so starting with the purpose of this project, as we did it the last 2 years as well. It's to meet the needs of those who otherwise are deprived from extracurricular, educational, and enriching activities. After school classes for kids, students of any age, and special need kids will be offered to all, in particular to low-income families in Glendale, in our Glendale community. During the year, we're planning to have about 32 classes from each specific class: art, music, dance, theater. That's the minimum that we're trying to have. And there will be about 3 to 5 different classes during the week, and each class will last from an hour to 2-hour period. So the classes will be conducted on weekdays, of course, after school, after 4 p.m., and probably on Saturdays, if needed, around noon. And the exact days and the times will be, of course, decided on the basis of the participant number and etc. We expect to serve annually about 60 unduplicated person with this project, and the classes will be conducted by professional teachers. The teachings will be about singing in a choir, theater workshops, dancing classes, painting, drawing, design, and sewing, artifacts, embroidery, and all things that are related to arts and crafts. We have started this program from September of 2019, but of course on a smaller scale. Our location, as you all know, it's 407 East Colorado Street, Glendale, California, 91205, and which is in the area of low-income boundaries of Glendale. And if the pandemic situation is not solved, as we were hearing during our meeting, we will be continuing our classes via Zoom as we are doing right now. To serve the individuals in the community who have the desire and the need to be involved in such activities, which otherwise will not be able to experience to their difficult financial or family or physical conditions. So the purpose of the project to show the beauty and the importance of the art in general, which is an essential factor needed for a fulfilled life, to teach and spread the very important knowledge of the arts that gives a positive perspective of life. And specifically, we experienced this during this pandemic days. Artists are the survivors, like kind of, to give the participants a chance to explore and reveal their talents, and to give the participants a chance of positive experience and divert them away from daily pressures and robotic life due to technology and non-creative games and entertainment. To give and teach a sense of creativity, collaboration, group work, sharing, helping, and learning from each others, to enhance self-esteem and confidence by working together and showcasing their artistic talents and learning by performance and exhibitions. To give the chance to every individual of different ages to experience and benefit not only from the teachers, but also from this intergenerational opportunity to enhance respect toward all ages and learn from the experience and knowledge of the elderly and vice versa. All activities are hands-on, interactive, and all inclusive. And also during this Zoom time as well, they have their material. They're, of course, actively working, moving, drawing, and everything. And singing, of course. All activities involve learning and performing, which, as I mentioned earlier, and the beneficiaries to be served will be students of all ages, all youth, adult, and persons with disabilities, special needs. The program will be advertised by flyers distributed in several ways in the media, in social media specifically, in our neighborhood, through our schools and the organizations, also with word of mouth and by presentations during visitation to different groups. The participants of this program will be selected according to the criteria of this grant and according to the goals and objectives of the project until the capacity is reached. The project addresses after-school youth program and youth services for all ages, indoor community center, youth center, a Zooming class, a Zoom in case of pandemic, as we mentioned. So starting January 2021, we will be interviewing candidates to conduct the classes and finalize the courses, programs, subjects of instruction, and tentative schedule of our classes that we are offering. And starting February of 2021, we will be spreading the word about the projects to all the members of our community. Starting March of 2021, we will be advertising, marketing with flyers and announcements in the media, social media, the schools, and our members and other institutions. January to June of 2021, we will be coordinate and accomplish with all involved individuals and partners all plans, recruitments of teachers and participants acquire all the necessary supplies and equipment necessary for these classes or sessions. And the official start of beginning of the classes will be July, hopefully July of 2021, and continue up until June of 2022. The classes, minimum 3 to 4 classes, as we said, each class will have 20 to 30 students. Each class will have one instructor and at least one assistant, and the classes will be offered in different subjects. We are already running right now a similar program in the same scale by collaborating with certain organizations like the GUSD, certain school districts, I should say first, like the GUST, Home Minutemen, ARS, and we also coordinate and collaborate with other community organizations in many different ways. Specifically, we are working with Jefferson Elementary School and the Armenian American Aging Council and the Scout organizations. The Glendale Salvation Army, one of our organizations as well, we advertise to them. So together we organize and participate in events, concert, lectures, jubilees, plays, and etc. When the situation will get better, we will get out of the pandemic soon, hopefully. And we will continue our established collaboration and widen our circle by reaching out to other organizations as well that operate in Glendale by informing them about our projects. Once we start our marketing, we will do that as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tufenchen. I'll ask the same question. Maybe I'll take on that role today. I know we obviously know how much you have applied for, but we have a scarcity of funds. So what is the bare minimum at which it would be worth you getting any sort of funding below even potentially the bare minimum that you have stated in your proposal, which is 26,900?
Yes. Yes, that is the bare minimum that we're expecting. Of course, thank you so much, as I said earlier, for your questions, for your times. But that's the bare minimum, the 26,000 that we are expecting funded from the CDBG. And also, if I may just mention earlier in the presentation of Eric, right now, of course, we presented up until end of December, but up until now and by the end of February, I mean, right now, because our classes of February ended, we already spent the 52% of our funding that we got from CDBG. That's the thing, and the minimum, as I mentioned, it's the 26,000 that we're expecting from CDBG fund.
Well, let me just to clarify, ask the question in a different way. If you get less than 26,900, are you saying that you would not be interested in anything less?
No, not at all. Not at all. Of course, we appreciate every single help because we believe that every single dollar will help us. We are already funding 63% of the program, but also, of course, we're not saying that at all.
Okay. Other questions from other committee members?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Avedisian, then Ms. Quinones Gabrielian, and then Mr. Garibian.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I was looking at your all the package, and I noticed that something that I think it's new in your program. How are you going to do? I think it's just not part of your day-to-day business as of services that you give. The case manager, you're asking for a case manager funds for $24,000, or actually $9,000 you're asking for CDBG. However, your scope of work is teaching dance, art, and those kind of programs. How are you? Do you have any experience? Do you have any plans or services that you've already done as a case manager for legal services, immigration, and unemployment? That doesn't really fall with the scope of work that you normally do as an Hamasgain, as an arts related school. After school.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Abidja. It's technically, I mean, bringing together the teachers, as we mentioned in our proposal or the suggestion that we made. It's technically bringing the teachers, looking for the classes, following up with the students, following up with parents, following up with the teachers that they're conducting their classes on time with the right performance that we are expecting. Technically, that's the thing that the case manager is doing.
I'm sorry to interrupt, committee member Avedisian. We actually pinpointed that as a weakness on the strengths and weaknesses analysis, and they did respond in weakness number 5. It basically, the section was mistakenly not edited from the sample that was sent, so they accidentally used case manager, even though that is not part of their program. So please make note of that, committee members, Chair Armenian and all the committee members, that it was considered a weakness, but they did write in their corrective action that it was a mistake and they just didn't edit that part.
I didn't notice that. I looked over, I read over, so that is completely out of their scope.
Right.
Okay.
And it was noted.
Yeah, it's in number 5 in their response letter, Mr. Abidisian.
Okay. I missed it, I guess. One other question. You mentioned also in the paperwork that you're gonna have a few classes, 3 to 5 classes, and you're gonna have each class is gonna be 1 and 2 hour class. How would you be planning or determining how long and how many classes are you gonna have?
Once we finish with the numbers of the students, participants, and the teachers that we're hiring at that time, we will do that clarification.
Let's see. Okay, how do you just a thought? How do you teach dancing or painting?
That's the most challenging. That's the most challenging class. Trust me, the moves are. I mean, it's really hard. That's by Zoom. It was hard. Earlier, it was. I mean, much easier, as you all know. But by Zoom, it's really hard. They're doing it on them. I mean, alone. The dance instructor is, of course, showing the moves, and technically, they're doing the PE, like quote unquote PE, or the dance moves by the Zoom. It's hard. It's really hard. But it's doable. We have classes and parents are happy. Students are happy because they're moving. That's their chance to move, and hopefully, as I said, we get back to normal soon, or not that soon, but hopefully, we're hoping that.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Abidisian?
Just one additional question is just delivering. You mentioned that the students or the parents will get the packages on the art or whatever class that they're going to be in.
Yes.
Do you deliver it to them or they come and pick it up from you?
Sometimes they come and pick it up, of course, different times, one-on-one with cohorts and stuff. And sometimes we deliver that if they can't come. But mostly they're coming and picking it up because it's very close to their house.
Nice. All right, thank you.
Of course.
Ms. Gabrielian. You're on mute.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Tufekjian, thank you so much. We're talking about Zoom and this virtual world, and I've actually seen some nonprofits blossom in this virtual world because they've been able to reach a greater audience instead of the 20 physically present students. And since you're already doing Zoom, have you tried that? I know that it would be beneficial to even a greater number of students and your partners, but also it may position you to just market what you're doing, and perhaps even position you for greater fundraising in the future. So I don't know if you've incorporated that or if you've thought about that. I don't know that this is going away so quickly.
Yeah.
So, you know, you might have another year of that. Is that anywhere in your plans?
So the plan is to stay like this, sustain the numbers that we're having right now. We have more than 60 right now that we're serving, but we were a little bit concerned about keeping that number. That's why we were conservative in the numbers that we suggested for this year. Hopefully, we will get beyond that number, hopefully, and we are thinking of ways of gathering more students, more participants to our program. But in case of, let's say, the art classes are really fine. We can add them up easily. But with case of, let's say, the choir, when there's 4 different sounds and the maestro has to collaborate those sounds and bring them together, it's being a little more challenging. But since the students, when they get the experience, it's going to be easier. Whenever they're experienced, they're used to do it on Zoom, it's easier than that. And hopefully, as you said, one more year, we will survive like this. We will try to make it up until the end, and we are going to make to our outcomes that we addressed in our proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garibian.
Thank you for your services and thank you for coming and answering our questions. So during the COVID, has your participants gone up or down because of COVID? That's my first question.
Okay, technically, it's the same. I mean, more or less, it's the same. 1 or 2 student different, that might be even during normal time as well. So we didn't experience that drop of numbers because we shift into the Zoom classes. I believe that helped us a lot.
That was my question. So because of the Zoom,
exactly,
you get more participants, but once the Zoom goes away, what happened? The reason I'm saying this, I have 2 daughters myself, and they're doing drums on the Zoom. They're doing basketball on the Zoom. They're doing dance on the Zoom. They're doing pretty much everything on the Zoom. Now, how much of it is effective, that's a different story.
Exactly.
But nevertheless, me as a parent, I keep them busy and active versus after school for them to be on social media or on electronics.
Exactly.
Keep them busy. Now, my question is, once COVID goes away, would your Zoom clients will drop because now they can be active in their regular before COVID activities?
We're getting constant questions that when are we coming back in person? When are we coming back in person from our students? So we're hoping we will not lose them. Of course, we will try our best when everything goes to normal to keep our numbers as it was, or even grow our numbers from before.
Thank you so much. That's all my question.
Thank you so much for the question. I hope I can answer. I answered your questions.
Okay. Any further questions?
Actually, yes. I have one more question or
yes.
correction.
Go ahead, Mr.
As you mentioned, I was corrected that the case manager, it's out of the scope of the work that you removed it. So your budget numbers, the budget that CDBG requests, the numbers should change also according to that. But based on the documentation that I have in my hands, it doesn't reflect that the number is changed. The 9,000 requested, it hasn't changed. Have you corrected that?
Let me just look at it. Oh, the number didn't change. The number didn't change of the budget.
So you kept the number, you're asking for the budget, but you're not going to have the physical person to do the job, correct?
No, not that. The duties are different. I mean, if I may just read the corrections that I submitted, Mr. Avedisian. So this section was mistakenly not edited from the sample that was sent to us, but we would like to specify now the duty of the case manager for the intergenerational experience program. The case manager is responsible personnel of the program for public relations with parents and community and teachers as well, in sense of hiring them and following up with their duties and responsibilities, doing the checks of the classes and if they are being conducted on time and with the right performance, following up with advertising and outreach. The case manager is also doing the money management for teachers and the financial management for teachers and funds that are being released by CDBG.
I see.
Okay, Ms. Alexanian, you had your hand up, I think.
Yes, Chair Armenian, just wanted to ask a clarifying question of the agency, unless I missed it in the first response when you one of you asked if the committee is not able to fund you at your minimum, which was the 26,000, you said that you would still be willing to accept funds below that. My question is, will your service change? So will you still be serving the 60 people that you've identified, or will that drastically change if you are to receive less funding?
That's a very good question, actually. Thank you so much for that question. Of course, we will try our best, beyond our best, to serve the numbers that we are anticipating to serve for the next year. I mean, I'm hoping to get more funds, of course, but at this point, I don't have a clear answer to your question. I'm sorry, Ms. Alexanian, but we will try our best. I mean, money is not the only, let's say, the only thing that we're trying to keep. Of course, we will try to find, let's say, probably volunteer people to do this, but in the sense of teaching them, I don't think that would be more efficient, or the efficiency level, we hope we don't lose that, but we will try our best. That's my best answer.
Thank you. I do want to wrap this up, Mr. Garibian. Let's make this the last question, if we could.
Mr. Fengzi, just a quick question. Are you getting other fundings, whether donations, fundraisings, or any other fundings for the program besides CDBG?
Actually, we're looking for donations. We're asking for donations because we have 63% also. We have asked for donations, but still now we didn't get the response yet. But we are looking, of course, we will look for those other ways as well, because we have, as I said, 63% of our program is funded by us. It's challenging times for Hamaskain as well. We will try our best. We tried that, but we didn't get answer, or we didn't get any donation yet.
And do you have budgets already in your accounts, funds allocated or available? So if you don't get the fundings, would the program move forward?
Yes, the program will be going on for now. But if we can't get the funding, I mean, it will be challenging. And
right. Okay, so you have funds to move forward for now, unless you prefer more, and will not stop the program. That's what my question is.
Exactly.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tufenkjian. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's move on to our next panel, if we could, which is the Armenian Cultural Foundation.
Correct. And we do have a representative with us already, Bache Tomasian.
Mr. Tomasian, I see your...
Mr. Tomasian, are you with us? Mr. Tomasian, are you there?
I see his panel.
Correct. Yes. We do have a representative with us already, Bache Tomasian.
Mr. Tomasian, I see your...
Mr. Tomasian, are you with us? Should I move on to the next organization?
Okay. I hear someone on the line.
He's here. I see him now.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Tomasian. Go ahead with your presentation, and then we'll have some questions right after. If we could keep it to 5 minutes, that'd be appreciated.
Excellent. We'll do our best to be succinct. Good morning to the commissioners and to the staff, and thank you for the opportunity for us to present our project. My name is Bache Tomasian, volunteer with the Armenian Cultural Foundation in Glendale. This morning, I'm joined by my volunteer colleague, Pedik Kazanjan, and we're here to talk about our after-school youth enrichment program. This coming year will be year 2 of the program, which began in the fall of last year and aims to provide a safe, clean, positive environment to supplement and magnify education for local at-risk K-8 students with an emphasis on hard and soft skills, providing measurable results in academic areas and social skills and through the arts and mentorship. The no-cost program operates out of the Glendale Youth Center Monday through from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and has a desired outcome in year 2 of providing service for 40 to 60 students. Before moving on with anything else, I do want to take a moment to discuss the outcomes as they were reported in the mid-year performance report. It's my understanding that a mid-year performance report was provided and displayed earlier that gave updates on both our after-school youth enrichment program, which is in process now, and the remote learning program. These are 2 distinct programs that make part of the projects that we have ongoing at the youth center right now. And I want to take the opportunity to explain the outcomes as they're reported in that report. There's 2 key factors that I would like the commissioners to be aware of as to what the rationale and the reason for those numbers as they reported are. First of all, if you take a look at the remote learning program, it indicates 0, and no one wants to see a 0 next to any program that they're operating. The reason why, folks, you see 0 there is because the program started in late January. It was slated to begin after school, after students came back from the winter recess. We had a bit of a hiccup because we had a COVID situation with one of our staff members at GYC. I believe that we handled that situation with the utmost amount of care and responsibility, and we later launched the remote learning program. As will be reported in Q3, and what is going on right now, we are at capacity with the remote learning program. We're at 20 out of 20 slots, and we have a waiting list. However, we have not pulled any additional folks off of the waiting list because COVID regulations require that to be our capacity. With regards to the youth enrichment program, the numbers you see reported in Q2, and again, understanding that the program had started in Q2, indicate 15 students. We're currently at 30 right now, on track to reach 40. Like I said, when we had the COVID situation at the GYC, we shut down for a week. We had the place professionally disinfected and sanitized. And after that, we did some revamped marketing, especially in social media parent groups. And we saw a huge amount of responsiveness in that, and that gave us the big boost with members. So currently our youth enrichment program has 30 members and the remote learning program has 20 members, but I understand that the mid-year reports, the numbers that were presented to you guys indicate differently. I want to focus, number one, with regards to not the elephant in the room, but the biggest factor that's been affecting community organizations as well as all of our lives, and that's the COVID situation. That's one of the things that prompted these programs to become a reality. With the programs and with the experience that we had with a situation at UIC, which was a singular incident. It wasn't like a mass exposure incident.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation? Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Tomasian?
Mr. Tomasian, we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear us?
Mr. Tomasian?
Doesn't seem like you can't hear us.
No, we can't hear you.
Well, while we're waiting for Mr. Tomasian to come back on, just as a kind of a guiding principle, if I could propose, because we have a lot to get through, if I could ask that when we get to Q&A, that each committee member try and keep it to one question so that we can make it through these interviews in a more timely fashion. Thank you. Mr. Tomasian, can you hear us now?
While we're waiting for him to respond, can I ask staff something? Because in their body, I see 40 is the number of people they're going to serve, but the staff report said 50. Which one is correct? It's
Committee member Quinones Gabrielian.
Yes.
Can you please clarify your question again, please? The staff report?
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought I heard Mr. Tomasian.
Hi.
Yeah, he's back. I can ask questions later.
Okay.
I apologize, folks. I have no idea where it cut off or whether you heard anything that I said.
No, we did hear it. We just lost maybe the last minute or so of what you were saying.
Okay, wonderful. So
you were talking about the COVID impact.
Yes. So that leads us to be very mindful and focused and obsessive about cleanliness with the program as it's running. Earlier, like I mentioned, in comparison with the mid-year reports, we asked our program director, literally while Betty and I were sitting here, to send us a photograph of the program as it is right now. This is literally this morning with our remote learning program taking place. That's one of the 2 pods that are actually functioning right now. That's today. So the big fat 0 next to that program is a little bit of a misstatement as it is right now. So going back to issues of cleanliness, dealing with checking temperatures every morning, the use of hand sanitizer and hand washing, cleaning and disinfecting surfaces, at the beginning, at the end of the program, and after any food. Supervisors do that, and we also have professional cleaning regularly. Currently, the after-school youth enrichment program, in addition to the program director and assistant program director, who serve both of our remote learning and after-school youth enrichment programs, we have 2 tutors that serve 30 students on our way to reaching the goal number of 40. Now we aim to utilize the lessons learned in year 1, our community partnerships, and grow this program for year 2. In our proposal, we've identified an outcome of 40 students. However, that number can grow to 60 if we increase the number of students within each one of the pods. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I got paranoia with sound now. So we are currently, here I want to pause and be respectful of all of the other projects. I know that you guys have a lot of incredible community organizations that are presenting very worthy work, and you have the difficult task of fitting that with a limited budget. We're asking for 45% of our total budget to run this program in year 2. That's $46,000. The remaining 55 plus will come from private donations and fundraising. On the flip side of that, this is one of the worst times for private fundraising for community organizations, just because we can't get people together, we can't do social activities, etc. However, we want to be continued stakeholders with skin in the game to make these projects a reality. In the event that we have to trim down that budget, we want to see the program continue regardless. It would likely lead to a scaled down version of the program. Here, I just want to end with sharing what you folks already know as parents, as community members, as leaders within the city and within community organizations and nonprofits. Children have lost more than a year of in-class learning. And that's not only negatively impacted their academic lives, it's negatively impacted their social skills, psychological, and educational growth. And we believe programs like this one help to mitigate the negative consequences that kids of that age group are facing, especially when we're targeting at-risk, lower-income folks, dual language community folks, dual cultural background folks. And I'll pause there. And we can go with any questions. I hope that the audio was good.
Yes, we could hear you. Thank you. I'll just start out with the quick question I'm asking everyone, which is, what is your bare minimum where it is worth you going through the paperwork, and reporting requirements for CDBG, because we are very much stretched on the number of proposals and the limitations on funds.
During year 1, the commission approved a little bit shy of $30,000 for this program. In addition to that, we did have the second portion of the program, which was the remote learning portion, which received another 45, putting the total budget at a little bit shy of $75,000. And there's a lot of shared expenses between those two. To answer your question specifically in terms of...
We lost you, Mr. Tomasian. Mr. Tomasian, we can't hear you. Can you hear us? I want to make sure you all can hear me. Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, sometimes you never know whose side the problem is on. No.
Is it me or
okay,
is it
you're back now. You're back. You're back. Go. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, no, we lost you there for a while. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Did you hear my answer?
No, you started the answer of the combined program, but then like the combined 75,000, but it cut off after that.
If this is a technical issue on my side, I truly do apologize.
Can you hear us?
What I was saying was, during year 1, we received a little bit shy of $30,000 to help operate year 1 of the program. I would be...
We lost you again. Can you hear us?
Hold on. No good.
Can you hear us, Mr. Tomasian?
Maybe you can just.
Maybe you can just dial in.
Yeah, you can just call us. Yeah, you can just call us.
On the number I stated, I don't have it in front of me right now. Can you repeat the number, Iris, the call-in number, maybe?
I will provide a number that you can call via WebEx. I'm going to look it up. Oh, actually, we can't provide that number on air.
818-937-8100.
818.
I suppose that's fine.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Avedisian?
937-8100.
It's on the TV.
Yes.
Broadcast.
Yeah, not everyone is watching it, maybe.
No, I said we can't broadcast it. I said it's on TV.
No, she was referring to a different number.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So, Mr. Tomasian, if you can call 818-937-8100, and we can just handle it by audio. Hopefully that will work.
In the meantime, to answer Chair Armenian, to answer Committee Member Gabrielian's question, that is a typo on the staff analysis. The number should be 40, not 50. And Chair Armenian, since you seem to be asking that question about the dollar amount, would you mind also asking them for the service too? If the amount if that would impact the number of people served? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think he did say that he would they would have to limit the number served. But I'll ask it again.
Just FYI to staff under this report, I don't have the social report under it. It's only for the
capital. Yeah, I had the same thing. Their ACF social program packet, the cover memo that goes with each one was a duplicate of the capital project, not the social project, in terms of your analysis of strengths and weaknesses. So maybe you can, in the meantime, email that out to the committee members.
Hello?
Mr. Tomasian, are you back with us on audio?
Via phone, yes.
Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, I apologize. I've never had any problems connecting here.
No problem. Totally understood. The question was in terms of the bare minimum. You were talking about the combination of the two programs being at 75, and I'll add to that question by asking if you got, so what is the bare minimum that it would be even worth you applying for funds? And then the second part of that being with more limited funds, how would that affect your program?
So to answer the first part of the question, like I was saying, we received funding for a two-portion program, the youth enrichment program and the remote learning program. We're anticipating as a society that, school is going to reopen. The remote learning program is not going to be needed anymore. So our emphasis is on the after-school program. During year one, we received a little bit shy of $30,000 from CDBG funding in order to help us get that program off the ground. To answer your question very specifically, I don't think that we would be able to properly operate if our funding dipped below that. Our request this year is for $46,000, which is a bump up, with the understanding that we would be aiming to serve more students. There is a decline in capacity if we have to limit the budget, and then something below that is shutting down the program just because we can't afford that. So no one wants to see that happen. We want to be somewhere in the still functional but growing phase. And
so repeat what that amount is. Is it the 46?
So the bare minimum that we received in order to get year one off the ground was $29,621.
Got it. Okay. Other committee members, questions? And like I said, if we could limit it to one question each, that'd be great.
And I'm sorry for the technical difficulties.
No worries. Mr. Garipian.
Mr. Thomas already answered the question, so there's a minimum there for be able to move forward. You said 29,000. I didn't hear the dollar amount. How much was that the dollar amount?
621, 29,621.
Okay, and next question was, again, you mentioned it, but it wasn't clear for me. So if the schools open up, kids back to school, how much would you drop and how would you, I mean, are they coming mainly because there's no school, they need your help more? Would they be needing it? And that's within a couple of months, hopefully, or by next, I would say, fall, school back to school. What happens to your programs?
That's a great question. This is a supplement to school. So the after-school youth enrichment program is outside of and in addition to kids actually doing in-person education. We actually also have another phase of the after-school program, which we hope to grow into by summertime, which is like a summer program at GYC. So this is in addition to and supplementing in-person education, which the kids hopefully will return to very soon.
Thank you.
Other committee members? Okay.
I'm good. No
problem. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tomasian and Mr. Kazanjian. Don't worry about the technical difficulties. It's called Murphy's Law. It will only happen when in the most crucial moments we all go through that. So appreciate you appearing before us today.
I'm going to go to Amazon and order a new webcam right now. Thank you for your time and patience. Have a great day.
Thank you for all your work. Appreciate it. Okay. We'll now move on to the next panel. Yes,
the next organization is Armenian Engineers and Scientists of America.
Who do we have on from AESA?
We should have Hasmik, Sona, Arin, and Ace. If you can begin your presentation when you're ready.
Who would like to lead the presentation? Can you hear Ace or Hasmik?
Yeah, I hear you. Hasmik will be presenting.
Okay, go ahead, Hasmik. Can you hear us, Hasmik?
Oh.
It seems like she's not there, Ace. The video's on, but there's no one in front of the camera. So maybe you could get started.
Yeah, I'd be happy to present. Okay, so we had a slide deck put together. I don't know if we're allowed to share, but we can just go through it without it. So we're the AESA, Armenian Engineers Scientists of America. We're presenting what's called a STEM Academy. ASA has been around for since 1983. We're a 501c3. Basically, we have a bunch of different community or programs and projects going on locally and globally, but we wanted to present to the CDBG a very specific program, very dear to our hearts. It's called the STEM Academy. The STEM Academy has a lot of these after-school programs that we're presenting and we're conducting. Different subjects in different fields, from biology to chemistry. Today we're proposing what's called the Science Olympiad and the Robotics program. The Science Olympiad is basically a very big glorified science fair, and the Robotics program is basically a STEM-related program for the youth. The reason we wanted to propose this for youth services was that we noticed that there's a lack of these after-school supplemental programs for youth, especially for the target demographic we're trying to address. And so we wanted to create something to help the STEM community and STEM education. We're working on a few other projects with the city, the Economic Development Department, and we noticed that their goal was to create some sort of tech hub within Glendale. And we thought, well, it makes perfect sense if we worked with the youth, kind of get them interested and excited about STEM, so then they can come back and contribute to the community with STEM-related jobs and fields, etc. So again, we're targeting middle through high school students from low to moderate income. trying to create that STEM through the STEM programming. So a little bit about the two programs. So the first was robotics. Robotics will be 6th through 12th grade. It'll be an 8-week program. There'll be 20 students per cohort with 3 separate cohorts. So that's a total of 60 unduplicated students throughout the term of this program. As for Science Olympiad, also 6th through 12th graders, it will include one-on-one mentorship until the day of the actual science fair, which we hold annually around March. There'll be some workshops for parents, workshops for students, just so we can kind of guide them to prepare for the science fair. You know, we want to make sure they have the resources and stuff. There'll be additional support for going into the LA County Science Fair and perhaps even further to the state. And that is expected to have 50 unduplicated students. So the outcomes for the robotics is we're expecting to have about total of the unduplicated students, 42 of them to complete the program. Knowing that there'll be a lot of these low to moderate income students, and there may be issues with attendance, but we're hoping to get at least 42 students, which is about 70%, to complete the program. And we're hoping for an additional 15% to have further interest to engage and to continue robotics and attend other separate robotics programs and so on and so forth. And there'll be a certificate of completion once they're done. The Science Olympiad, we're expecting to have at least 20 students to come from low to moderate income target areas, 20 students, which is about 40%, and everyone typically gets a participation award, and the winners, the top 3 winners, get medals. So it's like almost like an actual Olympiad, right? For the budget, we're asking for to help us pay for the personnel. This is the robotics instructors. We'll have 5 robotics instructors to teach this cohort. The request is about $5,100. For operations, we're asking for $11,400. That'll be going toward the course material supplies, some robotic materials, and assuming things open up, rent as well, and space. Typically, when we have these workshops, when we have the Giant Science Olympiad, you know, we have like hundreds and hundreds of students coming, there are parents coming. We just need the space to help facilitate that. So total request from the CDBG with respect is $16,500. To address concerns about funding, you know, that is about 59% of the total program cost. So we're only asking you to meet about 60%. We can go a little lower because I know there'll be a question of what's the minimum we can do. If we take out rent and space, assuming the next year nothing changes with the whole COVID thing, that takes out rent and space, which is about $2,800 was what we asked the CDBG to cover. We all obviously are going to cover a different percentage. So, you know, about that would go down to about 13,900, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the 13,700, sorry, in terms of the request. Can we go even lower than that? Sure, but then we'll have to reduce the number of staff, the number of students we're addressing, and you know, trying to get into the whole STEM program and the whole, you know, the STEM wagon, if that makes sense. There's a concern about location, which I remember from the committee. In terms of location, we have an academy we're partnering with. It's called the Rebay Academy. It's about 1.2 miles south of the southern border of where that geographic region is of Glendale, of the target area. So it's not that far. If that's not possible, we have we work with this new center called Hero House in Glendale. They have a nice little center in the heart of Glendale where we can potentially use that space for the Science Olympiad and so on and so forth. The goal was really to try to bring this to the schools and potentially even conduct these programs to the schools. But depending on the limitations and depending on COVID, depending on how much room the schools allow us to have, and by schools I mean Glendale Unified School District schools, we could potentially hold these robotic classes there. It's just, you know, in case they don't have the equipment, they don't have the facility or infrastructure, we have it at some of these other locations. And there's always liability issues as well, so we want to make sure that's taken care of or addressed. So that's pretty much the end of the presentation. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, it's open.
Yeah, and just to just follow up on the minimum. So you are willing to go lower than that and still stay, apply for CDBG funds, because we're going to be potentially going lower. I just want to make sure that I know that there's paperwork involved, and sometimes it gets to a point where some organizations, it's not worth the effort. So I'm not saying we don't want new applicants, so we do appreciate that you applied. We just want to make sure that we've got a good sense of your limitations as well.
Right. Yeah. So just to clarify again, if we go lower than the minimum amount we said in the proposal, it would just mean we just can't service as many students. And so as long as you don't hold us accountable to the outcomes that we came up with, it should be fine.
So you would just scale back the number of participants.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And is this my quick question is, I wasn't able to decipher how much of this work is already existing versus something you're proposing brand new?
Yeah, great question. So this Science Olympiad has been around since I have actually the Science Olympiad program manager here. I believe she says 2001. So it's been around for a while, and we've been doing this year after year. The goal is now to open up to the low moderate income youth of the target geographic area, so that we can potentially present this to them as well. The robotics class has been around since 2018. Again, the goal is to open this up to more youth and to expand. And hopefully, as I mentioned, the STEM Academy has multiple different departments. We can potentially open up different types of things other than just robotics. It could be, biology, chemistry, etc.
Questions from other committee members? Mr. Garigan.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. It's great. Are you charging any of your students at all?
Nope, not a penny.
No.
Yeah.
Next question: how do you pick them, or how do they get picked? Where do they apply? What is the requirements for the student to be to join?
Yeah. So to meet the CDBG requirements, we have a specific form where we'll ask for their income levels and things like that, and their interest level. We'll vet them, and just to make sure we target a good percentage for the low moderate income students, we're going to be advertising to the school. So the way we typically get these students for the last decade or so, the way we've been doing is we work with the community, right? We reach out to the schools, we reach out to the teachers. They surprisingly are very enthused and excited to participate and have their students participate in this kind of thing. So they typically, through word of mouth, they encourage their kids to participate. There's a sign-up form. Sona, who's the Science Olympiad program manager, she's here. If she would like to say a couple words of how how the students sign on, I'll let her say a few words.
Before Sona continues, let me go detail in the question so I don't have to re-ask it. If you have more than 60 kids or so, how do you pick which one? The lowest income, the best? I mean, because you have a wide range of kids applying.
Yeah, to answer that question, that's what we discussed before too. It'll be based on the level of interest they have, because we want to kind of increase their skills beyond what they have. And if the student is not showing any enthusiasm as much as the next student is, then we want to give that opportunity to the person who's more enthusiastic and who will complete the academy or the Science Olympiad projects that he's planning to do, rather to the one who's doing the bare minimum.
So there's a screening time and a test, or you can tell by just an application? I mean, how do you know they're interested by having a
if we have more than 60 students applying, then we may have like an interview process to ask the student and engage and see how enthusiastic they are.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
And to help add on to it, obviously we've had hundreds of students participate, and we're more than willing to have them come. It's just CDBG funds will not be used for them. We'll just have to use our own funds and determine if there's room for them, if that makes sense.
Good. Thank you.
Other committee members? Mr. Avedisian?
You, good morning and welcome. You mentioned that you normally work with the schools recruiting students. Now that with the COVID, the schools are pretty much closed and everything is online, how do you recruit now? How do you plan to get into more of the students on the census?
Yeah, so if I understood, if I understood the question, you're asking how are we going to recruit students with COVID involved and everything's online. We actually have a science Olympiad happening this March online, if I'm not mistaken. Sona can address. But we will. But the way we're doing that one, and the way we hope to duplicate that with, obviously the help of CDBG and your funds to address, is to work with the GUSD schools, the administration, the teachers. They are the ones who will reach out to their students. They potentially know who would be a good fit for this program, and they usually give us references and say, oh, this student is a good student, and they encourage their students to participate, and so they end up participating. We have flyers, e-flyers already made. I believe we submitted in the proposal. I can't remember. So you can kind of see what those flyers look like. Obviously, that was for the time of COVID, but we know that that this could be, that would be the avenue we would reach out to everybody.
Is there a way I can add to this?
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I really apologize. My phone died right before the presentation. I had to switch my phone. When we started the robotics classes, we tried to. We had a nice presentation with pictures, but this is this classroom that we had to do, and we kind of spaced out the tables and try to not let students share the Legos. So they have been doing it individually. And I also have picture for the current robotics competition team. They're working right here, right now.
Thank you.
Because we could not, because there is a deadline for the competition, we could not really completely. It's a group of 4 students, and I have another space where we put the students. So we try to conduct them like this. It's the space in Rebay Academy, and this is the space. I don't know if you could see it clearly.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, this is the robotics competition team. Students who attend the classes, they have a chance to participate in the future competition groups. And we get different fundings. This time is the funding from Navy to support this competition team and the Lego that we purchased. So the more funding we have, the more students we will be able to train and get them closer to STEM.
And what you're showing is at the Rebay Academy?
Yes, this is the space in the Rebay Academy and the classes. Unfortunately, I have lots of pictures to share through the slides, but this is what I have in my phone that's currently going on. And a group of 4 students currently preparing for the robotics competition, working on the program, and they're doing some engineering on how to build a robot. And I also have another student that's currently mentoring for a science Olympiad. So we have one-on-one mentoring with high-skilled engineers and scientists. And through them, they can also prepare in the future LA or state science fairs. We mentor them and prepare them for them to be more successful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those. Any other questions from others? If not, last question I had was, I assume that these programs would be open to all youth, regardless of ethnic or racial background, and that's kind of how you market it, seeking a diverse audience?
Yes, currently we are working also Glendale School Unified District to get the word out, and through them maybe we were able more to reach to the low-income students.
Yes, the target is not only Armenian students, it's everyone in Glendale community.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Chair Armenian, I do have one clarifying question, or maybe I misunderstood, but I just wanted to address to the agency that in the presentation, I heard you say that you will be serving 20% low income. Did I misunderstand? I know in the proposal you are suggesting that you're going to serve 110 students between the two programs that you're offering, 60 in one and 50 in the other. But just wanted to clarify that, did you mean that of those 110, only 20% of those children will be low income, or maybe I misunderstood?
Yeah, that was at minimum to meet the requirements of the CDBG grant, right? A certain amount needed to be toward. And so we just used that number as a benchmark. Obviously, we will advertise to all, and whoever comes, comes. But that was the number we used because of the requirements from the CDBG.
The CDBG requirements are actually 60%, which is why I was asking the clarifying question, that at least 60% of the population served has to be low income.
Correct.
Yeah,
then that would.
right. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. It's 60%.
Okay, so it is 60% you're planning to serve. Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions, thank you very much for all three of you for presenting and for applying and deliberating later today. Thank you for your patience as we are a little bit behind schedule.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, Iris. Shall we plow on?
That is the Armenian Relief Society of Western USA, Inc. And we should have Talar Intablian and Rusana McCurchin with us.
Chairman Armenian, I need at least a 2-minute break.
Okay.
May I?
I don't think you need to tell us why. We'll take, let's go ahead and do it. Literally, let's keep it to 2 minutes if we can, though. Apologies for the ARS. If you could just hold on, we've been going for many hours here. So let's take a 2-minute quick break and then come back at 12:18 if we can. Thank you.
Sure. Chair Armenian, members of the committee, we are back on the air.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Antablian. Do you want to start, or is it Ms. McCurchin?
I'll be starting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Talar Antablian, and I serve as the Director of Operations of the Armenian Relief Society Social Services. And I'm joined also with our Financial Controller, Rusana McCurchin, today.
Hello.
Our agency is requesting CDBG funding in the amount of $108,392.
We can't hear you. You cut off, Talar. Talar, your audio. Talar, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Talar?
Can you?
We can't hear you. Okay, you're cutting in and out. Your audio is cutting in and out.
Okay, should I call the line I was provided with?
You can. We're hearing you now, though, if you want to try it one more time.
Okay, I'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, then I'll call in the line I was provided with.
Sounds good.
Our agency is requesting funding in the amount of $108,392 for the coming fiscal year for our community outreach program, which is targeted at servicing low to moderate income residents in Glendale, many of whom are senior citizens and disabled adults with limited English language proficiency. Our funding request for the new fiscal year would be to provide ESL classes for 100 senior citizens to develop their English language proficiency, job search assistance, referrals, and employment placement for 120 clients to either help regain or gain employment, as well as services for the disabled for 90 clients. And these would be public services in the form of case management, linkages with public benefits, assistance with housing issues, and more. Alongside these services, we intend to continue the provision of our general services, general social services, which are aimed at benefiting low-income Glendale residents. We have seen a drastic increase in the demand for services, especially as a result of the ongoing pandemic and the challenges that it's presented to the most vulnerable in our communities. Our program meets the program priorities in the areas of senior services, employment services, services for disabled, and ESL. And we continue our close collaboration with various organizations and hold partnerships within our local community as well. During this program year that we're currently in, I'm proud to say that our organization's efforts were able to be maximized as a result of additional CDBG funding that we had received, which was to serve COVID-impacted individuals and families directly through added employment and food pantry services that we've been delivering. The funding amount that our agency has requested for 2021-2022 will allow us to maintain one full-time and one part-time case manager who will be dedicated to the direct service delivery of our clients. As of this month in the current program year, I'm proud to report that we've met and close to exceeded about 75% of our program outcomes for the fiscal year already. Fortunately, I'd like to also add that our services have remained unaffected by the pandemic and that we're still able to effectively deliver them, of course, by maintaining the proper health and safety precautions in place. We continue to serve a diverse population here at the Armenian Relief Society, and our primary goal remains to help our community stay self-sufficient and productive members of our society. Thank you all, and we look forward to consideration of our funding request for the coming fiscal year.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Questions from committee members? Mr. Garibian.
Hi, Tyler. Thank you so much for the presentation. And like always, I want to thank you guys for your services that you guys do for the community. It's great. Just to clarify publicly, the ratio calculation that we saw earlier before the interview started, it had put you guys in a negative, but we saw that in a weakness correction that I saw that your accountant, Mr. Hill, has corrected that ratio because it wasn't done properly, I assume, in the back end of the accounting firm. So just to clarify in there, so the ratio that we're looking at it earlier, it's different than what the correction is in our booklets. Am I correct, Maggie, with this?
Can you clarify which one?
The cash receivable ratio calculation on the worksheet that we had earlier that we're looking at it.
Yes.
So when Eric presented it, was it Eric actually presented it? So that number is changed due to correction, that there was an error from the accounting firm. Is that correct?
That is correct. The summary report that you were given is the correct number, and it's submitted with the weaknesses when they made the correction, so that you are correct.
Yeah, because earlier in the discussion to use that for our decision making, we want to make sure that is wrong and this is correct. Okay, I think I jumped the gun. It's about our chair's question for minimum funding required. How much you would need minimum to be able to continue. As you noticed, this year we're about almost 100% more funds requested from agencies then we have money more than 100%. So what is the minimum that you would need? We know your organization that you move forward no matter what, but we just want to know what is the minimum that in lieu of paperwork, I assume, that you'll take.
In our proposal, we indicated that in order to provide the services as we've presented them in this proposal, it would be approximately 94,000, and our organization would help leverage the remaining resources needed. I understand, the predicament that is found with the CDBG funding that is available, though, and any lower funding that is received, we would make adjustments to our staff and services accordingly.
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you.
Any further questions from other committee members? My only question, since Mr. Garibian asked the financial minimum question, is I know you were describing how you continued services in light of COVID, but if that situation were to continue, what is the greatest pain point that you're experiencing organizationally to continue serving constituents?
The greatest what? Could you repeat that part of
the greatest pain point that you're experiencing as a result of the COVID situation in terms of it affecting your ability to serve or run any of your programs? Have any of your programs have had to be shut down, or that you typically do?
Oh, okay. No, unfortunately not. We've been able to adapt both by the staff that's in the office and the services that we're able to deliver to the clients. We haven't had any programs shut down, and on the contrary, actually, we've had programs added through additional grant funding we've also applied for to focus specifically on the pandemic as well. I would say it's the opposite for our own agency, at least. We've seen an advancement in the ability to deliver services. We're very careful in terms of, the health and safety, the precautions, the screenings that we take here. But no, there have been no adverse effects, fortunately, as of now to our agency.
Okay. And then I assume, given the economic conditions, that perhaps the demands on your services have increased, or is that safe to assume?
Yes, they have definitely increased. We're already consistently receive a high demand of services, but the pandemic has taken a toll on the communities that we serve. And so we're definitely seeing an even higher demand, which is why we're trying to do our best to maximize what we can. This funding amount we've requested and to be able to keep an additional staff member on the program will help us meet these additional clients that we've been seeing consistently.
Okay, Mr. Garibian, you got
I'm so sorry, I had one other question I forgot. I know because of COVID, your offices are closed and you're remotely acting, but that's what was my question is, how do you service the walk-ins due to that? How does that work?
Our office has never closed. We remain open 8 to 5. What we've decided to do is alternate staff in the office and do a remote schedule as well. So we keep staff at a minimum on site in the office, but we are open Monday through Friday. In terms of the direct service delivery to clients, we are doing that on an appointment basis only. We have closed our doors, so we will allow clients to come in, maintain that physical distancing to deliver services, but only through appointments. Our office has very heavy foot traffic if we open our doors. And so we wanted to be very mindful of the safety of our older clients. And that's why we thought the in-person appointment only would be the best way. But yes, we remain open Monday through Friday, regular business hours with staff in the office.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Rosanna and Paula. Appreciate you. Appreciate your patience as we're a little bit behind schedule.
Thank you. Good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can move on to the next panel.
The next agency is Ascensia, and with us we have Kiara Payne and Meredith Fleischer. You may begin your presentation when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been watching along on the other side, so I hope I don't go out. If not, I know what to do to get back connected. I'll just call on the phone. But good afternoon. My name is Kiara Payne. I am the Director of Programs for Ascensia. And I have with me my colleague, Meredith Fletcher, who is also our grants manager. And we have submitted a CDBG request originally for $37,321. We did rescind a new, in a response, we sent another budget to reduce it down to $10,000. Which will help us sustain our homeless outreach program by funding, I believe, 14% of a full-time equivalent mental health outreach case manager. And just to give you a little background on what our homeless outreach program does is that as being the what is my thought process? Sorry. Being the lead agency for Glendale and servicing homeless individuals, we canvass the entire city as well as sometimes the outside adjoining and adjacent geographical areas for homeless individuals and try to connect them to services within our own access center. We are proposing with the $10,000 to touch and serve 60 unduplicated individuals and connect 65% of those to our access center to begin case management plans and housing plans so that they can be placed into some type of temporary and eventually permanent housing placement. Just to give you a little more background, as we did not receive any funding from CDBG in the last fiscal year, that did not stop our program from continuing, which was very vital into helping the city as well as homeless individuals around the area remain safe and still connect to services during a pandemic. We partnered with the city as far in addition to the Project Room Key site that we had in project at the Vagabond, as well as partnered with the ARC in delivering lunches to those who remained unsheltered during the COVID time from March up until about January this 2021. What else did I want to say? I did want to point out just quickly before I end my presentation that there was a client that we recently made contact with in the previous year that we did receive CDBG funding that was referred to the Project Vagabond Hotel Project Room Key site, who was successfully placed into permanent housing upon her completion from Project Room Key in November of 2020. She is now a client in our COC program and will continue to work with her to maintain housing stability and provide her with all the other services and access to resources in order for her to remain housed. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll ask the question we're asking everyone, which I know you have said that your bare minimum is 37,000, but we have even more limited funds than we've ever had historically, and the highest number of applicants. So what is the minimum amount that this is still worth your time in terms of receiving funds and all the reporting requirements that come with it?
For us, any amount of funds that we can receive from the CDBG division would help us continue to move the program forward. Obviously, we will still look for other options to fill the gap, such as private donations, private funds, or even other city funds on the homeless services side. However, we will have to reduce the number of clients that we will be able to serve through the CDBG program in relation to the amount of funds that we receive.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just to clarify, Chair Armenian, I believe they've submitted a revised budget, so they're actually only asking for 10,000 now. So based on that, what is the minimum that you would need to continue to provide and operate the program, knowing that it might lead to reduced number of people you can serve?
I would still say the 10,000, but as I just previously stated, that whatever amount we do receive, we will just what is the word? Alternate the number of clients that we will be able to serve. So I know in the years previous we have received 25,000 from CDBG before, and we have experienced reduction in the amounts that we have received over the years. And we haven't stopped the program. We've just been looking for other avenues to continue to feed the gap in order to move the program continuously, but also reduce the number of clients that we have served through the CDBG program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Other questions? Mr. Garibian?
Hi. Thank you for the presentation. Great job. Just a quick question. I know you guys had that volunteers would come into the kitchen. I've seen it firsthand. And they would cook the meals and all that. Is that still going due to COVID? Or you still have that happening, or is that stopped for a while? And how, if it stopped, what's the replacement? How do you guys help them out?
So back in March 2020, we did shut down our access center and our emergency shelter to kind of get a baseline of where the shelter was as far as COVID virus. That included us having to do a service delivery modification for feeding our shelter clients, in which we launched what we now call the guest chef program. However, instead of being able to come in and cook the meals, we are asking our donors, our volunteers, to either purchase food and deliver it to our door. At that point, our resident associates or our interns, our case managers during the day, take the food from that volunteer or whoever donates for that mealtime, and we serve it as if they were the guest chef for that time. We are still currently in that operations right now. And we're having talks within our management team about when do we think it will be safe to invite volunteers back into the shelter. It's a very sticky situation that changes second by second, but we don't see that opening back anytime soon.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions from any other committee members? Mr. Vazarian.
Last year, you didn't get funding from CDBG. Did it change anything of your performance to your clients? Anything less what you were supposed to do?
No, it didn't. Actually, the funding that we did not receive from CDBG was replaced with the Emergency Solutions Grant Coronavirus Phase 1 funding. And so we were able to continue the program at the same level of the 10,000 amount that we were originally awarded. No, we didn't do any much service delivery modifications because outreach is very vital in order to us connecting homeless individuals to services. We just provided more PPE to our outreach caseworkers in order to remain safe, but we still met the goals of reaching 60 clients, and those clients were actually referred to our hotel programs first, from the streets into hotel programs as a temporary housing option.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience. Okay, next panel, please.
Next is Boy Scouts of America Verdugo Hills Council, and with us is Peter Simpson and Andrew Sisolak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for allowing me to join you all today and present on our application. My name is Andrew Sisolak. I'm the Chief Executive Officer / Scout Executive for the Verdugo Hills Council. And also today we have Peter Simpson, who's an Associate Scouting Professional with us as well.
Hello.
Thanks, Pete. Hi. I want to start with just a couple background points, just to make sure that we as an organization are being transparent with the committee. You may or may not be aware that the National Boy Scouting Organization is currently in Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings. I wanted to share that that bankruptcy does not extend to our local council. We are a separate and independent corporation with our own assets, and so we are not subject to that bankruptcy proceeding, nor does it nor does it threaten us financially at this time. Additionally, you may or may not be aware that we recently sold our office building located in Glendale after being in residence for approximately 70 plus years. We're in the process of determining needed space and also re-envisioning what our presence will be in the local community. We do plan to maintain office space in Glendale and services, of course, as we have for the last 100 years. But again, just in the interest of being transparent and in case you had heard something anecdotally, we wanted to share those facts up front. It's worth noting that in 2015, Tufts University conducted a study related to outreach after-school Cub Scout programming and found verifiable data that our programming can engender hopefulness, cheerfulness, and increase future expectations in at-risk youth, specifically in populations of youth that are struggling socioeconomically and are looking for opportunities to advance themselves and their families in the community. When we came up with our program proposal, we were very much focused on the idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how we as an organization can serve those most at risk within our community. We took a targeted approach based on socioeconomics, and you'll note in our proposal, we targeted one particular school site based on the number of free and reduced lunch students present at the school, which we feel will help us ensure that our targeted audience is specific to the city of Glendale, but also that socioeconomically we're making an impact as needed under the terms of the grant. We'll work in collaboration with the school site principal, Ms. Rosa Alonso, and so she has voiced her support for the introduction of our after-school program, and also the Glendale Kiwanis Club, who will act as a sponsor of our Cub Scouting unit that would meet under the terms of the grant. We've also provided a letter of support from the GUSD school district president, who's on board with the benefits of scouting and what they afford local students in the community. You'll note that our original proposal was for $28,125. Upon review and feedback, we've actually reduced our request amount to $14,825. We propose to provide additional leverage by removing staff-related costs from our grant proposal. We'll instead use existing staff and/or volunteer support resources to provide leadership and program support for the program. And so instead, we focused on those materials and things that would provide the most direct benefit to the youth or children who are citizens of the municipality in the form of uniforming, program supplies, and then you'll note it's called camperships, but basically scholarships for different programs. So weekend activities, field trips, day camps, overnight camping experiences, and those kinds of things. Cub Scouting is fundamentally about family engagement, so working in partnership with parents as well as the youth. It's not a drop-off program, so to speak. We want to build that relationship between parents and their children. And the aims of the program are really citizenship training in the form of awareness and education as it relates to what a citizen's obligations are to the community, and also providing and engendering a sense of service to each participant. A focus on character development through the Scout Oath and Scout Law, their values, and then providing for emotional, mental, and physical fitness to ensure that our children are resilient and have the ability to overcome challenging circumstances, which certainly 2020 has been a lesson in that for all of us. And so I can get into more details, but instead I'd prefer to open it up for questions at this time.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Even with your reduced request, is there a certain threshold where below that it's not effective to ask for funds? And we're asking that of everyone today because we have so many requests this year.
Certainly appreciate the need is great. So I think we would continue to target the same number of youth. What we would likely do is we could reduce, I hate to say reduce the quality, but reduce the quality of the program we offer. So we could probably reduce by an additional $2,500, and that would cut out some of our weekend or camping opportunities for those youth.
Okay. And is there, I didn't catch that news. Why did you sell your building?
So the building itself is 70 years old. So we had some infrastructure challenges. Also, the space was larger than we had a need for related to office housing. So we're hoping to kind of re-envision the space as we've moved from a analog world to a digital world. Some of just the physical space of the building wasn't in keeping with today's modern needs.
Great, thank you. Other questions from other committee members?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Adesian.
Good morning, Andrew and Mr. Pete. Based on the performance report that you've looked at this morning, and based on the numbers that you have served, or you wanted to, you planned to serve last year, or this current year, we asked for 100. We were going to be serving. We were planning to serve 100 students for 100 scouts, but you only served about 21 students. And how do you plan that this coming year with this new program will be able to continue serving or adding on more students to a program? Besides the the COVID and the schools are not fully active, so reach out to them is hard.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and thank you for bringing it up. Pete, I'll give you an opportunity to comment if we have any more updates related to numbers served, because I know we just submitted an updated report package related to last year's grant. Certainly if we find ourselves in a virtual space or continuing to be in a virtual space, we have found success in operating virtual programming. It is more challenging for younger youth, especially elementary school aged youth, as I'm sure if any of you are parents or grandparents can attest to. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and so if she's in school, I'm in school with her, and we're gluing and cutting paper and putting glitter on things together, just from a focus and attention standpoint. But we have the means, and we've delivered program that way all throughout 2020. So I don't anticipate we would have an issue serving that additional number of youth at that site location, especially with the blessing of the principal, and her wanting to be engaged in helping us recruit and identify youth, and then also with the support of the Kiwanis Club as well in the form of volunteer resources.
So to address the question about this year's CDBG funding, we are, if you look at it just based on time and the amount of youth that we're serving, we're behind getting that halfway point of those 50 youth. But a lot of our programs happen at specific times in the year. And right now we're getting ready to re-register all of our youth, and we're trying to help pay a lot of the youth's way for 2021. So right now we're targeting some specific groups in Glendale that will help us serve a lot more youth and grow that number quicker than it did in the first 6 months of our program here, which is what we've reported on so far. So I know we already have about 6 youth that I have to add up onto that quarterly report. And we're working with the Glendale RROT chapter of the Home and to add even more to that number quickly here. So I suspect that our report in April will show that we're serving more youth than that. And also this new program that we've proposed is a lot more targeted to a specific group that we think it will be a lot easier for us to project our reach, what our reach is going to be. Whereas there were a lot of unknowns for how we were going to serve youth in 2020 when we revised our goals based on COVID-19.
Other questions from other committee members? Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation and your patience as we work through our agenda today. Appreciate you applying.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and attention.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are now at 12:53. I just wanted to poll the committee and staff. We were set to go on break at 1. We are 4 interviews behind in terms of where we should be based on the original schedule. So wanted to ask at what point, 2 questions. At what point do you want to take a break, and can we shorten the break to 30 minutes for lunch so we can catch up a little bit? Any thoughts?
I think if we stopped on an agency, why don't we stop now? It's almost 1, and then we can go for the 30 minutes.
Yeah, yes. Go ahead, Teresa.
Chair Armenian, I'm not sure how long of a lunch break you want to take, but I do want to say that we will have to stop the meeting at some point because City Council is having a special meeting, so GTV6 has to switch over. So if you want to take a later break so that it aligns with that break so that you don't have to take another one, I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about a break. I was talking about lunch because it's
right, lunch break.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if you're taking a full lunch break or if you want to come back in 30 minutes, because if you come back in 30 minutes, you'll have to break again because that swap over is going to be around 2 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, I was suggesting that we shorten lunch to 30 minutes because it's on the schedule for over an hour.
So, Chair Armenian, I'm not sure how long of a lunch break you want to take, but
We lost you, Iris. Iris?
It wasn't me speaking.
Oh.
I don't know who was speaking. But we do have the other agencies on hold. I do know that some have other commitments that they've been communicating to me about. So just keep in mind.
Did we have scheduling for the agencies on appointment basis?
Yes.
Yep.
What was our original lunch break anyway?
At 1 o'clock was the original lunch break, but as I mentioned, we are 4 interviews behind where we should be at this point.
Chairman Armenian, may I propose? It sounds like we've got people waiting to present right now, and it looks like they're in a hurry. And we maybe we can align to that break we have to take with City Council, and we could just power through and then break for 30 minutes.
What time is the City Council?
Thank you. So that's what I was trying to explain, Chair Armenian. I'm not sure if I maybe wasn't clear. So at 2 o'clock, we do have to take a quick 5-minute break so that GTV6 could switch over to a City Council meeting. So Iris, exactly what time does GTV6 need to log us off?
Teresa, I believe it's between 2 and 2:15.
Right. I just don't know what time. Like, is it 1:55? Is it 1:50? So I was waiting for GTV6 to let Iris know what time exactly we need to log off so that we could say that that's when lunch break will be, and we can come back in 30 minutes. Then that should cover. Explain here. I'm not sure if I maybe wasn't clear. So at 2.
Sorry, I was on mute, and I was trying to answer. 5 minutes before 2. Oh, wait, let's see. No, I'm getting another message. Need to be off by 1:40. So by 1:40, and then they'll bring us back when they're ready, maybe around 2:15 or so.
So Chair Armenian, is it okay if we take more interviews until 1:40 and then cut off at 1:40 to take a lunch break for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back after that?
I'm fine with that, but I'm going to need 2 minutes because I have an 11-year-old that needs to be fed. And I don't want him doing anything unsafe in the kitchen by himself. So I'll need at least a 2-minute break myself, personally.
Me too. That's good. Thank you.
Hold on there.
Okay. Then let's come back at 1 o'clock. It's 12:58 right now. If that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. Live.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your patience as we work through our schedule. Let's go ahead with the presentation.
Yes, the agency is Cesura Youth Orchestra, and with us is Dr. Mary Mason and Dave Ferguson.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Mary Mason. I am Executive Director of Educational Services here in the Glendale Unified School District. And I'm pleased to have Dave Ferguson with me, who is the President and Executive Director of Cesura Youth Orchestra. And we have been partnering here in the district with Cesura for several years now. And it brings instrumental music to students who would not be able to participate. So we have recorder and we have several instrumental music classes, and as well as it goes in the summer. So it's been a wonderful partnership, and I'm going to let Dave tell you all the rest. So thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Mary, and good afternoon to everyone. The Sejour Youth Orchestra has been serving elementary students in Glendale Title I schools since the fall of 2014. We began at Cerritos and at Columbus Elementary. Several summers, we also had a summer music camp. Students begin with basic music education and recorders. They are then introduced to violin, viola, cello, trumpet, clarinet, and flute by professional musicians from LA area orchestras. They choose an instrument that they would like to learn at that point. We started with 0 instruments, and we now have 100 instruments through donations of instruments and grants from foundations. National studies show that students who stay with a program like the Sejour Youth Orchestra for 2 years or more see their grades improve by 30%. And classroom teachers indicate Sejour Youth Orchestra students' classroom behavior improves, and they become team players in the classroom, helping other students. After COVID hit, we switched within 2 weeks to online learning, and we provide students with numerous opportunities for performance throughout the year in a normal year. This year, we produced an online concert. We are to the point in our maturity of adding our first paid administrator to oversee day-to-day operations. This grant will provide seed money to have that happen by early 2022. We are part of the El Sistema National Program. We work with other El Sistema groups in Los Angeles, like the Harmony Project and YOLA, to enhance the experience of our students. We thank you so much for considering our request.
Great. And just to start it off, what is your minimum in terms of what you're able to accept and still make it be worth you doing all the reporting and tracking for these funds, given that we have a pretty big gap between funds available and amount requested total by organizations?
Sure, we will continue to work and operate and provide things for the students, but this would be especially helpful if we had the $10,000 to provide the seed money to get us moving forward with an administrator. You know, we're grateful for whatever you might be able to do to help us.
Great, thank you. Other questions from other committee members? Before I jump, I have a few questions, but I want to give Mr. Garibian.
Hi, thank you so much for coming on board. Quick question, how do you choose the students? What's your capacity as far as, how do you choose the students as far as, who do you target, in other words? Anyone, or is there a demographic of socially and all that stuff?
Well, we work with Title I schools, which means that the schools that we are working at, the students, for the most part, are living below poverty level. 85 to 90% of the students in the schools that we are working at are part of that. We then work with the teachers in those schools and begin the students in grade 3. And then as they move to the other instruments, they're in grades 4 and 5. Our students have also been very fortunate that once they moved to middle school, they've ended up often being the first chair of the orchestra programs in those schools. So we know that it's been a program that has been helpful to the students. And these are students who would not have been able to have music in their lives otherwise.
Is this for Glendale schools only, or?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
2 schools specifically, correct?
That's correct at this point. We'd love to move other places, and the GUSD would love to have us in more places. It's funding that makes that happen.
Yeah, so they're in Cerritos and Columbus Elementary.
That's where we're currently at.
Other questions?
Hi, and welcome. Sorry we'll keep you waiting. A quick question, does your students or do your students continue on, say, your elementary school student signs up in a 5th grade, do they continue on to the 6th grade? They repeat, or they move on? Each student just gets a 1-year class and moves on.
The students start in 3rd grade and then in 4th and 5th grade. And if this particular school has a 6th grade, they continue with us through 6th grade. We're just not able to move into a middle school at this point. So as long as they're at either Cerritos or Columbus, they continue with our program.
Other questions? Mr. Gazaryan.
You're doing virtually at this time, right?
That's correct. We moved to Zoom and to WebEx within 2 weeks after COVID started in March, and we began classes. Because of the fact that we're able to do breakout rooms, it means that we're able to have the students in breakout rooms and give them more individualized attention under the Zoom program that we're currently using than we would have even with the personalized programs that we would have had before. But it's much more difficult because with music, the students can only one of them play at a time. And so we're not able to have ensemble work like we normally would be able to have in person. So we're anxious to be able to move back to in person as soon as possible.
How about an instrument? They all do have instrument?
We provide them with an instrument as long as they're with the program.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Each student gets an instrument. They are able to take the instruments home so that they can practice at home. We've had a challenge with a few of the students who would like to start trumpet because they live in an apartment building and they're not able to play. But the school district provided us with a couple of mutes that were specially designed for apartment buildings so that we could allow students to be able to play the trumpet and be part of the program.
Okay, thank you for your work.
That's great. Any other questions? I have one question. So this is the first time, as long as I've been on CDBG, that you're applying, but the program has, I see, been ongoing for 8 years. So how have you been doing the program without our support in the past?
I'm sure it's been with real great difficulty because we didn't even know that we had an opportunity to be part of the program earlier, and we're delighted that we were able to make an application this year.
How is it that you heard about us?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably one of my board members was referring that to me.
Gotcha. Okay. If there's no other questions, then thank you for your patience and apologies for the delay. So we do appreciate your time and appreciate that you applied. And so we'll let you know how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Have a good day. Okay, next panelist.
Next is Kat, and we have Arsenio Hovanesian with us. Ms. Hovanesian, you're welcome to begin your presentation.
Can you hear us, Ms. Hovanesian? I don't think she can hear us. Ms. Hovanesian, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I don't think she can.
Can't hear you.
She's on 3 times too, so not sure what device she's using.
We can hear. I'm hearing someone texting, so she can't hear us. We can hear her.
Right.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
I can't hear anything.
You can speak. We can hear you.
I can't hear anything.
Are you? I wonder if she's connected to her phone.
Iris, I think she is connected to her phone.
Yes,
Somebody has to turn your speaker up.
Hold up. Yeah. Hold up your phone and put on the speaker.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't hear any of you.
Tell her if you can communicate with her, please.
Okay.
Maybe she just has the mute on her speaker.
Yeah. I don't know if she, maybe she can't see us either.
Thank you for calling the City of Glendale. You have reached the public comment phone line for municipal meetings.
I asked her to call, so she's going to call in through the line.
Well, I think we're hearing her call in. She needs to mute her other line and just stay on the phone.
I'll keep her muted on the WebEx.
Yeah. But is she through on
muting everybody else as well.
Is she, are you able to hear us? Does it sound like she dialed in at the same time?
We're waiting for, there's someone who answers the phone.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She's now on hold, so I'll bring her in now.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Helenissen, you are now on air. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, yes.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Oh my gosh, this technical stuff. Laura Atoyan is supposed to be on too. She was in the waiting room. I don't know if you've brought her in. I can't see her name.
I don't see her in the waiting room. If she was calling in, if she could call again, I'll let her in.
Okay.
Go ahead and start.
Are you able to start while we wait for her?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, this is a different format. Thank you so much for the opportunity to once again speak to you guys about the CASP's Intervention Prevention Clinical Group Counseling Program. I think most of you know us and know the program for years now, and we're very fortunate to be able to do this program with the help of CDBG funds. And I think more than ever this last pandemic year, the need of the program was more and more important because, as you know, providing the services during the pandemic was difficult, but very necessary for the kids. And they are undergoing so much emotional stress that I think the fact that we were there and able to help them was a big blessing. And we'd like to continue as usual. So if you have any questions regarding the program, I would love to answer them.
Any questions from the committee members? Go ahead, Ms. Quiñones Gabrielian.
I'm sorry, I was not mute. Okay. I have a question, and one moment. It is regarding outcomes, and there is a place here where I think that one of your responses that you wrote down or in your proposal, you said, oh no, it's a response to weakness number 2. First of all, thank you. It's a pleasure to hear your proposal and good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you. It says for the 2019-2020 program year, for the first time in a long time, we were on schedule to meet our goals and numbers, yet COVID hit and halted the things. So my question is regarding the inability to meet the numbers for a successive number of years in a row. And do you think that it's a reflection of a lack of need or a reduction in the need in the community, or What can you explain?
Yes.
Can you explain that? Thank you.
Sure, I would love to explain. Definitely, there's not a reduction in the need in the community. The committee is well aware that in the past we've had issues with parents filling out the income sheet and not wanting to divulge information regarding their personal, whether it's immigration status or income status. And that has been one of the main reasons why we weren't able to. And also because I think we had set the numbers a bit too high in the past. And with those problems present, it was more of an unrealistic expectation. So we have since then adjusted that. And I have to say that this year, I'm happy to announce that despite COVID, we have, per our contract, met our numbers and been able to provide whatever we have proposed to do. So those were some of the issues that we had in the past that we worked with our case managers and the CDBG staff. And I think that we have, I think you can ask Maggie, I think we've figured all that out. But there's definitely not a reduction in need, that's for sure.
Mr. Gordon. Yeah.
Hi, welcome, and thanks for the presentation like every year, and it's a great program. I noticed that your minimum per school, which has been consistent, almost 15,000 a year per school. So
Yes.
this year, obviously, I'm sure you noticed you have a major challenge in front of us as far as numbers are concerned. So if you get 15,000, you can get one school going, and 30,000 two school. Anything in between will be irrelevant. Meaning, if I give you 20,000, I just waste $5,000.
Yes. Well, no, you don't waste it because
You know what I mean.
15 is the bare minimum.
Okay.
We've been at 3 schools for many years now. I can't imagine going down as far as the number of schools. But yes, the bare minimum is 15,000 per school.
Okay. So not necessarily 15 or 30 or nothing in between. It could be anything else. Or 30 to 45 and nothing in between. All right.
Yes.
Just need to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Armenian, CDBG Advisory Committee members, just want to make you aware, I believe that Laura Toyan has now joined the meeting. If I'm correct, Laura, would you please address us so that we know you are there? Laura?
Laura, can you hear us, Laura?
Laura, can you hear us?
I see her name on the panel, but I don't see any visuals
Yeah.
or audio.
Laura Toyan? No?
No.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you very much. I want a follow-up to Mr. Garibian's question, and that is in trying to find a way to continue to support CASP and maybe get some ideas from you. Is there any way of combining 2 schools or some of the group sessions that you offer, combining 2 schools and having some of that overhead cover those, a combination of the efforts, and maybe holding sessions back and forth in one school and having students come to the other, and then or vice versa? Is there anything that will work to maybe just find efficiencies?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, the program is during school hours, and it's a pull-out program. I don't know how familiar you are with the program. So because it's like that, the kids cannot be taken out of school and back. It's not an after school program. It's during school hours. It's pull out. And we're hoping, if all goes well, that once the next school year starts, they will be on campus. I mean, if it were like it is now, COVID times, that what you're saying is definitely an option, but not if they're back in school and on campus. Students cannot be taken from one campus to another for a 1 hour period.
How about utilizing that virtual capability at school so that you can address, in a more efficient way, a student? When you pull him out, you don't pull him out to go to the office. Maybe you pull him out to go to a private virtual office.
Like basically in front of a computer.
Right.
But it's a group setting. The kids are in a group setting. They work with one another in that group setting. And there's hands-on work. It's play and art therapy. There's a lot of hands-on work that happens, and it happens amongst the students. I mean, this year, because of the pandemic, we had to modify the program and work with what we're dealing with now. But under normal circumstances, the most effective way is, what we were doing before COVID. And that's a lot of interaction between the students, because if you look at the application, you'll see that it has a lot to do with social behavior. And that's what we're addressing with the students. And we're trying to intervene to prevent future behavior that is erratic or will escalate into bigger problems. So that's the premise of the program. So we need those kids to work together.
So what you've been doing currently under the current conditions has not been as effective or is not extendable into back to normal times.
I mean, it's as effective as it could be right now, but under normal times, definitely not. I mean, the kid, no, I would say.
And I guess we're also asking these questions in the context of financial constrictions that we have.
Yes.
So, if we're not able to fund you at the level that you have been getting funded, which helps cover 4 locations.
3. We've been funded for 3.
Okay, for 3.
Yeah.
If you get funded for less because of the scarcity of funds this year, I don't know whether that's going to either require you to stop in one school or whether you would fill that gap some other way or through some other means, which is what we were kind of talking about.
I understand. I hope that won't be the case. I would not want to tell any one of the schools that we can't work with them. We've had a good working relationship with each of the 3 schools, and we see the results, and we hope that you will be able to help us continue the progress.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Lazarian.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for your hard work. Did you look to any other optional funding that is possible to help if we can't do all?
Well, as you can see in our application and our budget, a lot of what we offer is leveraged. So we do leverage a lot of it. So now we're kind of down to what we get from CDBG is just a part of what it takes to run the program. We try to look for other funding sources as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
If I just may add one more thing. I mean, if you look at the cost of the program, and if you look at it per student, it really comes down to a very small cost for actual therapy. Therapy is very expensive out there, and this is the program is run by clinical psychologists, and per student, it really does not cost a lot to help these students now while they're younger, so that we don't have to spend a lot more funds on correcting their behavior when they're older and in all sorts of potential trouble. So maybe you can look at it that way as well.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your continued work. And I don't want you to leave the wrong impression. It's not that there isn't support for your program. It's that we have a very historically high number of applications for an all-time low in terms of available funds. So that's why we're having to have these conversations, which I know are not easy. It's not a reflection on lack of support. I just wanted you to know that.
Okay.
I absolutely want to echo that, Chairman and Ms. Hovhannissian. I've only heard excellent things about your program. And I know we're going to do our best.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
For your time, and thank you for your patience and waiting for your turn. Appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you a lot. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Iris, can we move on to the next one?
Sure. Next is Catholic Charities of Los Angeles, Inc., and with us is Carlos Oseguera.
Hello, Carlos. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. So just note as well, I have Sandra Yanez who's been trying to join as well, but she says when she entered the waiting room, she's been kicked. So I don't know if that's...
Your audio is coming in very low.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Your audio is coming in very low.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Let's see if I move closer. Does that help at all?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Perfect. Would you rather I call in and see if that's a better format?
I think it's good. If you can just speak up, I think we can make it through.
Okay, perfect. So what I was saying was about Sandra Yanez, who I think might also still try to join, but she's been having some issues. She's been getting kicked from the waiting room. So just a note, but I can definitely proceed regardless. So go ahead and start.
She's on now.
Okay, perfect. So as mentioned by everybody, thank you all so much for allowing us to present here on behalf of Catholic Charities. I know it's been a struggle right now as far as managing the time and whatnot, but thank you again for making time for us to meet. We really appreciate it. So just to get started, a little bit about what we do. Catholic Charities here at Glendale, we provide a number of resources to clients who come here in search of food assistance, rental assistance, utility assistance. We have countless resources for referral in terms of immigration services, employment search opportunities, refugee assistance, and just so many of those avenues that we can refer clients to. So in the past, or obviously with this year that we've had, this pandemic year that we've been involved in, we faced many challenges, as no one here is a stranger to. And thankfully, we've been able to manage and kind of come together and tough it out and meet a lot of the goals that we've set out for ourselves. If you're able to see through our numbers, or anybody who's able to see through the pandemic, we did having to struggle with meeting some of the numbers that we've projected to meet in terms of our CDBG arrangements in the beginning. However, as of today in particular, we have reached a little over the halfway mark of the projected numbers we anticipated meeting for our CDBG clients, and most certainly project meeting the required number of 90 household clients by the designated time, which would be by the end of this fiscal year. So that's something I take a lot of pride in, but it does not come without its challenges, and it has not come at this point without its challenges. Being short-staffed for a lot of that time made it very difficult for us in terms of meeting not only those requirements, but the requirements that we have to meet with our other programs and whatnot. But regardless, we will continue to make those efforts and put forth those efforts, and I'm very confident that we will meet all of those goals that we have set for ourselves. Now, in regards to the budget, actually, you know what? Let me stop there. Any questions that you all may have, I'm happy to answer.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Questions from the committee? Yes, Ms. Jimenez Gabriel again.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you virtually. Did he go away? Is he there?
No, he's here.
Oh, okay, there you go. I have a question on page 8 of your proposal on the outcomes. And I'm wondering, well, a little bit about both outcome 1 and outcome 2. Why is it that of the 70 households that are served by the program, only 50% receive aid in some form or another? Is that low, or what happens to the other 50%?
No, so what we say is the basically at a minimum 50% will receive those particular services. So that is what was intended with that outcome. It's not to say that only that amount will receive those services. What we aim for with every client we receive is to offer every service that we provide here that is relevant to their needs. So
okay.
Clarify that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how many of my colleagues have questions. I have one more.
Go ahead.
Okay, on page 4, I'm wondering why at the very bottom, outreach marketing areas, why including La Crescenta, Montrose, La Cañada, South Pasadena, I mean, areas that are pretty affluent? Why is it that this type of on-the-ground, person-to-person networking increases your efforts of success?
Well, those are just some of the areas outside of the Glendale area that we may outreach to, because we receive clients who contact us from various locations, even though the areas you mentioned do tend to be on the more affluent side. There are still those, especially during the pandemic, that are struggling to make it through, have struggled with their income and employment and such things. So these are areas that still reach out to us, and that we still put some effort to kind of keep tabs on, but the majority of our focus is Glendale, and the areas within Glendale that we service, the entire city. So I don't know if that clarified that. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's my end.
A little, yes. Thank you. Okay.
We heard your answer, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Just a reminder that we do need to take our recess by 1:45.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your patience, and appreciate you applying. Appreciate all the good work that you guys do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for asking.
It's 1:42 by my clock. Do we want to take a break here, Teresa? Okay. And at what point should we reconvene? Earlier?
Chair Armenian, I think we could take a lunch break at this point, and then reconvene in 30 minutes, assuming that City Council is done if there are no holdups. So if you're comfortable with that and the committee's okay with that, since you wanted to cut the lunch break down to 30 minutes, I think we could reconvene in 30 minutes.
Okay, so that would bring us to 2:15, let's say. And should we just stay logged on? Is that the preference of staff?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and you can turn your camera off and mute yourself or whatnot. But yeah, if you could stay connected, that would be great.
Okay, so we'll see everyone back at 2:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Can you hear me? You can hear?
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies. I've been on since 11 and I could hear everybody fine and the volume worked and there's always something. But let me get started here.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, we are now on live.
Okay, thank you. While you slept last night, 4 people died by fire. 24 people were injured in fire, and a child died by playing with fire. This was someone's son, someone's daughter, their mother, their father, and a grandparent. As you go through your day tomorrow, 10 more people are going to die in the United States because of fire and burns. Every 2 hours, death. Every 23 minutes, burn injuries. In the United States, the CDC reported last year that over 500,000 people were treated for burns. 3,566 people died, and 340 of those were children that died. Burns are preventable, and burns are treatable. My name is Sharon Townsend, and I'm the Executive Director of the Children's Burn Foundation. We work with people at their most vulnerable times of their lives. I was joined by our fire chief, Sylvia Flantis, but he had to host a meeting at 2 o'clock with all the city hospitals and Glendale College for the possible vaccination site at GCC. So we're sorry he can't be here, but he shared this with me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. The Glendale Fire Department has proudly offered the Junior Fire Program to all of our 5th graders for over 20 years. For the past 4 years, we've had the good fortune of expanding the program thanks to our partnership with the Children's Burn Foundation and LA Troop. This has allowed us to expand the reach of the program to include students grades 2 through 5. As you know now more than ever, fire prevention, and specifically child and burn prevention, is more important than ever before. With many more people at home now and not in the classroom for half of the day, we've seen an increase in fires in homes and children burns across the country. Allowing us to continue to provide this program to our school-age children is a great public safety benefit, and it will result in continuing to save more lives across our community. The problem still remains that burns are still one of the leading causes of death in children under the age of 14, and one of the leading causes treated in an emergency room for children under 2. But most fires and burns are preventable. And how is that? Through education. Our fire departments are stretched beyond limits with back-to-back medical calls, and now, especially in California, a year-long fire season. There is no season anymore. It's all year. Currently, less than 10% of LA Unified School District area students are reached annually with prevention programming, but Glendale is ahead of that curve because of the programs that we've been able to provide in the elementary schools for the past 4 years. We are requesting $20,000 to continue to provide burn and fire prevention education to 3rd and 5th grade students. Our target beneficiaries are students from Edison and the Pac Edison Center, but fires and burns do not know a zip code. They don't know how much money is in your bank. They don't know their gender. They don't know color. So for the purposes of the grant, which is for lower income schools, since October, we've been in over 19 elementary schools. We've conducted 43 classes, and we've already reached 2,175 children. The goal for this grant for this next year, as this past year, has been 100 children. So the monies covered specifically in this grant are for LA Troop, for just the personnel for LA Troop that provides the education. The objective is to teach fire and burn prevention education, to help expand the reach of our own fire department, and to increase awareness among children, because we know they go home and are the ambassadors to their parents, their grandparents, and caregivers. Last summer, we spent quite a bit of money to immediately pivot to a virtual platform so we could continue providing these programs. We paid and created 10 different videos, 10 different vignettes, and each was themed and accompanied with a musical jingle. Some of those themes were not touching hot objects on a stove, how to go low under smoke, learning to stop, drop, and roll, don't hide from firefighters, and how to draw evacuation plans. But when the kids go back to school, we'll go back to what we were doing, and it will be an assembly in a theatrical setting. Currently, we're trying to reach 70% of students in the 3rd and 5th grade throughout Glendale Unified School District, and we will report that 70% have enhanced learning and awareness. We normally do pre and post tests, and we've been doing that for years. The children have a 10-question multiple choice survey that they take before the class and after that. With COVID, that assessment has changed as teachers are doing everything they can just to keep the students excited on Zoom. But I can share with you full-heartedly, this has gone better, way better than that's not proper English, but it's so much better than I ever expected. The children are excited. We are getting comments that I've shared with this commission from teachers about how engaged the students are, and it is saving lives. I don't know about you, but I don't want to see any more intentional deaths by fire and burn. Each one of you here today can help us and people on this make a difference. When you go home tonight, close before you go. Close that door. Make an evacuation plan and tell everyone you know to do the same. Every child deserves to never experience something that was preventable. Remember, fires don't know a zip code. So let's work together to help save our kids. I feel it's all our duty. Don't go to sleep tonight without thinking about those children and their parents that will not survive the night because of fire. Do not let another child die by fire, because every child deserves to live, and that's through education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from my committee members? Mr. Lurigan.
Hi, Ms. Johnson. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was great, and we welcomed you last year. It was the first time you applied, and it was very touchy of the story, obviously. You mentioned in your a few times of whether teachers and some comments from that how helpful the program has been, which we don't doubt that. My question is there any information, statistics, anything that shows actual prevention of something would have happened, but it didn't because of the class? I mean, any parents, any family members, do you have such anywhere published or on the social medias or anywhere like that that shows it has helped directly?
Yeah, I can answer that. I actually have two situations from some of the classes we've held where a child learned to draw an evacuation plan. He was an 8-year-old in the 3rd grade, and he went home and took, because the plan is you take it home and you make your parents have an evacuation plan for your home. There was a fire in their apartment, and he was able to lead their family out. Another case, the child was able to go into the house and crawl low under smoke and get his 80-year-old grandmother out of the house because they crawled low under smoke. But also the American Academy of Pediatrics reports that prevention is the #1 thing that prevents burns and fires.
Thank you so much. That was all of my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Quinones-Gabrielian.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Very interesting. I was so happy to hear that you pivoted during this virtual reality, connection that we're living under Zoom, under COVID. And do you plan to continue to use those vignettes so that, they're already there, they're produced, and it's one heck of an efficient way to keep incorporating them into the programs, correct? Do you plan to continue that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do anything we can to get to the children in the classroom, and I can share with you that we are using them as part of our expansion program, and they are now in Houston with some of the Houston public schools, because the people that the theatrical group LA Troops act on Zoom with these vignettes. Because of Zoom, it's so much easier. You can be anywhere across the United States and provide these. So we see this as a real growth for us as well. It doesn't have to always be in person. But we prefer that LA Troop is in person on Zoom when these assembly vignettes are produced, because the children do have questions, and they're there to answer it. And most importantly, they're also there to observe and see if the children have been affected by these classes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Avedisian.
Actually, my question was answered. So thank you.
Thank you. Just one question that I'm asking everyone. I know you say 15,000 as a minimum, but if there is an allocation, that allocation is less than 15,000, are you still interested in receiving such allocation?
It's hard because it's probably only 20% of our budget. And so we are spending a lot of money to keep these programs going. And I know my board would be much happier with the 15 because that's what we've received last year, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, we are in a much different situation this year, unfortunately, or fortunately, I think, depending on which side of the equation you look at it. It's great that more are applying, but unfortunately, there's even less money available, despite in addition to more people applying. So that's why I ask. It's not a reflection on the value of your program, certainly. Any other questions?
Chairman Avedisian, just a clarification, Ms. Townsend. So if we were only in a position to give you less than 15, it would be best you would rather pull your request back then?
No, that's not true.
No.
We would try to find, I have to look for money under rocks. So it just makes my job a little more expanded, but it's always good because I'm a Glendale citizen. And my organization's in Sherman Oaks. And it's always good to know that I have support from my own city because I helped bring the programs to the city with Chief Lonzers and Chief Lynch. So I understand. I get it if you have to pull back, but we're not going to stop these programs because we need to continue to save lives, and it's through prevention.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, some organizations actually do kind of pull their requests because it's not worth the paperwork for them beyond the below a certain number. That's why we asked. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and thank you for your work in the community. Okay, can we have the next panel, please, Iris?
Yes, next is Door of Hope, and with us is Regina Dupree, Griffin Halstead, and Natalie Smith. Just a reminder to the agencies, if you were streaming us online, if you could please lower the volume, mute the volume on that so we don't get any feedback. That would be great. And just unmute yourself when you're ready to speak. You may proceed with your presentation.
Great. Who will be presenting?
Great. Yeah, we're all actually going to speak. So I'm Natalie. I'm a program manager here. I've been at Door of Hope for about 5 years. And I'll pass it to Regina for her introduction.
Hi, I'm Regina Dupree. I'm the programs director, and I've been at Door of Hope 5 years as well. And I'll pass it on to Griffin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Griffin Hattelstad. I'm the operations director here at Door of Hope. I've also been here about 5 years. Like Natalie said, we'll be presenting our application together. I will start with just the broad strokes of our application before I hand it back to Regina and Natalie to talk about some of the more specific details of how this program will be delivered. First, I just want to mention that some of you may be familiar with Door of Hope from our past CDBG applications. In the past, we've applied for funding for our children's program, after school programming, as well as some support just for our general shelter program. This year, we are pivoting to cover mental health and case management services. That is not because our after school programming, children's programs, and shelter programs have been disrupted. We just want to make this pivot because during the time of COVID, our mental health and case management services are actually the most stable. Other than a pivot to virtual program delivery where relevant, those programs are continuing basically as they have been for several years. So that's why we've made that change. Broad strokes of our application before I hand it over to Regina and Natalie. We are applying for $40,000 to cover mental health and case management services, and these would be for survivors of domestic violence and their families, housed at our transitional housing site at an undisclosed location in Glendale. $35,000 of that funding would cover staffing costs for our therapist who is on site, providing virtual services these days, in addition to our 2 case managers. So that would cover their staffing costs. The other $5,000 would just help us cover a portion of our utility bills. That $5,000 is based off of the percentage of our floor plan and square footage that is devoted to this program and its service delivery. So that totals our $40,000. And with that, I will hand it over to Regina, who will talk a little bit more about the specifics of the program.
Yes, thanks, Griffin. If you're familiar, you know that Door of Hope has been around since 1985, and we provide a number of different programs. We have 4 transitional housing sites that's providing housing for families experiencing homelessness. We also provide supportive services for those families once they graduate from our program, and that's in a goal to keep them housed. And then our most recent program is homelessness prevention services to provide for families who are at risk of becoming homeless. But today I just want to talk specifically about our undisclosed site, which is the site that we're seeking funding from. At our undisclosed site, we can serve 13 families at any given time, and these are for families who are experiencing homelessness as a result of domestic violence. And in 2020, we served 28 families with 93 individuals and 65 children. Our clients are referred from Glendale area domestic violence shelters. And then I just want to give an overview of the services that we provide on site. We provide shelter, access to food, life skill classes, including financial literacy, children and youth services, permanent housing support, which includes our rental assistance through Glendale's HEAP program, mental health services, and case management. And so now I'm going to pass it on to Natalie, and she's going to talk specifically about our mental health and case management services.
Great. Thanks, Regina. So as Regina and Griffin shared, the case management and mental health services that we provide are 2 of the foundational pieces of our program, in addition to life skills classes. Those 3 are really the pillars on which our program is built. The case management and therapy are both offered to all of our families, all of our adults on a weekly basis, and are really the key touch points in our program. But we are also hoping to serve, in addition to our adult clients, hoping to serve at least 10 children and teens this year in mental health services as well. So that's really a crucial piece, because all of our families are fleeing domestic violence, they are coming from trauma, and we really want to put services in place to make sure that we're addressing those things. And the therapy and the case management really have a symbiotic relationship. The therapy works to put in, positive coping skills and address the trauma directly, while the case management is there to help them set goals, overcome the actual more tangible barriers that might come up, like childcare or legal issues, but also to provide emotional support and well-being, and they really work in tandem with one another. So I'll just quickly go over our objectives and outcomes, what we'd like to see from funding of this project. So primarily our 3 main objectives are to reduce symptoms of mental illness, trauma, and distress. Number 2, to equip our residents with practical, financial, and emotional tools that will stabilize them in their time with us. And number 3, to mitigate the impact of trauma on both our adults, but also our children and teens who are affected by the trauma that they've experienced, and to help put coping skills in place. So the outcomes that we've committed to are, first, of those that we serve with our mental health program, 75% of our graduates will report a improved mental health. And second, for those served by case managers, 70% of graduating clients will increase their income and or their savings. And we hope that these will both lead to stability in the long term as they move from our transitional housing into permanent housing of their own.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation and for appearing and applying. Any questions from my fellow committee members? I'll just ask the standard question I'm asking everyone. Unfortunately, we have a lot more applications this year with a lot less funds available. So what is is there a minimum below which you would withdraw your application or would not be interested in the paperwork that's involved with any amount that's allocated?
I can field that question. No, there's no point where we would want to withdraw our application. We understand that you all are in a difficult position, receiving a lot of quality applications. Last year, we received just under $29,000 from CDBG funding, and that's including the additional funds that were awarded as part of COVID. So this is an existing program. If it is not funded in full, we will simply just shift to other fundraising opportunities. But of course, funds that the CDBG program can offer do relieve that burden on other programs that may see funding reductions if that is the case.
Great, thank you. And my question is in no way a reflection of the value and quality of your services to our community. It's just merely something we're asking everyone because we're in a little bit of a difficult circumstance this year, especially. We usually are, but this year it's especially poignant. Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Garibian.
No questions. Just want to say, you guys live by your name, Door of Hope, and that's truly what you guys are doing. I appreciate your job. It's really appreciated throughout the years. It is extremely needed, obviously, for us, as our Chair Armenia mentioned. It's a pressure of giving enough funding for everybody, but really appreciate it. And no matter how much we fund you guys, you deserve it all. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Okay, well, really appreciate you taking the time. Apologies, we're running a little bit late, so thank you for your patience. And thank you for applying.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Iris, we'll move on to the next panel.
Yes, next is Family Promise of the Verdugos, and with us is Albert Hernandez. You may begin your presentation.
Go ahead, thank you, Albert.
Albert Hernandez, can you hear us? Albert?
Albert, can you hear us?
Albert, we can't hear you. If you are able to hear us, please call 818-937-8100. There you are. Hello, Albert. Can you speak so we can see if we can hear you?
You can't seem to hear us. Can you hear us, Albert?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. We're having a lot of technical issues today.
Got it. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, CDBG committee and city staff. My name is Albert Hernandez, and I serve as the Executive Director of Family Promise of the Verdugos. We're a local homeless service provider here serving Glendale and our neighboring communities, and we've been doing that for 10 years now. I'm here today to respectfully request your support in recommending our organization to be a beneficiary of CDBG funding to assist us in operating our housing support for the homeless program. It's a program that focuses on one of CDBG's program priorities, that being homelessness. We're seeking a total of $15,750 to partially fund the program, which equates to 16% of the total cost. This means if funded, Family Promise will leverage our own resources to support cost of salary. Should this program not be supported to the extent that we're hoping and praying for, we will continue to leverage funds through fundraising efforts and other funding opportunities. The program will focus time and support to helping our very own Glendale homeless families. Since 2015, Family Promise has partnered with the City of Glendale to assist in supporting our local homeless families. In fact, in 2019, Family Promise became the lead agency in Glendale to assist homeless families. This means should there be any family experiencing homelessness, all nonprofit partners, city staff, and Burbank Unified staff have been directed to refer them to Family Promise as the entry point for them. We then in turn support families through our programs that we have in our portfolio. This includes our own emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, and our transitional housing program. The program focuses on homeless families by providing them resources that they're in need of. As we all know, homelessness has been an issue for many years in our community. However, with the recent impact of COVID, we're seeing an increase of visible homeless families who have been couch surfing, sleeping in their cars or on the streets. Unfortunately, this upcoming year may only get worse as the rental moratorium will soon be lifted leaving many of our Glendale families on the verge of losing their own apartment. Our program will continue to work closely with the Glendale families to help steer them in the right direction. Our dedicated case manager will assist them by providing counseling, access to food, but even more so, access to job development. That means job development is crucial part of our program. We want to make sure that families are able to increase their income and become self-sufficient. To assist them with their housing, our families, we will leverage our own resources and network of landlords that we've built out throughout the 10 years and help these families get placed into housing. And once they are housed, we'll support them with financial literacy classes to help them become stable. Our goal is to leave no homeless family behind or scared where their next night of sleep is going to be. Through all of our services in 2020, we've been able to successfully house 159 homeless families, and we served an additional 450 families because of our partnerships with other City of Glendale departments. This fiscal year that we're currently in, we were fortunate enough to secure funding through your support. In the current year, we set our benchmark to serve 30 unduplicated households with a 50% success rate. And at this point this year, I'm happy to tell you that we've reached that 30 unduplicated households, and we've surpassed our goal of housing over 50% of our families that have been in our program. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, for going through our application. I respectfully also would like to thank Maggie and her entire team who've been able to give us strengths and challenges that this application had. And I'm here and able to provide any answers to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions from committee members? Okay, is there a minimum below which you would not withdraw your application if we had to go that low?
Mr. Chair, I've been very fortunate. The organization has been fortunate for 2 years to have your support, and for both years we've been blessed to have $11,000 as our award total. I think that would be the number that we could continue to operate this program successfully.
And if it were below that, what would be the consequences, or how would you deal with that?
If it would be below that number, I think we definitely would have to continue our own fundraising efforts and identify community partners and other foundations. I'll tell you right now, and I understand that this is a difficult decision because of the amount of applications you received and the amount of funding. Having your support, the CDBG's committee support and funding, is probably the biggest way to leverage other funding, to be able to have the City of Glendale support and go to other donors and say, please support our cause because the City of Glendale believes in us and in our mission. I think that's the greatest opportunity. So I would hope that even if it was under 11,000, that you would still consider us, because it is a partnership that we have with you. And I think that brings great value to when other donors are listening to our plea for support.
Thank you for those thoughts on your answer. And my questions are in no way a reflection on the value that you provide to the community. Just we're in a difficult year, so we're asking the same question of everyone, just so you know.
I understand.
Any other questions from fellow committee members? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for the great work you do in the community. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a great day, everyone.
You too. Okay, next panel, Iris.
Sure, next is Glendale College Foundation, and with us is Andre Manukian.
Hello, Mr. Manukian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I want to just start off with some research. 37% of Glendale Community College students faced food insecurity in the previous 30 days. That's more than 1 in 3 students. And 39%, almost 2 in 5, worry about running out of food. They strategize to overcome food insecurity with a number of different methods, including cutting meal sizes, skipping meals, or skipping entire days of eating. Now, this was all, shockingly, before COVID-19. And the impact on food insecurity on our communities has only increased. This is why Glendale College, through the support of the Hunger Free Campus funds from the state of California, opened a food pantry in 2017. And after COVID-19, we've been able to successfully pivot to still continue to provide services to our students, but begin the process of expanding those services to the greater Glendale community as well. And this is really important given that in Glendale, statistics show that anywhere between 13 to 20% of Glendale residents, which means about 40,000 individuals, face food insecurity. We've done it in a number of different ways. The drive-through food bank is one that we've been doing on a monthly basis. And this last month, it served 1,652 families. We're also expanding that service and incorporating and including GUSD in the individuals that we serve. And by next month, we're hoping to expand that to over 2,000 families being served. We operate a walk-up pantry at the Verdugo campus, serving 600 families per month, and planning to reopen the pantry at the Garfield campus as well by this summer. We provide grocery store gift cards to individuals in more extreme need. Overall, this last year, we've been able to serve about 2,000 families through all these different various methods. And we've been able to provide over 1 million pounds of groceries to food insecure individuals in our community. And our goal is to expand that through CDBG funding and continue to serve the community by serving at least 2,500 families in the community. And we expand through a number of different strategies. First of all, we leverage external grants to be more than a food pantry. We've been recently awarded the USDA SNAP Employment and Training Program grant, which allows us to provide more wraparound services, case management, and provide supportive services that go beyond food. We're also expanding to CalFresh outreach and making sure that residents of Glendale and our students are applying to CalFresh and obtaining their benefits if they qualify. As far as our need moving forward, the biggest challenge and the reason why we're applying for this funding is that because of COVID-19, the Hunger-Free Campus funding from the state of California has been eliminated in the most recent budget. And that presents some challenges because that served over $60,000 of the funding that was needed to be able to operate the food pantry. We have been able to begin the process of securing other donations and working with various foundations as part of the overall process of making up some of those funds. Just in this last 6 months that I've been in this position, I've been able to secure 100 staff members and faculty members at Glendale College to contribute with a payroll deduction to keep the food pantry going. We've received donations from other local organizations. And I think our biggest challenge as we move forward, and especially after Hunger-Free Campus funds are eliminated, is some of the staffing costs, specifically with our PSAs or our consultants on campus that help operate the pantry on a day-to-day basis. And that's overall why we're here. And the budget outlines some of what those costs are as well, both on the staffing end and on the food end. But as far as the food cost itself, given some of the partnerships we've developed, we think that's going to be significantly lower than even in the initial proposal too.
Great, thank you for your presentation. A couple of questions. You started out as addressing student hunger, but now you've expanded to beyond that. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly from your proposal?
Yeah, so originally the food pantry served Glendale Community College students. However, after COVID-19, we realized that our work as a community college goes beyond just serving our students, but serving the broader community as well. And there was really no way to tell someone, well, you're a student or you're no longer a student, so you can't access these services, especially during this critical time. So we've expanded that service and opened it up to all members of the community, and that's where the GUSD partnership comes in. But any member in the community is able to utilize the services.
Mr. Garibian? You're on mute, Mr. Garibian. You're on mute, Mr. Garibian.
Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Menugan, thank you for the presentation. Great. Just quickly, you mentioned state cultural fundings due to COVID. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around, get you more funding due to COVID? That's a little bit confusing. Why would they cut funding due to COVID? I thought it should be the other way around. Secondly, have you guys been working or been in contact with the local Salvation Army because they have the same programs, joining with each other or at least working with each other?
Great questions. So the state funding for the Hunger-Free Campus Funds, as the state of California saw that there was going to be some budget constraints over this next fiscal year, that was one of the things that they eliminated from community college funding was the Hunger-Free Campus funding. And as you mentioned, that seems counterintuitive, especially during COVID, that food insecurity would be a much more important issue, and that would actually be the funding. But that was the thing that was eliminated from the next budget, and why we're seeking some of the external funding opportunities as well. We haven't necessarily been in contact with the Salvation Army. There are a number of organizations within Glendale that address food insecurity, GUSD being one of them. And so that is something that we've been in contact with GUSD to see how we can partner with them. We've also participated in some conversations with the city and some of the other providers as well to see where collaboration can happen, but more importantly, where we can ensure that the residents of Glendale know about all the different services. Given that the food insecurity in Glendale is so great because of the population we serve, we don't necessarily believe that there's one organization that's going to be able to serve all of the food insecurity needs of the community, but it takes a multi-pronged approach from all these different players who are working on this important issue.
Okay, just that, so you haven't, so state doesn't have any funding for you guys for at least under the category of COVID relief for food pantries or food distributions?
Not that I'm aware of that we've seen any state funding for under COVID relief necessarily. The CARES Act did provide some funding under COVID relief, and that was really important during this last year. LA County, through the CARES Act, provided us with $60,000 that we've used during this fiscal year specifically for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Other question? Ms. Quinones Gabrielian?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Manoukian, I would like for you to please address, expand on your response to weakness number one, which is, the target population. How are you going to assure that we're reaching 60% low-income Glendale residents?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the things when we've responded to that is a shift in the number of the individuals that we're serving specifically for this program. The unfortunate part about COVID-19 is the LA Regional Food Bank had to transition a lot of the services to methods that they considered more safe. So one of those methods was a drive-through food bank. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be a way to safely gather the information through the drive-through method to identify if 60% of the individuals being served are low-income Glendale residents. And so in conversations with Maggie, we've adjusted that number to specifically be focused in only on the walk-up pantries that we're operating, where we're able to get documentation from the individuals utilizing the pantry to ensure that they are Glendale residents.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Abedi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Manoukian.
Good afternoon.
Quick question. You just mentioned that if you're going to just supply the walkthrough and you're going to get the documentations over there, when the people are coming up, are they already notified that you need to bring document in order for you to receive any kind of service?
So thank you for the question. Pre-COVID-19, we did have individuals always fill out paperwork, whether that was through our mobile food pantries that the LA Regional Food Bank had documentation to get submit, or a regular food pantry where there was an intake form that had to be submitted. We've moved away from that during COVID-19 just for safety reasons. Even in our walk-up pantry, we use a online scheduling platform, but we would be able to incorporate a messaging in there that there would be required paperwork or an intake process as part of the documentation for anyone utilizing the pantry.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The 2,500 you mentioned in your application, those are all GCC students, or this is just general public?
General public in our original application. So we've gone beyond just serving the GCC students, but now completely open to the general public as well.
Okay. Also, the staff member that you're asking the funding for, on the project budget form, it says contractor. What does that mean? Contractor assistant. And is that a new position?
No, so the contractor is just a term that we use internally for someone who's not a full-time staff member, but maybe is funded through these special funds. They've always worked for us specifically during the food pantry since it's opened up in 2017. And up until June 30th, they are funded through the Hunger Free Campus Fund. So we received the funding for the last 4 years for them through the Hunger Free Campus Funds.
All right, thank you, and good luck.
My last question kind of goes back to my first question, which is, and please correct me if I'm misunderstanding, how does this expansion beyond the student hunger issue line up with the mission of the foundation? It seems like feels to me a little bit like it's scope creep beyond what the foundation is, but I'm misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the foundation, in order to be able to actually work with the LA Regional Food Bank, back in a few years back, amended their bylaws and their purpose to include addressing food insecurity within the community in general. So that's something that's been amended to serve the broader Glendale community around issues of food insecurity and hunger as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions, appreciate your presentation, appreciate your application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Iris, next panel.
Next is Glendale Youth Alliance, and with us is Karina Gregorian, Ronnie Gregorian, and Aliza Zanarian.
Thank you very much.
And if I can remind the agencies, if you are live streaming the meeting, if you could please mute the volume on that so that there's no interference. Thank you.
Okay, who's presenting?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I believe Aliza Janarian and Ronnie should be on the call as well. Eliza, are you on the call?
I am on the call.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Karina Gregorian. I'm the Executive Director of the Glendale Youth Alliance. For the past 28 years, GYA has been providing comprehensive youth employment programs to low-income and disadvantaged youth in our community. We have served over 11,500 youth during this time. We currently offer 6 programs that provide paid jobs, as well as training, case management, and supportive services based on individual need. Excuse me. Furthermore, due to the needs of our community, we change and add services all the time. So recently, we've partnered with Glendale Unified School District and Dignity Health to provide mental health services to the youth of our program and the community, as well as in partnership with the Continuum of Care with the City of Glendale's homeless services. We've been able to provide hotel vouchers as well as rental subsidies to homeless youth in our community. We have successfully executed 26 CDBG contracts, And we meet 5 of the program priorities for CDBG, including the anti-crime at-risk youth program, youth services, homeless services, services for disabled youth, and employment programs. We are kindly requesting $62,314 towards staff salaries for our field supervisor that oversees our GYAP operations. Additionally, we'll be able to serve 40 to 60 youth within our programs with the services that, with paid jobs, with case management training and supportive services. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer it. Ronnie is also has joined us today. He would like to share his experience with GYA if we may.
Sure, go ahead, Ronnie.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Ronnie Gregorian. I've been working with GYA for 6 years. I started in 2015. I was in high school, my sophomore year. My English teacher recommended me to join GYA. GYA came to our school. I went to Hoover High School. They had tables set up. They talked about GYA, all the careers. So I joined GYA 2015. I've been working there for 6 years now. I started with the police department and then retail stores. And then I got hired on. I was a yellow shirt, and then I got promoted to supervisor. I got promoted to supervisor. GYA is an amazing place to work. We do a lot of work. We do brush clearance, moving furniture, other stuff. But it's a good foundation for the youth to start somewhere. I started from GYA. I built my foundation up, and I worked almost all the departments in City of Glendale. And I do my best every day. We get kids, they're like 14, 15 years old, 15 years old. I did Summer Brush once. And Summer Brush is a program, we get kids with zero learning, experience. They're trying to, figure out how to work, how to talk to their bosses. So we get to help them a little bit. And then it's GYA is an amazing program. It helped me a lot. Thank GYA. When I graduated from high school, I told myself I'm done with school. I don't want to go back. I want to go back to work. We're just helping my family out. I take care of my mom and my brother. So, and then when I went to GYA management, supervisors and coordinators, they told me you have to go back to school. I thank God I listened to them. Thank God they helped me out. They showed me the way. Now, I have my management certificate. Now I'm working on my real estate license. Thanks to GYA, my life changed. And I'm super grateful to have an amazing manager and supervisors and my coworkers.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. And thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you for having me.
Questions from my fellow committee members? Mr. Oregon.
Hi, Garnet. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Just quick question now with the COVID and social distancing, how have you guys been operating, especially the fire brush cleaning and so on and so forth?
Sure. So initially, when the pandemic began last year in March, we halted almost all of our operations as far as youth being placed in retail, in different offices, and so forth. But over time, we learned and adapted to the new environment. So a lot of our kids were able to go back to work in offices. Or had the opportunity to work remotely. As far as our field operations, they did continue, but in smaller teams. So instead of sending large groups of 7 to 10 kids, we are doing 1 to 2, maximum 3 people per team. There's only 1 or 2 people in the vehicle driving, and while they're out on the field, they're using social distancing and protective gear while they're working. So we've been able to adapt, and we're almost at the same level as we were last year. as far as the number of youth in the program.
That was my question, just answered. So the number of attendance, because you're putting less groups, has it been the same, meaning you were able to feed them in, I don't know, 8, 10, 12 hours, how many hours a day were you able to feed all of them? So my question was, did it drop the number of attendance, or has gone up, or does it remain the same, or maintain it? So pretty much.
We've been able to juggle in a way to maintain almost the same level. So it might be smaller crews, but variety of jobs on a given day, multiple jobs on a given day. So about the same amount of people are working about the same amount of hours, just split up in different teams.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Quinones, Gabrielian.
Thank you. First, it was wonderful to hear your story, Ronnie. I think a lot about GYA. You do a fantastic job. This question is for Karine. Karine, thank you. Just something that is concerning, and I wondered if GYA has a strategic plan in place, somehow is addressing your back to the financial ratios, the defensive interval, where you can only you can only survive 1.69 months of your commitments if your funding were to stop.
We're always looking for ways to expand the programs, and annually we apply for new grants that are available. As you can see on the reliance of source, you can see the denominator, which is the total income for the programs, has increased over the years, and it has consistently during a period of time, the past several years. As far as our financials, with grants, it's for a specific period of time. So we need to use the funds, otherwise we lose it. So we're constantly in this race of applying, putting the funds to use, making sure we utilize every penny of it before the contract period is up. So as far as reserves and funding that we're able to roll over, you're right, it's minimal. It's less than 300,000. But we are constantly working on new grants, and we have revenue generating programs that do provide funding which keeps us alive and has kept us alive through the years.
But does the organization have a goal in place to take a small percentage of the funds that you do secure in order to continue to increase that reserve fund? Do you have, a goal in mind and in place so that you actually build your reserves? If you don't have the goal there, it's never going to happen.
Right. We do plan on increasing the reserves. We don't have a set specific strategic goal. It all depends on how much revenue we're able to generate through the years. And like I said, it can't be the grants. It has to be either our enterprise programs or our fundraising efforts. And every year we try to serve as many youth as possible, and the costs are always increasing. So we try to make sure we cover all of our costs, and then at the end of the year, whatever we have and we're able to reserve, put in our reserves, we do. But it's extremely challenging, to be honest.
And I guess that's my point. It's because it's a rat race, you never step off and actually secure those reserves. And I think for a viable, sustainable, long-term, successful organization, you need to have greater reserves in place, so that you can guarantee the sustainability of the organization. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We are looking at larger number of applicants, less money available. I know you put in that 37,000 as a minimum, but kind of what is there a floor below which it wouldn't be worth it to you, because we're looking at pretty drastic reductions across the board depending on how many organizations we fund?
It would be very challenging to continue to serve the same amount of youth with less than 37,000. But I would say probably the lowest we could possibly go is and successfully leverage other funding would be maybe around 25,000.
Okay.
More than that.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for everything you do in the community. Appreciate it, and appreciate your patience in our schedule today. So thank you for coming to present.
Of course, thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right, the next panel.
Yes, next we have Housing Rights Center, and with us is Chancellor Al-Mansour and William Ismarian. Housing Rights Center, you may begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I can't tell my video on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, hello everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Chancellor Al-Mansour, the Executive Director of the Housing Rights Center, and I thank the City of Glendale and the CDBG committee for allowing me once again to make a presentation to the committee about the services that we provide. Since 1968, the Housing Rights Center has been providing fair housing services, and not just fair housing services, general landlord-tenant services as well, to the greater Los Angeles community. And for up to about the past 20 years, we've had a relationship with the City of Glendale where we provide services for its residents and landlords as well. We assist the City of Glendale residents in a number of languages. We provide outreach services as well. We provide education and outreach clinics, workshops as well. We provide one specifically for landlords to educate them about their rights and their responsibilities under fair housing and general landlord-tenant laws. And we also have really worked hard this year in creating a really strong model project that's been, it's a model project because it's been duplicated by the County of Los Angeles and by a number of other organizations, called our COVID-19 Tenant Protection Tracker that's on our website, in which we, almost in real time, have links to every single city that we serve, including the City of Glendale, for its ordinances, for all the different changes in the laws, for the state law, and in links as well to any other services, so for example, for the rental assistance program that the City of Glendale administered. So, and we were the first ones to develop that. I really can't take credit for it. It was my staff that developed this tenant protection tracker, and it is now used by Stay Housed LA, which is the collective group that is contracted by the County of Los Angeles to provide eviction protection services to residents of Los Angeles County. So, so I just wanted to kind of just jump right in there in terms of what we've been doing in the last year, since obviously it has been difficult, if not impossible, oftentimes to do in-person workshops and clinics, is that we provide, we've been providing other ways to provide services. We also have started something, and we're going to continue this service as well, even once hopefully we're all back together and able to go back to normal business life. And that is where we are providing virtual appointments for people so that they can, they don't have to, if they physically can't come to an office, or if it's easier for them to go to, like, say, their local social service provider, or say they're in a hospital or something else where maybe hopefully they do have access at least to log into a public computer, we can set up an appointment with them and they can have one-on-one counseling with one of our housing counselors to have that counseling service. And as a matter of fact, I have, at least in my lower right-hand corner, William Ismarian from our office, who also happens to be a resident of the City of Glendale. but he's also our director of counseling and supervises our housing counselors and the work that they do. And can and I guess could speak to, but only if time allows, and based on your follow-up questions, some of these additional services we've been providing for residents of Glendale. So I don't want to. I can keep talking. I'm not quite sure how much time I have.
Thank you. Why don't we,
at least another minute?
Why don't we move to questions, and then we'll give you an opportunity to wrap up too, if there's anything we don't cover. Any questions from fellow committee members? Mr. Garibian?
Mr. Garibian, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So, hi, welcome. Thank you for the presentation. Just I asked earlier, similar agency, where do you exactly market, advertise for people to know? I'm talking about City of Glendale specifically, besides city buildings and locations. How else do you get the message for Glendale public to know or to be aware of your existence?
Mm-hmm. Well, we take out a number of ads, and also I don't want to gloss over the fact that we do really rely on our partners at the City of Glendale and housing and so forth that refer quite a number of tenants to us that have questions about whether it's Glendale's ordinance, and I guess to pinpoint and answer your question directly in terms of how do we know we're serving Glendale residents? Well, oftentimes if a Glendale resident has a question, especially like last year during some of those laws like the eviction protections, the City of Glendale Housing Department referred them to the Housing Rights Center to answer their questions or for any possible enforcement. So that's one way in which we know we get direct clients directly from the City of Glendale through those direct referrals. We also partner with all of the agencies that basically have participated in today's meeting as well. So, we let them know that if you have anybody who's facing an eviction, received a notice, maybe it's an elderly person or a disabled person who needs a reasonable accommodation, especially during COVID-19, maybe they want somebody in their unit, or maybe they want sole access to the laundry room so that it's not too crowded. They can come to the Housing Rights Center. We'll assist them in doing like a reasonable accommodation letter, speaking with their landlord, explaining what the laws are, and so forth. So that's one way in which we also get direct questions from Glendale residents, and we have to know the Glendale laws because we have to be able to answer those questions directly as well.
So mainly you go through the city for them to refer you, or clients or people go to city or similar agencies and they refer to you. You don't have a direct marketing flyers past that or local.
Oh, we do flyers.
Or something. Okay, and next one, I think I noticed you served the 10 Glendale residents last year. Did I read that correctly?
The 10? Did you say 10?
Yeah, 10. I saw 10.
Number 10.
No, that's not correct. Oh, no. 10 refers to the number of housing discrimination complaints that have elevated to that level. So it's in like the lower hundreds of the number of Glendale households that we serve. It's usually between 350 and 500 Glendale households a year that we serve. But of those 10, and then of those, probably about 60 had questions about their particular housing discrimination questions as opposed to general landlord-tenant questions. And then of those, there were probably about 10 cases that were either became administrative or cases that involved discrimination.
Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Other questions from committee members?
I have one quick question. Good afternoon, first of all. Welcome. In the past, I think I've mentioned it before. There's a big background noise. In the past, when you had your in-person seminars or meetings with the landlords and also the tenants, you had some marketing throughout the city or with some flyers or whatnot that you bring in the landlords or the tenants to those events, in-person events. Now that we're on a Zoom online live, And I want to say the participation was not so great, in my opinion. It was not so great. It wasn't a very large group of landlords that we have. A lot of landlords in Glendale, but the percentage was very low, very, very low. So how do you approach them now with this online process? And how do you get in touch with them, and how do you have these kind of seminars? Or if you ever do at all?
You're on mute.
I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Unmuted me, thank you. So first of all, we do partner with the AAGLA, the Apartment Owners of Greater Los Angeles Landlords Association, and also with their media as well, and let them know that we are available to do trainings. As a matter of fact, we have one coming up with in April. I want to say around April 22nd on the summit, where we're opening up for landlords and explaining to them all the different laws and so forth. We have noticed that in the last few months, more landlords have been turning to, and maybe it's because of the eviction moratoriums, directly to the Apartment Owners Association. And so that's why we said, well, let's just go ahead and continue our partnership with them so that landlords know we are a viable source and resource for them to use, and so forth. So, we're doing that as well. And we, on our website, we have regular fair housing clinics and workshops as well. So we thought that if we made regular clinics, then landlords would know that they could register. And we're also continuing our fair housing certification trainings as well. In terms of, I don't know if your question is exclusively for landlord participation or not. For
tenants and landlords.
Okay, so for tenants, we have noticed a surge, if you will, in terms of the number of tenants who have contacted us and for services. In November, it was 21 households that contacted us for services. November, it was 31 households, and I may be a month behind. And then the following month was 41 households. So basically 10 additional households every month have been contacting us for services. In the spring, that tends to happen also in general, especially when tenants get really far behind in rent, as we've heard and what's been happening last year. And because of the eviction, moratoriums, or what they call moratoriums, there weren't as many filings of evictions. And so because of that, not as many landlord tenants were contacting us towards the end of last year because of it. But then now January's come, the law was expiring in January, the SB 91 that protected tenants from evictions. So we did see a surge in calls once that law was expiring. That law has now been extended for a few more months, so we'll have to see what's happening in February. But anytime that there's an anticipation that the tsunami of evictions is going to come, we know we're going to get a surge of calls from landlords and tenants.
Great. Any other questions from committee members? Maggie?
Maggie, you're on mute.
Chair Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, if I may, Housing Rights Center is a very unique agency where CDBG dollars must be set aside for this agency to provide to affirmatively further fair housing, and that is done through CDBG funds as well as through housing funds. It's a joint effort with our housing division and our community services and parks department. That being said, $10,000 is already set aside and guaranteed by our housing division. And we as CDBG staff set aside $10,000 for Housing Rights Center. Another concern that committee member Avedisian brought up was a very good question about landlord workshops. When I took on this position, I realized that we were low in the numbers for the landlord workshops. Just so the committee is aware, Fair Housing Month or Week is done in the middle of our Remembrance Week for April 24th. And I realized why we weren't getting a huge turnout, because there were so many other events taking place that week. So what we've done is we've pushed it back to May, even though it is Fair Housing Month. April is Fair Housing Month, but we have pushed that back to early May to get a better turnout. So that was a really good question you asked, Committee Member Avedisian, but we are addressing that concern. And we did notice that our numbers were low. If you have any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer it on behalf of our Housing Rights Center.
John, may I ask another question?
Sure.
I think this question is for Maggie. Did I understood correctly that right now the organization is already getting funding from the city and the housing department, totaling about $20,000?
Not that it's getting, it has to be funded to provide our jurisdiction. Yes, our municipality. They serve all municipalities throughout the city, throughout all of LA County, and I think outside of LA County, but correct me if I'm wrong, Chancellor. And it is a requirement of the CDBG program that we have an agency to provide those services.
Okay. So they are funded $20,000 as of now.
Correct. And again, $10,000 set aside by the housing division.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, yes, Mr. Ghazarian.
I have a question. I don't know if it's related. How do you help a landlord if tenant is not affected anyway with this COVID-19? If they're on welfare or they're going to retirement from the state or city government, and their income is not affected, but they're not paying rent. Do you get involved in that?
Yeah, so there have been so far two fully committed funding packages for rental assistance, for emergency rental assistance to pay landlords for rent for tenants who have been impacted by COVID-19, either because they lost their job or because they can't work, or because they're ill or taking care of a family member. So last year was the CARES Act, the city of Glendale. I know Maggie can speak to that, to its emergency rental assistance program that your city administered to pay landlords. There's a second round of funding. I'm not quite sure if the city of Glendale is going to participate in that in the next round of rental assistance program. Some cities are doing that. Some cities are basically giving their money to the state of California and asking the state of California to administer this next round of emergency rental assistance program. But the program starting under the county and the state emergency rental assistance programs, it will pay landlords 80% of the rent, up to about $7,500. It will pay arrearages and also utilities as well. It's I think the housing department actually can speak to whether or not it's going to be administering that next round of funding this year.
Okay, I'd like to wrap this up so that we stay on schedule, but I also wanted to, I promised you any closing thoughts that we didn't cover for William or Chancellor, if there's anything else you wanted to say. I know William hasn't said anything, so I want to give you an opportunity if you wanted to speak.
William, you may need to take yourself off mute.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so William is Marion. I'm Director of Counseling. So just my department, it's first point of contact for tenants and landlords. So I would just urge, I guess anybody watching, any questions you have related to your rights as tenants or as landlords, definitely contact us. And, many languages, if anybody, is Armenian, definitely give us a call. I can, personally speak with them and just provide any information they need on their tenant or landlord rights.
Great, and I know that you do multiple languages in case there's any language barriers in other languages.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for your work and thank you for your patience today, and appreciate that you have applied, and we'll see how it goes. We are a little tight on budget, a lot tight on budget this year, but we'll see what we can do. Thank you.
I appreciate this and your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I first want to congratulate the fellow committee members because we are actually only 4 minutes over. We somehow caught up. I don't know. It was a miracle. So we are now on our last one. If you want to call up our last applicant, Iris.
Sure. And next is Salvation Army. And with us, we have Captain Kelly Berggren and Marlon Galvez.
Can you hear us?
Captain Kelly Berggren, if you're trying to speak, you're on mute right now. If you could unmute yourself.
You can unmute yourself and go ahead and make your presentation. We see you, but we don't hear you. It's still showing that you're on mute. Sometimes the button takes a while for it to unmute, so click it only once.
Okay.
There you go.
Excellent.
Go ahead. You're back. It seems like you're back on mute now. It's a very sticky button, so just click it once and just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I am Captain Kelly Berggren of the Salvation Army. I am the corps officer or pastor of the Salvation Army.
If you're streaming,
okay.
Sorry, Chairman, I think you were on mute, but if you're live streaming, Captain Kelly Berggren, please mute the live streaming.
Okay, I'm not sure what I need to do here.
Are you streaming at the same time?
I believe so.
Okay. I think you're good. Why don't we try it?
Okay, so we're trying. This is really annoying. So we are asking the board for $40,000 for our food pantry. We are asking $20,000 for food and $20,000 for our employee costs. So normally at this time, we would be asking money for our zone program, but this year we're just asking for our food pantry. So I would like to share some numbers with you. I would like to share some numbers with you pre-COVID, what we did in our food pantry. We'd helped 6,000 people with 3,300 units, and that's a value of $149,876. Now, since COVID, in that same time period, starting on March 1st, 2020, we helped 11,522 people in the community. We provided 6,368 units of food to these people, and that's a value to our community of $265,000. So we've almost doubled our use in our food pantry during this pandemic. One of the ways that we would get the food for our food pantry would be from our postal food drive. That usually happens in May. We were unable to do that this year, or the post office was unable to do that for us this year. So we were without that food. I want to thank the city of Glendale and this board for giving us some money it was starting in July that we received in January to help purchase food and help pay for some of our staff in our food pantry. But it doesn't look like the pandemic's going to end as soon as we'd like it to. And I'm sure the need is still going to remain there. So this is why we're asking for our food pantry, so we can, meet the basic needs. I know the founder of the Salvation Army, William Booth, had a saying. It was called soup, soap, and salvation, the 3 S's. People won't come to God on an empty stomach. and they won't come to God unless they feel good about themselves, right? So the last part of that is the salvation. And as a pastor, that's the important part to me. But we need to feed people. And that's why we're asking for our food pantry, just to meet people at their basic needs. A lot of the people coming into the pantry now are homeless. We've devised a way of helping with ready to eat food to help the homeless population in the community. And so that's been a really big addition in the last year that we've been able to do. It's just pretty basic, simple stuff. You know, we just want to help the people of Glendale, and we're just asking you to help us to help them. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Questions?
Question?
Mr. Garibian?
Hello, sir. Welcome. Thanks for the presentation. Just quickly, last time you guys had lost a big chunk of donation. I think it was from the state, if I'm not mistaken. Did you guys get any of that back, or you're still short in receiving grants from other governmental agencies?
No, actually, I can say for this fiscal year for us that starts October 1st, we are actually have a surplus of $300,000 going forward. So we're doing quite well. There were a lot of donations during the holiday season. We didn't have our kettles out this year, you might have noticed, so we missed out on revenue on that. But our mail appeal and different other appeals that we sent out more than made up for the difference in that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
Question? Good afternoon, Captain. Question, I understand, know that Burbank Court has joined the Glendale Court. How do you identify and separate Glendale residents and the services that you provide with Burbank's residents?
Yes, sir. We are helping the people of Burbank. Actually, we're helping some people in North Hollywood and Sunland also. But we do this by zip codes. And right now, if I remember right, 68% of the people we are helping are Glendale residents. But we don't turn anybody away. And I'm actually working on an outreach program to reach some of these outlying areas. We're going to get a van and we're going to go to them and bring food there, so the people coming into the Glendale office will just be from Glendale, so people don't have to travel so far to get food.
I see. All righty. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question that I'm asking everyone. Is there an amount below which you would not be interested in that level of minimal funding?
You know, we can all use money. I was listening to the presenters for what were the yellow jacket people, right? And their operating funds only would extend for another month and a half or something. We would continue on without the city of Glendale's funding. I mean, we appreciate our partnership with the city, and we love working with you, and you supported us in the past. But if you feel that, you know, it's needed elsewhere, we would totally understand, and we'd come back again next time and see what can be done here.
Appreciate your sentiments, and please know that the question is not a reflection on the value of your service in our community.
Of course not.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for applying. Thank you for your patience with our schedule, and thank you for taking the time to present today, Captain.
Great, we're back on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are indeed back on schedule. In fact, 3 minutes ahead. But I'd like to propose that we take a break if that's possible, so that we can stand up and stretch our legs a little bit. And I just wanted to know from staff, is 5 p.m. a hard stop in terms of using the WebEx and all that, or I'm just asking in case it goes over because we have quite a bit to deliberate on.
Union members of the committee, we should be fine going over 5 o'clock, but maybe during the break, I can check in with GTV6 just to make sure that staff will be available.
Okay. Great.
But right now, we had scheduled 15 minutes for public comment period. We don't have any members of the public who have called in yet, so we do have that time in the schedule to take a break if you wish.
Okay, so we'll check off that item too if there's no one at this time, since that is the time at which we called for in the agenda for public comment. How long of a break do folks want before we come back? Five minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Okay?
Yeah, is that okay with everyone?
10 minutes it is.
All right, so see you at 3:55. Thank you.
Just 10 minutes.
Stay online, just go on.
members of the committee. We're back on the air.
Great. Thank you, Iris. Welcome back, everyone. I understand we may have a caller in terms of public comment. If we do, we can give them an opportunity to speak.
Yes, that is correct. We have Bruce Hinckley, and he is from, or at least it's regarding the Boy Scouts. So I will bring him on air. Bruce Hinckley, you are on the air. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I've turned off.
Thank you. May address the committee.
I've turned off my video of the meeting.
Okay.
Right, go
you
ahead.
are now live.
We can hear you.
Yes. Has the committee reconvened?
Yes.
Very good. My name is Bruce Hinckley, and I have been a resident of Glendale for decades, over 40 years. And I wanted to make just a brief comment about the request submitted by the Verdugo Hills Council of the Boy Scouts of America. I actually am representing the Kiwanis Club of Glendale today, as the Kiwanis Club of Glendale is a chartered organization for the Verdugo Hills Council, and at our board meeting, the Kiwanis Club has voted to support the youth development through scouting program, which is applying for the $28,125 grant. I am a former president of the Verdugo Hills Council and currently serve on their board of directors and chair of their audit committee. I'm also a past president of the Glendale Kiwanis Club. So the Kiwanis Club has been actively involved with scouting for over 50 years as a chartered organization of a scout troop. And more importantly is the fact that when I was 7 years old, I joined Cub Scouts and was introduced to leadership skills, good citizenship, and personal fitness that started at that age. The same opportunity should be available for the low-income families in Glendale, particularly when we see what is happening within our society today. I strongly encourage the board to look at this grant hard, and if at all possible, make this grant to the Verdugo Hills Boy Scout Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, are you still on the line?
No, he's no longer on the line.
Okay. No worries. Thank you. Okay, next item for discussion is our recommendations. I'm hoping everyone has given this some thought. Obviously, we had some changes in the numbers in terms of amount requested, but it's not a huge change. I don't know if people have thoughts on where they. I guess I'll ask the question the following way: is whether there's an approach that you want to take in our deliberations, higher level. You want to go line item by line item, but at the end of the day, as Maggie stated in the beginning of our meeting, that we have quite a bit of a delta between available funds and requested funds, even with some of the changes from some of the organizations. Any thoughts?
Let's start one by one.
Mr. Avedisian says one by one, but Mr. Gorabian, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm not just overall, I want a recap of what I heard to my colleagues and a few areas of the funding recommendation. For example, starting from back to the front, Salvation Army's kindness of their words of saying, hey, if we're not going to get anything because somebody else needs it more, that meant a lot coming out of a agency to say that that if somebody needs more than we do, we come back next year. The small stuff I hear from different agencies of having such comments, either to the better or to the worse, or Or, for example, in as we heard, that housing rights already receiving 20,000 from different avenues. I don't know if this 20,000 is in addition to that 20,000 or just total of 20,000.
It's an addition.
It's an addition, I assume. No, Maggie's saying no.
No, it's 10. They're requesting 10,000, and 10,000 will be provided by the housing division. So they need $20,000 to program their fair housing program.
Okay, so as I said, I heard there's a lot more comments. I heard that, for example, CASPs, because there's a minimum per school, so we can't really just pick a number because it has to make sense. If not, it won't. So each one of them had a certain minimums that it has to work, or in some cases it doesn't. Or Bodorafo, for example, that no minimum, said whatever, because any dollar helps for them. So having all these coming to us all day long, it's going to be hard, but I want to just say that out loud, that different agencies had already given us some direction, whether they wanted to or not, but they give us some direction besides what's in our booklets, but verbally the interview already gave us some. So I just want to put that out there. If anybody can remember of any of the comments from any of the agencies. But saying that, if somebody's ready, go ahead, but I'm not even close to be ready.
Other thoughts?
Iris, do we have the chart?
Yes, members of the committee, Ms. Alexanian will be sharing the spreadsheet and will be keeping record of what the direction that you give her for the funding recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
That should be brought up shortly.
I'll just share that in my years of doing this, this is the toughest one I've seen so far from the perspective of that delta and the number of organizations. Of course, it is fabulous. Hats off to staff for doing a great outreach and communication job, because the number of applicants is a reflection of that. But of course, that also creates the challenge of with what are inadequate funds being provided to us, unfortunately, and the amount of need that clearly is there. I think every single one of the organizations does great work in our community, both the ones that have been funded for many years now, as well as I was impressed with all the new organizations as well and their applications. So that's what makes it tough. So we have some choices to make here in terms of how we approach this to get to a amount that gets to the amount that we have to work with. Ms. Quinones, Gabriela?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. Do we have our own policy on any minimum that we want to have our awards? Do we not prohibit, like, do we have any minimum that we do? And do we do $5,000? Do we do anything just above 10? I mean, do we have a policy on that?
So we don't have a policy, but I'll give you some historical perspective. We have tried to stick within like 10 or more because there is a lot of paperwork involved. So some organizations have actually returned money when it's too low because it's not worth the administrative costs of doing the paperwork. The other side I'll reflect here, which I think is equally important, is that there's a lot of work involved in tracking all this by staff. So, if we double the number of funded organizations, there's that many more organizations that staff has to work with and track of. Now, obviously, it's our job to administer the funds, but I just wanted us to be mindful of that issue as well, in terms of the administrative responsibilities on the city's side of the equation as well.
Just Chair, before moving forward, maybe staff, I had a thought before we started. I was going to say at the beginning of the meeting, but obviously we have the number difference that we have in requested funds and the availability of funds. But is there a way you can come up with a way to either not for us, but for the agencies, not to go through all these extremes that they could potentially be cut and go through all that exercise of spending money and time of yours and theirs and their sources, knowing that we have over 120% deficit between the available funds and requested. I mean, if I split it to everybody, everybody gets pennies. So by cut, is there before the December deadline, somehow give them an option of, hey, this is where it is. Do you want to continue spending time and money because potentially you could be cut and get zero? I don't know how, if there is a way, or if the staff can do some kind of a study to see if there is a way to let the agencies know not to get to this point and get disappointed. Again, not necessarily emotional disappointment, even though that has a lot to do with it, because we don't want them to completely get discouraged and not to return the following years. But at the same time, they're spending so much time and money, and obviously we cannot fund 750,000 with 280,000 money. So those are facts. I'm just saying, if there is a way somehow we can notify them during the process of somehow draw the line that, hey, if you want to withdraw, or if you want to stop, or if you want to try next year, I don't know. It's something that it would be great to have such a program or options.
Chair Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, Vice Chair Garibian, I'd love to do something like that. However, on Monday after we deliberate after the CIP meeting, we immediately post in the newspaper the numbers. And after we post those numbers, it's up to the public to give their commentary. And we start working on our council report. We intend to go to City Council in April. That doesn't leave us with too much time for the agencies to refuse funding. And then we have to turn in those, our action plan to HUD on time this year, because we received our allocation on time this year for once we didn't have a government shutdown this year or anything like that. So we must turn in our action plan. So if we move forward with the amounts that are going to be allocated, and an agency comes back and says, no, thank you, then we'd have to come back to you again, probably in September, and reallocate funding if the agency refuses. This is, again, after we do contracts, and it is very administratively challenging to do that. We hope that you could come to an agreement today. We do take public comment to heart. The City Council also will make decisions possibly that could be changing things around, but that action plan will eventually go to HUD, most likely in May. I hope that kind of answers your question.
No, Ms. Correa, my question was before they apply, before December deadline.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, Maggie, if I may, I think committee member Garibian was asking if we have a way of limiting or notifying the agencies on how much they should request or can request because of the because we don't have as much to give, so that the agencies are aware. Committee members, unfortunately, we have no way other than just letting them know what is available. We do let them know what is available in the RFP process. The agencies are fully aware that the estimate that we have, and we were close. We were a little over, but we were close enough where they knew that there wasn't that much to be distributed between all the agencies. From year to year, they've also seen that the agencies have been increasing. Unfortunately, we can't limit, unless this agency wants to say that, unless this committee wants to say that agencies shouldn't be applying for more than, let's say, 20,000 or 30,000, or putting a cap on how much the agencies could request in their proposal. We have no way of really limiting them, because one year we may have 5 proposals and have a lot more money to distribute. We have no way of knowing how many people are going to submit a proposal and what types of proposals we're going to get. We know the agencies that have been back year after year. And I think the agencies that have been getting funding year after year can probably also go back and look at, what they've requested and what has been allocated and how difficult it is for you to make that decision. But unfortunately, there's no way other than us telling them what the total amount is available and them kind of taking that into consideration when they submit a proposal, knowing that I'm putting in all this work. Am I going to get at least the amount that I need to be able to operate a successful program? So unfortunately, there's nothing more that we as staff could see us doing other than you dictating a limit on the max amount that an agency could request in their proposal.
So having said that, just pass it to my colleagues. You have a $746,000 requested. The minimums that they said they will go for, the minimums totals to $459,000. We're still $159,000 over the minimum that they said they'll take. Just want to leave that numbers also. Good luck.
I'd like to add that maybe to help the committee in your deliberations, look at the types of programs that are being offered by the various agencies. Look to see if there are any duplication of programs being offered, and whether you want to give 2 agencies smaller amounts to do the same thing, or if it might be better to be able to award a larger amount to 1 agency to do the same program, or look to see what other programs might be out there. So if somebody is proposing a new program that we haven't funded as a committee, through CDBG funds, but there are existing programs out there through agencies that may not be funded through CDBG, do you think it's priority enough? Everybody's work is great, and everybody's doing something that is offering services and programs to our community. So you do have a very difficult decision at hand. And so I think that's where your program priorities come in, and you have to evaluate which one of the programs this year are most important to your community, and how could you best appropriate those funds to get the most out of one agency? Because when you limit the amount that you're giving to any given agency, you're not giving them the ability to do the great work that they can at the levels that you want to see. And so I would say keep that in mind. I know it's a difficult task you have on hand, but I urge you to keep that in mind and maybe use that in your decision-making process to evaluate, how much to be able to allocate. And sometimes trying to be fair to everybody and giving them all a little amount doesn't necessarily reach the goal that the committee, wants to meet, or doesn't allow that agency to meet the goals that they need to meet. And that's why I was asking the question, I asked Chair Armenian if we could address the question to the agencies, because if you're giving them the minimum amount and that's reducing the number of people served, the question is, can $10,000 with one agency serve 1,000 people, where that $10,000 with another agency will only serve 100 people? And then, of course, taking into account that's not apples to apples, what type of service are they providing, and where is that need in your community?
Ms. Quinones-Gabrielian, it looked like you had a question before.
Well, I'm trying to add up a draft proposal that I've come up with. And I mean, this is my first rodeo here, and I don't know if I'm shooting myself in the foot by volunteering, but I think it's a baptism, you know, by trial, and it's a place to start. And it's a draft on my part, and I think maybe it's just a place to start the conversation. And I don't mind, you know, I don't mind any and all feedback. I've got really thick skin, and I'm learning. And I think that might be just something that might move us along.
Sure, and just so you can see, based on the spreadsheet that's being projected, normally what we do is we have a column for each committee member.
Okay.
And we each will eventually put in, I think, proposed numbers. And then we try and see where there's common ground between committee members, or we're close to each other, and we try and lock in on certain numbers for certain organizations until we get to the end, which is 300, actually less than 300,000, right? We have 284,000 left, correct? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it may be off by $1,000. I don't know if I may be off by a little bit here.
Yeah, we can work that out.
Okay, I just haven't. Okay.
Yep.
So let me start. Does that sound good? I mean,
yeah.
Again, this is a draft, and this has been a long day. And I do want to tell you that we have amazing organizations in Glendale. And so taking staff's recommendation to see if maybe there's duplication, to see if, to take advantage of what Ronnie said. I mean, I even put a little red heart in my thing for the Salvation Army, because, you know, who does that? I think they're wonderful. They have $300,000, so give it to somebody else. I'm going to take them up on it because I had them down, but there are others that need it so much more. So, and we are so short. So here, let me just start. And the one other thing I do want to say is, I looked at, I don't know, page 2 of 3 on our program priorities that we discussed at the last meeting. And I really paid attention to the fact that staff said the needs and priorities expressed by the community, corroborated by census data, continues to be consistent with the current and 5-year program priorities. However, residents have commented that housing concerns continue to increase, and residents expressed that a need for additional programs for youth, childcare, business assistance, employment, food pantry, and senior services in light of the COVID-19 pandemic are priority. So with that, I'll just start. My first one is Armenian Cultural Foundation for 30,000. Then I go to Armenian Relief Society of Western USA for 50,000. Ascensia for 10. The Boy Scouts of America for 10. CAST for 40. And I do want to say, I realize she said there were 3 schools, and in the write-up it says $15,000 minimum per school. But really, I really saw that I think they need to think outside the box. So that's only $5,000 between 3 schools that they have to fundraise. So I'm doing 40. I'm recommending 40 for CASPs. I'm recommending 50 for Catholic Charities. 10 for the Children's Burn Foundation, 20 for Door of Hope, 11,000 for Family Promise of the Verdugos, 15,000 for Glendale College Foundation's Food Pantry. We're not going to do, I'm not doing Salvation Army Food Pantry. I think that, and I know that the students have an incredible need, and I'm glad that they've opened it up to members of the community who are low income as well. $30,000 for the Glendale Youth Alliance, and $10,000 for the Housing Rights Center. And I don't know if somebody can add that up. I think I was close, but I don't know.
Yeah, it shows it on the spreadsheet at the bottom, in the red. So you're in the red by $1,890.
$1,890.
Yep.
Okay, so well,
let's do this. It's relatively a small difference. Would staff recommend we just kind of leave it that way, and then we can, because I don't want to get into like tweaking 10s and 20s to make it work. We'll make it work in the end, but I think the principle is what matters at this point in the deliberation.
Yeah, we should leave it alone for now, and then we'll correct the pendings.
Yeah, because it's pretty close. Because we'll tweak something eventually on anything that we come up with together is going to come out to some odd amounts somewhere. And just a question for clarification. So is there any basis or any particular thoughts you had as to the ones, and you did mention the Salvation Army, but are there any thoughts about why you didn't fund the others?
Most of them, let's see, the Armenian Bar Association was I think their first time, or maybe they haven't received any
no, it's their first time
in a long time. Just because like I said, I was looking at what we heard as input from the community and what I felt were more dire just needs in the community, you know, food, housing, domestic violence. And then the community was asking for youth and childcare. So after school programs, that's, let's see who else. I love the Armenian Engineers Scientists of America. I love anything that our kids, you know, STEM and the technology. This is what we should be doing, right? But the issue, the bottom line for so many of the other ones are, I wish we had more money. I don't know that we can start funding these right now in this year, you know, this year. I'd love to give them feedback that we love this. If they could also get around making sure that the presentations are in Glendale for the Armenian Engineers and Scientists of America. The same thing for say Shura Youth Orchestra. What a beautiful thing. And I loved listening to the fact that anyone who stays in the program, and any music program for over 2 years, their GPA goes up by 30%. I mean, it's wonderful, but how can I compete with the things that we're doing with the Door of Hope, or, you know, the Armenian Relief Services, or Catholic Charities, or just plain old food? It's hard. Or CASPs, and I know that CASPs and the Burn Foundation, to me, are such a critical community building opportunity when they partner with our police department and our fire department. And when you see what's happening out there right now, the need for these programs from CASPs, just because people have had their kids stuck without any interaction, or, you know, the sports that they're normally used to taking aggression out, to the fact that we look at the environment and we have got California burning, you know, more and more fiercely every year. So I think we should support things like the Children's Burn Foundation and our fire department and that partnership. I'm just trying to, with the small amount that we have, just trying to spread it out into making sure that the biggest needs for building community are taken care of.
Thank you for that explanation of your thought process. Okay, who would like to go next or give thoughts? Mr. Lazarian, do you want to give some thoughts?
I'm still calculating. I'll wait. Can I wait?
If someone else is available, or if you want to do it live, we can do it live on the spreadsheet too.
Okay, I can go next if nobody.
Okay, appreciate it.
Sure. Armenian Bar Association, 10,000. Armenian Culture, 20,000. Armenian Cultural Foundation, 20,000.
Sorry, I didn't.
Hamasgain, 20,000.
Okay, yeah, they didn't put that in.
Armenian Engineering, 12,000. Armenian Relief Society, 60,000. Ascensia, 8,000. Boy Scout, 11,000. Youth Orchestra, 10,000. CASP, 20,000. Catholic Charities, 20,000. Children Burn Foundation, 15,000. Dora Hope, 20,000. Family Promise, 8,000. Glendale College Foundation, 20,000. Glendale Youth Alliance, 20,000. Housing Right, 10,000. Salvation Army, 0.
Unless I misunderstood one of the amounts, we're over 19,000.
Committee member Lazarian, did you say 20,000 for caps
Yes,
or 40?
20.
Okay. Teresa, that's got to change to 20.
CASPs, 20?
Yes. Yes.
And the change can go anywhere. Under 10, you can put it with 8,000 on Ascensia. Okay, next.
Chair Armenian, I'm not sure if you're trying to speak, but you're on mute.
I don't know why it keeps going to mute because I don't touch anything. I think Iris is muting me.
Sorry, sometimes I do.
It's
background noise.
It's a joke.
Can I ask a favor from Iris? Iris, can you bring the column of requested funding close to our names?
I think Teresa's controlling the.
Oh, Teresa, I'm sorry, Teresa, can you push that, and recommended funding can go all the way to the end of them. For now, we don't need to see that. Because my monitor is not, I can, even though I have a big monitor, but still too small for me to see. Okay, good. Thank you.
No problem. Would you like me to make it bigger?
If you can, it'd be great.
That's a little bigger.
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
That's good. It actually helps my eyes too.
Who would like to go next, Mr. Garabian or Mr. Avedisian?
Go ahead, Ron.
You waiting for me?
Go for it.
Well, I have, obviously you guys can't see, but I have similar Excel spread open on my other monitor that it has 3 columns. I filled it up with 3 potential ways to go. And I'm having a problem which route to go at, because as we all know, and we spoke obviously earlier, and each agency does something different. To be able to somehow, you know, the youth programs, the homeless shelter programs, and so on and so forth, the food pantries and all that stuff. So that's obviously always is the first challenge, to be able to say, you know, you can't, who not to pay, because they all have a specific need. And also, we don't want to discourage the new applicants, but not necessarily I want to fund it because of their feelings. I mainly because it's a program that they have, or they're planning. Some are existence programs, such as Armenian Bar Association is not a new program. They've been doing this, but I guess they haven't applied for funding in the past. So things in that nature, it makes it hard to make a decision. So I had 2 thoughts. Yes, I did have numbers for everyone to match that 284,000, but at the same time, I thought about the difference between 284 and 746, if I'm not mistaken, is about 38% of funds available, funds requested, it's available. So I said, if I split out 38% straight across the board to everyone, based on their requested funds, that's one approach I had. So instead of going one at a time, who to pay, who not to pay, but also just go straight out 38%. But throughout the interviews, obviously, you start thinking other stuff. So I do have that option to go straight out evenly divided on the 38%. But for now, I'm going to give you guys some numbers to punch in. And if we don't agree, I'll rely back to my even the division between all 17 agencies. But for now, let's put in these numbers. Armenian Bar Association is at 8,000. ACH 10,000. Amazgari 10,000. ACF 18,000. Armenian Engineers 8,000. ARS 70,000. Essentia 8,000. Boy Scouts 10,000. The Youth Orchestra 5,000. CASPs 30,000. Cali Charities 30,000. Children Burn Foundation 10,000. Door of Hope 20,000. Family Promise 8,000. Glendale College Foundation 8,000. Glendale Youth Allowance, 25,000. Housing Rights, 8,000. Salvation Army, 8,000. And the reason I put the last two is 8,000.
Committee Caribbean, sorry. Housing rights has to remain at 10,000 because they have to be funded. Unless Maggie, you want to correct me?
You would be correct, Ms. Alexandria. They must.
That's fine. That's all right. And we're just gonna take out. I'm gonna split the 1,000 between Salvation Army and Glendale College. Make each one of them 7,000. So just because Salvation Army said they're willing to take zero this year, I didn't feel comfortable to give them zero because there's two food pantry. They both serve the same purpose. And we were told even from the agencies themselves, especially the Glendale College Foundation representative, Mr. Manoukian, said there should be more than one because the city requires a large city and requires more than one similar food pantry. I'm quoting him, and I think we should have both of them going. So this is my numbers without the without going straight 38% evenly divided. And if we do that, just a FYI to my colleagues, the numbers will not be too far off from what I already have put up there. It will be very close to these numbers.
Okay. Mr. Avedisian, you want to go next?
Yes, give me one quick second. I did something, but then again, my numbers came up wrong.
We can get corrected in the spreadsheet if you want. At least that'll add it up as we go along.
Okay, I guess we can. Let's start. Let's see. Let's start with number 3, ACF, 25,000. STEM Academy, 8,000. ARS, 60. Boy Scouts, 10. CASP, 30. Catholic Charities, 30. Burn Foundation, 10.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Burn Foundation?
10. Door of Hope, 20. Where am I? Hope. $11,000 for Family Promise. Glendale College, 30. I'm already over. No. I have 50, correct? Yeah. Youth Allowance, 25. Housing Rights, 10. And 10 Salvation Army. So I have 5,000. 5,000 to Sensia. So the balance 5,110.
Okay. Is that correct, Army?
Yes.
Okay.
Close enough. Yes.
Okay. I'll go last as chair. Armenian Cultural Association 15. Armenian Cultural Foundation 40. ARS 50. Sensia 10. Boy Scouts 10. Youth Orchestra 10. CASPS 40. Catholic Charities 30. Children's Burn Foundation 10. Door of Hope 10. Family Promise 10. Glendale Youth Alliance 30. Housing Rights 10. And the balance to Salvation Army. Okay. Give everyone a minute to study the eye chart.
Member Garipian, you're on mute.
So sorry, Teresa, can you just highlight the current funding and requested funding so it would separate ours from those? Here we go. Thank you.
So there, I'll just observe one thing. There's some organizations we all agree should get funding. In other words, everyone has allocated some amount, though the amounts are different. And then there are others that we don't agree 100%. Some off by 1, some off by 2, in terms of number of committee members.
I think on Housing Rights Center, we pretty much straight out recommended the same.
Yeah, maybe we can highlight once we agree on something.
And I think Glendale Youth Alliance, we're almost there. We're very close. I think me and Mr. Avedisian are at 25. Chair Armenia and Gabriel are at 30, and Mr. Gazarian's at 20. So I'm willing to whatever number you guys want to come out. So all 4 of us, 5 of us can be on board. I'm okay with that. So you guys want to take the
25 is the average. 25.
Let's go with 25 for now.
Well, let's see if Mr. Gazarian is the one has to come up. Are you okay, Mr. Gazarian, to come up to 25 on that one?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Gabrielian, are you okay with 25?
Ms. Gabrielian?
Committee Member Gabriella, you might be on mute.
Thank you. I was on mute. Excuse me. I'm okay. I feel my observation is they are the most vulnerable organization we have in Glendale. And they are, I think, the only one who offers paid employment and partnerships, you know, for a much needed group. So I'm fine. I'm fine with, you know, a reduction as far as I'm concerned. I'm concerned about them. And I know that, I mean, I'm not trying to, I was trying to give them some advice, but they really need to focus on sustainability. And I think we're such a big part of their funding. It's going to affect them a lot.
Does that persuade anyone else to come up to 30?
Well, for now, we can, I guess, leave the 30 for Ms. Gabriela, and we can move on to the other lines.
Yeah, let's leave Ms. because I think I was at 30 as well. Yeah, I was. So why don't we revert those back, mine as well, and then go to another line.
I just want to remind everyone one thing, that Youth Alliance especially does get funding from the city directly also. So it does get additional funding from the city above and beyond the CDBG.
Well, that's good to know. I don't know does staff know how much they get funded, and if so, then I'm willing to go down. I just all the organizations, they are the most vulnerable in terms of their financial standing.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, GYA, there are 2 employees, full-time employees that are funded through the general fund, the city's general fund, one being the executive director and one being the accounts payable technician. It's around 220, 250,000 a year. Those funds are allocated only to full-time employee, the 2 full-time employees that administer the program. These funds that they're requesting will be used for actual youth employment, having the kids go out and work on the field and get their work experience.
All right, well, let me move this along. We'll come back. It's all good information. I was going to suggest we go to Children's Burn Foundation, because we're pretty close there. In fact, all of us are aligned except Mr. Lazarian, so maybe we can agree on that one. Mr. Lazarian's at 15, everyone else is at 10. Would you be willing to come down, Mr. Lazarian? You're on mute if you're speaking.
Sorry, I'm okay to go up.
You're okay to go down to 10?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's change Mr. Lazarian's to 10 and lock that one in. Let's see, what about, it looks like Boy Scouts were pretty close. You're only 1,000 off, Mr. Lazarian. Are you okay to go to 10 on that one?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see where else we might be close. What about Family Promise? We're kind of in range there. Just a few thousand difference. We want to go to 10 as the average, maybe? Would everyone be agreed?
We could do that. We could do that.
That's good, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's lock that one in at 10.
Well, I mean, I don't think we should do all the decreases first, because the increases we might be short some other places. Because I'm at 8, so I don't know. I'm just thinking we should do the decreases first and leave the increases alone for now.
Well, right now we're pretty close at 22. We're 22 over. Oh, sorry, I was reading it wrong. I see what you're saying. I was just trying to look for things that where we're really within range, and that one we're like 1,000.
Essentia, that's one of them that we're sort of all over the place, but doable. If you're gonna decrease, I'm okay with the Cynthia.
Essentia, isn't that one of the critical organizations for the homeless?
All of
They
them.
are, and they also get a lot of funding from the city and the county.
We also, I believe we did not fund them last year, correct?
We paid their loan. We paid off their loan.
Chair Arminian, members of the committee, Essentia, the recommendation was to fund them last year, but when we took the report to council, there was a change due to the fact that there was CDBG, CV funding and different funding sources through the federal government, the state and county. So they are currently using a number of different funding sources. This position would basically fund a percentage of the homeless outreach employee that works in Glendale 100% of the time. They work closely with our outreach staff, with Glendale Police outreach staff, and assist in hotel coordination, outreach coordination, and the coordinated entry system for all the unsheltered homeless individuals that are in the city.
Can I ask you the funding for CV 1 or 3 that you mentioned? That was for the last fiscal year. Is it going to continue for them in this fiscal year?
It was for this fiscal year. We do have additional funds through the CV3 that they have applied for, and they have been funded for different programs. We have another round of CV3 RFP proposals due to the city end of March. We're hoping that they would apply for those funds also. Yes, but those funds need to be spent on COVID-related issues. And also they need to be spent by September 2022.
Okay, well, I am okay going down then.
Let me propose that we go down to 8, since there seems to be multiple 8s there already.
That's good for me. Knowing they have other, multiple sources. Thank you.
Yep.
Is it okay to change all of them down to 8 or just?
That's what I was suggesting, yes.
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 Okay, I'm trying to pick off other easy ones. Do we just want to, because we're pretty close on Family Promise, do we want to agree on something? Even if it's less, because we do have to go down. Maybe go to 8 on that one.
Family Promise.
I'm okay with that.
We got it. We're 22 over already.
Well, can we do 10? We've got 2 11s and a 10.
That would be.
And we have 2 8s.
That would be going up slightly on the average when you look at the right column.
Yeah, by $378. It's closer to 10 than it is to 8.
Yeah, I'm just trying to close the deficit gradually, even if it's little by little.
I know, but this is another. It's a small amount, $378. To fund a really critical need in the community. So, I'm hoping you can say go up.
I proposed going up, but there didn't seem to be agreement. That's why I'm going down a little bit.
We're talking about.
Let's go to 10. Let's try to go to 10.
Yes. Yes.
Let's put on 10. There are other ones that we can reduce.
Okay.
Let's go to 10 for now, and then we're going to have to pick it up somewhere. Okay.
You can look at the STEM Academy.
Well, I was actually going to look at the Glendale Youth Alliance. Did we agree on that one?
We did.
So let's change Glendale Youth Alliance to 25. Right? No, there's 325s and 230s.
Talked about it.
I think on this one, committee member Gabrielian asked if we could wait and come back to it. So that's why I didn't change it.
Okay.
No, that, you know what, it's fine. I can, I will go down to 25. I'm just, yeah, I think that we had the conversation and the answer was they were the city funded over 200 and I don't remember, $52,000.
It funded 2 employees, but it did not fund the actual payments for the youth wages. So that's what this would go toward.
Yes, Commission Chair Armenian, members of the committee, the 220,000 that's funded through the general fund funds the 2 full-time employees that administer the program. So it's the executive director, Ms. Gregorian, who was on the call with us, and then another employee who handles all the accounts and payroll for the youth. These funds will be used to pay for the actual youth out on the field, gaining the work experience at different work sites throughout the city.
Okay. You have a comment?
No, it's a great program, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with, you know, you have the votes. I'll go to 25.
Well, we try and get this to consensus, so I don't want to think about the votes part yet. We'll do our best, but there's still stuff to work through here.
Okay, let's do 25, and then let's, you know, if there's an opportunity, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, just put a question mark for it for yourself, and then we will deliberate some more. Let's see. What about Catholic charities? We've got 330s, a 20, and a 50.
Average.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe can you give me your thoughts about Catholic charities? I guess I see it filling an incredibly big need for a large section of the community, a diverse section of the community, and these are just absolute needs. You know, we're talking about shelter and food and all of the different case management for the folks that come in, from immigration to all of the other requirements that they listed and presented. And I know that presented in their plan, and he did he was a good face for Catholic charities, but there's so much in here that they fill for that community. And so I saw it as absolutely essential. I see it, and I guess let me be frank. I see it on par with the Armenian Relief Services. So do you not? I'd love to know a little bit more. And get your thoughts on that.
No, I'll say that we have traditionally obviously funded them at a much higher level and are impressed with their work. There are multiple organizations that serve in that same space, you know, particularly like, you know, homeless and that sort of thing. So Essencia, you know, Door of Hope, Catholic Charities, Family Promise. So this is on the lower end. If we were to go with the lower end of this, it would be the lower end of what we have funded them before. although we've never had this many applicants before either.
Chair Armenia, just quickly want to confirm every agency right now listed here, they do qualify for the HUD funding requirements, right? I mean, they're all within the HUD guidelines of either serving the youth programs or the senior citizen programs, low income, and so on and so forth. So pretty much everyone, the 17 of them listed here, they all have a role that they're approved by HUD. Is that correct? I mean, I don't see an agency here that they shouldn't be here because their job is not good enough or their need is not needed in the community. There is no such agency up here, right? They're all are needed and important in the community, if I'm not mistaken.
Vice Chair Garibian, that is correct. All 17 agencies meet one or more program priorities.
Okay, just want to make sure. I mean, it's not like, I want to make sure everybody has a priority listed here already. Okay, just want to remind myself that there is nobody that there's just no need for them to be here. Just, all right, so if everyone's needed, just want to clarify my end of it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to, I mean, I'm kind of middle of the road. I guess 30 is the average with 3 of the 5 committee members. But the average is 32. We could go higher, but we're going to have to capture that somewhere along the way here.
I want to just say one more thing about Catholic Charities that, you know, and why I see them on par and what ARS does in the community for a diverse community is because the services go way beyond what Family Promise of the Verdugos or Door of Hope or, you know, all of the other, those are very focused on either homeless or domestic violence. And this includes a huge range of issues such as assisting households with food, immigration, refugee services, job search assistant, language assistant, life skills training workshops, nutrition information care, healthcare access, citizenship preparation. I mean, that's why I'm, you know, it's like, it's a much more extensive range of services that we would be cutting down from another diverse part of our community. And that's, I'm going to hold a little bit, you know, harder, hopefully, on that one. I really think that's it would be a big drop for a cross section of Glendale community.
Okay, let's hold on that one. We'll come back to it because there's more discussion to be had. I'm wondering on the kind of the elimination side of things, because we're gonna have to make up money here. There's a few here that only have 1 or 2 committee members allocating and the rest not. So Bar Association is one of them.
I think I agree with Ms. Gutierrez that Gabriela, that just on the being part of some of the agencies, I think we should keep that because some of them do the same thing. I agree with her. I think we should get that going. If I'm not, for example, Salvation Army and Family Promise of, College Foundation and or Armenia Bar Association and Housing Rights Centers, all these 4 agencies, they're at par to each other 2-on-2. So I think if we're funding Housing Rights Center, we should equally fund the Armenian Bar Association because they do same as we discussed, such as the Catholic Charities versus the ARS, or in this case, the College Foundation and the Salvation Army I think, if I'm not mistaken, Salvation Army, which we visited many times, they are funding to really low-income kids after-school programs, and the pantry is open to really individuals that they have no food. We have been inside their pantry. We know how things work, but I think they're pretty much at par with the College Foundation. If I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they are. Maybe we should come up to some numbers with those two.
Well, so far, unfortunately, all I'm hearing is coming up. I'm not hearing going down because we're going to have to eventually go down. Or you know, and what I mean by go down, either go down in amount or take off the list for this year, because we're at the risk of, you know, spreading so thin that everyone gets a little bit, but not, you know, and we leave it to their own devices to come up with the gap.
Yeah, I mean, I can address my idea between the Salvation Army and the college first, and then the Armenian Bar Association and the other. Well, that one's actually a lot easier. The Armenian Bar Association is an amazing organization. They have, what did he say, 50 pro bono attorneys. They're going to continue doing what they're doing. And we're not cutting them from last year because they didn't get any money from us. And yet we have the other organization that does a lot of the same things, and we must fund them. We don't have a choice. So I didn't propose anything for the Armenian Bar Association under our tight conditions. And of course, we have to give the other one 10. And the same thing, it hurt my heart to not give anything to Salvation Army because I personally support them so much. But we do, they have a $300,000 reserve and they're fine. The college, on the other hand, is serving an amazing, if you could see some of these students that need the food. So, you know, I'm talking about fainting in classroom and the teacher finding out, oh, I hadn't eaten since yesterday morning, you know? I mean, that's the kind of thing, you know, that it hurts your heart. And they just lost the $60,000 of funding. So they're looking for funding for such, you know, for a dire need. So that's my idea. Just, we would eliminate Armenian Bar Association, eliminate Salvation Army, and fund the other two.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I didn't fund College Foundation is, to be honest, goes to my question that I asked, which I feel like they should be sticking to a tighter mission of the student example that you gave, as opposed to trying to run a broader food pantry. I mean, that's because Salvation Army does that and does it well. I just think that, you know, if you have limited resources, why are you expanding your scope? You should stick to, you know, the where you started from in terms of focus. So anyway, I found that a little bit, there was a little bit of a conflict there in my head about that.
I know, I realized that. And the only thing that answered it for me was when he said that at the Glendale campus, they're doing the drive-through, and so they don't have the ability to get the documentation, right? And so they limited it to the people that walk up to the pantry. So I don't know. And in order to probably have the numbers, they had to open it up. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a good question, Zanku.
So again, I'm trying to move us along, and because now we're in the kind of harder zone where we have to make some choices. Pick which one you guys want to tackle. And we have to trend a little bit down because we're 20 over already. So, I mean, there's also CASPs. We're between 20 and 40 there. I'm willing to come down on it a little bit.
I am too.
So maybe 30 on that one.
30, at least we'll cover 2 schools.
Yeah. Okay, let's highlight that one. Okay, we came down a little bit. Want to talk about the youth orchestra? Because there's two people who didn't fund that at all. I could probably go both directions on that one, although it seems like a worthwhile program.
It is a great program, but I don't think as much as the food pantries or the homeless issue is important, it's not as dire importance at this point.
So
because of our funding level.
Yeah, I'd be willing to go to zero on that one because I think we're going to have to eventually. But there's two other committee members who allocated money.
That's fine. I can go zero too.
Okay. And Mr. Garipian?
If you're focusing to homeless and food pantries only this year, sure, we can zero that out.
Okay. All right, that made a big difference. And apologies to the youth orchestra, of course. And then what about
ARS? We're almost close, very close to each other. 50, 60, 50,
75. Do you want to go to like maybe 55 as, or take the average?
58 ARS?
Yeah. What do other committee members think?
That's fine. 58 will be fine.
I think we should leave the ARS for now because they're par with Cali Charities, I guess. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, what about Hamaskai Cultural Association? Since we did the youth orchestra, it's kind of in the same space.
By the way, just on the record, we have not in the past, and I have not ever compared an agency to another agency. I think that is not a part of our job to do, and we're not supposed to do that. So I apologize that I said to use the par, but I'm just following my colleagues. But I don't think we should definitely ever compare one agency to another agency.
Yeah, I think we were looking at it in the spirit of what organizations are kind of working in the same space, as opposed to whether one is, different than the other. So thoughts on Cultural Association?
I was going to say that's what I was doing it in that spirit, and doing it at the urging of staff. When we have any duplication, that type of thing. So.
Agree.
I can go either way.
What about Salvation Army? Because we have two blanks there.
I personally love Salvation Army, and I honor what they do, and they do it so well with very limited dollars and the waste. Actually, not dollars, but the waste. They manage the funds very well, overall funds. But if the consensus of everybody is zeroing down, I think I can work with that.
I think if I'm not mistaken, right now its average is 3,000 between Mr. Abedisian and Chair Armenia.
Well,
that is the average of 5,000 now.
I don't know the numbers.
If committee member Abedisian said he was willing to go to zero, so I had zeroed him out. Once I zero him out, the average becomes the 3,000. But because you were looking at an average, I put it back so you could see, because you said between Abedisian and Chair Armenian. So if I left it with what it was before, your average is 5,000.
So if we go 5,000 each, that would be.
Actually, I wanted to understand, like, how is it average at 5,000 when it's 10, 7, and 9?
Divided by 5.
Divides by 5.
5, okay. So do we want to go to 5 or go to 0?
I would say I recommend going zero because we need money for some other organizations, but they don't have much.
All right. I would be willing to go to zero. Mr. Doribian and Avedisian?
I'm fine. I already said my.
Mr. Doribian, are you okay with zero?
I think you said yes.
Don't have much of a choice now, do I?
On one. Okay, we're getting there. I think we said to hold on Catholic, hold on college. What about Door of Hope? Looks like I'm the lower one. What would you guys think of like coming to 15? I mean, I could go up, but it's gonna go in the wrong direction.
I mean, if we compare kids starving on the floor in the classroom versus women being beat up by their spouses, I mean, it has the same, if not more, kids being abused and living in the shelter homes on an emergency in the midnight that they have to run from home. Door of Hope is one of those agencies. But again, we don't want to go into dramatic of the agencies, but if we do, we can visualize all these effects before deciding on numbers. As a matter of fact, maybe we should go higher than the my 20.
Or I was going to offer, what if we go with that average, which is 18?
I'm okay with
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Are others okay with that?
Door of Hope.
No, I don't think we should change it now. I think we should leave that. Why don't we finish up the college foundation and then we'll come back to that one.
Yes.
Well, I have a little bit of a heartburn about this because I feel like we're penalizing Salvation Army for offering, and we're giving a brand new organization all of it in terms of like the food pantry, but they're new. Like, so the existing organization that's been doing this, that we've been funding, we've zeroed out, and now we're giving, but yet we're giving to the new organization. I'm not penalizing, I don't want to penalize the new organization either, but I kind of feel like we did a trade-off there that feels like we're taking advantage of them being forthright about, offering.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Last year, Salvation Army got cut $80,000 funding from the state, and we still didn't fund them enough. Is that my recollection? Was it last year? Do I remember that correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Just want to go back in history what we have done with such agency. They got cut $80,000, and we still didn't fund enough because we didn't have money, and they didn't complain, and they were very happy with our recommendation.
Well,
I agree.
And it was not a COVID-based cut. It was a straight cut without before COVID.
So what are you saying? Are you suggesting that we should leave it cut?
No, I'm just saying because somebody else gets cut doesn't mean we should fund them because they got cut somewhere else.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the food pantry, right? This is what the Salvation Army proposal is, and we have funded them in the past.
Right.
Right? You have an organization that's applying for the first time for food pantry, and you're cutting the one that you had funded in the past to fund the new one in the same space. I'm not making a value judgment. They're both providing valuable services, but the reason you have the ability to do that is because you're taking from one.
That's right.
It feels like you're, robbing Peter to pay Paul.
That's why I had equally divided me myself, but it's up to you guys. But I had it divided equally between the two. But it's up to you guys. The court is in your ball.
We still haven't solved the Catholic Charities debate either, which is an even broader service. But they too, I think, run a food pantry. It's just that's one of many things.
Yeah, they do.
Anyway, if you guys insist on funding College Foundation, then I'm going to ask that you guys come down from the amount that you have it at. Only because we have to bring it down.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think if the funding College Foundation is not, are we sending the right message?
Sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Doribian?
As you mentioned, Salvation Army is doing the same thing as College Foundation and cutting the old agency that they've been consistent and 100% giving, not 100%, but giving 100% of Salvation Army's funds to the college fund. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Well, I have to tell you, I did not fund them at an even higher rate because it was a new organization, but I did fund them at a good amount because it's about serving the community, and it's been in existence for a few years, ever since it was a recognized need in the community and right there on the campus. So I still have some issues with it expanding out, but it could be that it's expanding out to students' families instead of just the student, and therefore it's much more an efficient serving organization than going to the Salvation Army. That's, the students already there. So I'm flexible, but I do see that there is the need, and there is a great organization that's trying to fill the need that needs the money. So that's where I'm coming from.
One thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, one thing that I have heard or know, the Salvation Army, all the clients that they serve, they are completely recorded all from very low income families in the local area. So the college pantry, when it's open to public, it really doesn't identify only the low income or needy families. It opens up to broader community members that could drive by and pick up food. That could be someone that is really doesn't need it, but there's a free food. They drive by and pick it up, and there's nobody to check and to verify that fund, their income level or whatnot, or the needs. That's the one thing on the college part that I think is not working out right.
It's a concern.
Yeah.
So you're telling me they're not serving Glendale community only?
They're serving Glendale community, but they're serving just general public. And from what I've heard, that drive-through, especially the drive-through, when they don't record any documents, people of all levels stop by and pick up food. Not necessarily only the low income or needy families. But that is something that is a concern to me.
Well, I haven't heard that, but it's a possibility.
We don't know the percentage of outside community versus Glendale community. funding, serving?
Not outside community. The income level of outside community. Not people coming from Igora per se, but the Glendellians, but they're not necessarily on the low income level because there is no record keeping, so they don't have to check anyone's financials in order for them to let them pick up drive-through food. Salvation Army, whoever goes.
If they're not verifying, so it could be same also from outside of the city limits, not knowing that.
It could very well be. Yes, it could very well be.
Well, right now, Mr. Arvizian, you're the highest at 30 for this. And
I know.
Ms. Quinones Gabrielian, you're at 15. I'm at 0. So that's kind of the range. So I don't know, maybe you want to come down to 15?
I would go with 15 if I can fund Salvation Army a little bit.
Well, we already zeroed that out.
I know.
And as it is, we're over, so.
That's good. Let's try 15 if everybody else is okay and see what happens.
I'm okay.
All right. Mr. Garibian, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian, you okay with 15 for now?
I think 15 is too high for now.
Oh, you think it's too high?
I think it's too high.
What do you suggest?
I mean, I'm already at 7, but if I have to, I'll go up to 10. I think it's more than enough.
What do the others think?
I think money is needed a lot more in we have a lot more agencies that we haven't even close to it.
That's fine. I think I either 15 or 10 is fine.
Shall we go to 10 for 10 for now?
Make a difference.
Let's try that.
We'll try it.
All right. Okay, we're pushing uphill. It gets harder the steeper it gets.
No, yeah, it is. It's very difficult. I mean, I don't know what other organization does basic food, but we're giving 10 to a very basic need in the community. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yep.
I mean, Essentia has the same. We gave them 8, which is worse. It's not just the food; it's also shelter and also shower and health and so many other things. So we gave them 8. It's very hard. It's very difficult. It's not an easy job.
Do we want to lock Door of Hope in? Because I'm the outlier on that one. I'm willing to go up to 20. It's in the wrong direction, but. You guys okay with that? I assume everyone else was at 20.
Door of Hope?
Yeah. Everyone was at 20 except me, so.
That's good. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we're still staying on target. We're pretty close. All right.
How about Armenian engineers and science?
Yeah, let's tackle that one next. So we've got 2 at 0, 2 at 8, 1 at 12. I was, frankly, I'm a little bit concerned about the location issue. I know they addressed it, but it didn't seem like it was a locked-in solution. It seemed like they said we could do it, but I didn't have a commitment that they would do it in a location a little bit closer.
I mean, these kids, obviously, they're healthier and it's more of a future establishment of the society versus immediate emergency need. But again, our funding is towards all these programs, not only for emergency need of food and shelter. Overall, we should consider all of them that they do. If they're here, that means they qualify. But yet, I want to make sure we remind ourselves, yes, it is not an emergency of food, of starvation, but nevertheless, it's a program that it's a part of our funding program.
That's
A part of our priorities, right? To build and building community. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I mean, to me, I mean, my perspective on this is I love STEM, of course, extremely important. But, you know, some of these after school programs are providing like the more basics before you even get to STEM, which is just basics, helping kids succeed in the minimum requirements of school. You know, they're helping parents, working parents, you know, in terms of it's a little bit of childcare and homework assistance and things like that. So I kind of, before you can get to STEM, you got to get those kids that are vulnerable to failure, I suppose, in school. You got to kind of prop them up. That's why before we can get to STEM, I feel like, you know, that's why I didn't fund AESA, although I have a lot of respect for them as an organization. And I have a lot of respect for STEM, of course.
I agree. Great program, but the need of the students, I think that's going to use there's a bigger need on the other hand.
The other thing I factored in is this is the first time they're doing the robotics program, right? They've done the science. I forgot what it was called.
That's why I wanted to fund them just at least just a bit to get them in the door in a way. And then maybe in the future we can fund them better. But then again,
I suggest maybe we can go 5,000 if it's gonna work.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, I'm the one that's zero on these, along with Ms. Quiñones Gabrielian. So we're coming up on these. So, but I think at least 5 would be a compromise if they're willing to do it at 5. At least give them something to try out.
I can go for that. And I don't know, was it, I think they said they would take anything, right?
I believe so.
Yes.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Kazarian?
Let's try 5,000.
Yeah. All right, let's put in 5,000 if everyone agrees. This is AESA.
we're 5,000 over.
Yep.
If you zero out the bar.
So we have 3 people have it at 0. What are Mr. Lazarian, Claribian? What are your thoughts?
Sure.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Lazarian?
Can we try 5,000 on that line too?
What are your thoughts, Mr. Claribian?
I was just saying because obviously in the end of the day, we'll have a majority, we'll have one column that is satisfactory and we'll put a motion. So we don't really have to have all the lines to be exactly lined up. Am I correct? Meaning if Armenian Bar Associations, if 3 is blank and we leave our numbers there, doesn't mean we still can, for example, after we're done, take either Ms. Gabrielian's line and put a motion, those are the funding recommendation, and vote on that. So not necessarily all the 5 has to match straight out.
Well, we do need to get to a balanced average, right? Somewhere.
Right. I mean,
for the motion, for there to be a possibility of a motion.
Right. I mean, looking at bottom of each one of us, for example, Mr. Avedisian, 31,000 to me, 10,000. So we all in red in the bottom instead of just the averages. So I think more of an individualism to get at least 2 or 3 members or 4 members or the most possibly 5 to have those reds in 0. So that not necessarily all has to match. That's what I'm trying to say.
Chair Armenian.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, I just wanted to bring to your attention that Armenian Engineers and Scientists of America had could accept a minimum of $13,900 to operate, and with $5,000 in the contract that we'd have to do with them and all the paperwork that is so intensive to begin with, for them to do it as a first time entry into CDBG honestly is not worthwhile. They may refuse or they may come back in the fall and tell us that they don't want the money. So please be mindful of that. $5,000 is a very low amount for the paperwork that is required of this program.
I'm wondering whether, if I could just share a thought. I mean, you got 2 new entrants where right now it's filled in because we just said it, but where we had a few blanks. One was AESA, one was Armenian Bar. I'm wondering whether we 0 one out and put the other one at a higher amount. To address your point, Ms. Kavarian.
I agree.
And as you have done in the past, I know you have, as a committee, as a whole, have picked at least 1 to 2 new agencies so they can try out CDBG. So that might be a very good plan.
Yeah. So right now, I mean, the only new agency is the Glendale College Foundation so far.
I'm sorry, but the youth orchestra was zeroed out as a new agency.
No, I know. I'm saying that we have decided to fund right now. The only new organization we've decided to fund so far is College Foundation.
Right.
And we just knocked them down.
Right. But we normally bring them in, new agencies in at a slightly lower level. But anyway, today that's not the issue. The issue is lack of funds is what's the driving this. So do we want to pick maybe ABA or AESA between the 2 and fund one of them?
I think we should fund the academy.
AESA?
The STEM Academy.
I vote for the academy as well, the STEM.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was reading the organization name. Are you, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. The only thing I would highlight is AESA in terms of the program they're proposing is brand new. They haven't tried it out yet, whereas ABA is an established program, although they are a new applicant. But I'm fine with going with.
Well, there's that, and there's also the address. Can staff give us a little bit more about that? The fact that they're serving address and the main center is outside of Glendale? And your thoughts on that?
Committee member, are you referring to the Scientists and Engineers of America?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. As long as they serve Glendale residents, and this has been a concern that came up with Home Minutemen Arat chapter, whose building is located in Los Angeles, yet 90% of their participants are Glendale residents. That isn't allowed. That is allowed. We just wanted to bring it to the attention of the committee in the proposal. So the committee is aware of what their program is and where they are housed.
Okay. I still choose the academy then, the STEM academy. I vote for them.
Okay, I would agree with that too. So what level would you guys recommend? 10?
10 is okay. 10 is fine.
So let's try 10.
Okay.
Teresa, can you do me a favor? And if we're changing something, don't zero out on the other ones yet, like Armenian Bar Association. As I mentioned earlier, just leave the numbers unless, so we can, in the end of the day, it doesn't have to be.
Well, I think she's trying to help us track the average. Because if it doesn't change it, then it gets factored into the average.
Because we were actually asked, right? Which one do we want to support?
Right, I didn't answer.
The association or the STEM academy?
That's
sorry. I thought everybody said that you were.
That's okay. I didn't, but that's fine. Let's move forward.
I can put it back.
No, it's okay. Leave it on. Leave it on. That's fine. Let's move forward.
And first, there we go. I was going to ask you. So now we're 9,000
over.
Under.
Oh.
Under.
Under, yeah. Well, that's good. That's a good problem.
Well, I see it as, Chair Armenia, you're only 6,000 over.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Maybe staff can tell us. I thought that was a surplus.
Yeah, no, that is what by over I mean. We have 9,000 still to allocate. Before we were in a deficit.
Right.
Just to clarify.
I'm sorry, Chair Armenian, what are you guys actually looking at? Because with all of your lines, everybody is over at this point. The average is 9,000 over. So
that's right.
So, okay, we're over 9,000.
You're over 9,000.
Okay.
On average, you're over 9,000. So
if I were to, let's look at my column for a second. I think this is where Mr. Garibian's going.
Right.
If we were to take that overage of 6,000 and let's say apply it to Catholic charities to bring them up to 3610, then you would be.
You would be on par. That's correct.
So that's one scenario. If you guys still want to adjust other numbers, then of course that's an option too.
Yes, I would suggest taking some from, if we're looking at your column, taking some from the Armenian Cultural Foundation and making Catholic charities at least, 45 I was going to say, but 40. Catholic charities.
I think I'm okay the way it is now.
just want to point out that there is still a lot of variation between each of the ones that are remaining. So yeah, everybody agrees on this one, we could start adjusting appropriately. But there's still not a consensus necessarily.
Oh, you mean like one?
Can we please look at line 3? I don't think we've addressed line 3, and there's a lot of variety. There's a big difference between everybody's input on line 3. You're the highest at 40, Chairman. Then I'm at 30. Then there's 25, and there's 20, and there's 18. That's why I think that's not very, the average is 26 for line 3.
Yeah, the other option is to look at Cultural Association, where we have a couple people at 0. I'm just observing the options.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
to move things along, can I make a motion?
You certainly can. It's within your right to do so, but I wanted to, if we could just make sure we give people an opportunity to take a look at this just for a moment.
I'm going to make a motion. Then everybody can put their input in. I want to make a motion comparing to what my list is, my numbers are, and everything else. I want to go ahead and make a motion to accept Chair Armenian's suggested numbers.
I'll second to that.
His column.
I second to the motion.
Okay, we have a second to a motion, so discussion now.
I need to review your numbers.
Sure. I'm gonna lose my eyesight after this meeting.
You know what? Just FYI, I found a way to enlarge the screen on my laptop. Enlarge a spreadsheet, actually. I'm enlarging it, so I'm seeing it perfectly fine.
Oh.
You'll have to teach us that trick after the meeting.
You click on the side of the page, and there is a bar opens up, and you can resize it.
So what I did, Chair Armenian, is I took your column and put it in the recommended funding column just to make it clear. So this is the proposed motion right now, the orange.
Yep. I just did your trick, Mr. Avedisian. Thank you for that. I've been struggling for 3 hours.
I forgot to mention it.
How did you do it?
It's awesome. I just increased the size. Thank you.
Well, too late for now, but I would love to know how you did it, but that's fun later.
If you just take
on the side of the page.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
On the left-hand side, a little tool opens up.
Oh.
Not off the page, just to the left of the screen.
Okay, I'm going to ask if the maker of the motion and the second would accept an amendment to more really represent everybody's proposal of line 3, to take line 3 from chairman's proposal of 40 and make that 30,000, and give the other 10 to Catholic Charities to bring it up to 46. So we would end up with the Armenian Cultural Foundation at 30,000 and Catholic Charities at 46.
If I take 10,000, I'll give it to Salvation Army or the Bar Associations.
Would you take 5? Would you accept 5?
I'll give it to Salvation Army.
So I'm not getting any.
I would.
Fine.
I'm okay with that. Let's do 35 and put 5 to. I'm okay with that, to move 5,000 from there and put it on Catholic Charities.
Thank you.
What about the second?
Second, who?
Mr. Avedisian.
I'm the maker of the motion.
Amending the motion?
I guess I'm okay with it. You know what?
Thank you. I think
I'm okay with it. We have to be nice to Ms. She's a new member. We have to be nice to you.
Well, thank you. I think it looks like a great proposal. I think.
So officially, I'm sorry, are we putting a new motion or are we just approving the motion?
Well, the maker of the motion needs to amend it, and then the second has to accept the amendment.
I amend the motion
I second to that.
to accept the funding recommendation as presented in the orange column.
I second the amendment to the motion.
Okay. Any other discussion to the revised motion?
I agree with.
Okay. All right. Let's take a vote.
Would you like me to read it out or just take the
Yes.
roll call?
Well, if you have to do it for the record, read it out. Otherwise, we're seeing it in front of us.
Yeah, read it for the record because TV is not clear.
Okay. Armenian Bar Association, 0. Hamaskayan Armenian Cultural Association, 15,000. Armenian Cultural Foundation, 35,000. Armenian Engineers and Scientists of America, 10,000. Armenian Relief Society, 50,000. Ascensia, 8,000. Boy Scouts Verdugo Hills Council, 10,000. Chisura Youth Orchestra, 0. CAS, 30,000. Catholic Charities, 41,110. Children's Burn Foundation, 10,000. Door of Hope, 20,000. Family Promise of the Verdugos, 10,000. Glendale College Foundation, 10,000. Glendale Youth Alliance, 25,000. Housing Rights Center, 10,000. Salvation Army, 0. And with that, I will take a roll call. Committee members, Avedisian,
Yes.
Kazarian,
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Garibian,
Yes.
Chair Armenian.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Next is oral communications. We don't have any callers at this time. Next is item 6, committee staff comments.
Okay. Any closing comments for today?
May I?
Please go ahead, Mr. Garibian.
I want to obviously start thanking with the staff for the great job they have been doing, and they've been working on this for month end. So thank you for all of you guys putting all these details and efforts to get us on the platter with the reports and everything else and answer our questions. So thank you, and thank you to all the agencies that, again, they've gone through intense paperwork and they put hours and hours and resources to be able to present their ideas. And every single agency, obviously, for us, it's an agency that it's in need of one thing or another, and different age groups and different geographically. So it's needed for every agencies. I am sorry that we can't do more than what we did. So I sincerely apologize for not being able to fulfill 100% of your needs. And thank you so much to my colleagues, obviously, that they put their time also and being able to understand and come to a resolution. So as a collectively, as a team, we are able to help the needy of the agency. So thank you to everyone.
Other comments?
Well, I would just like to say ditto. That's very well said. And I add my thank yous, and I add a special thank yous to the staff and to my colleagues as well. And it's a very difficult, challenging process. We did our best. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I was going to echo Mr. Garibian's comments. I also want to apologize and thank all the nonprofits that participate, as every year they do, and it's heartbreaking that we cannot fund them as much as that we love to fund them, or as the needs are. I wish, I say it every year, I wish there is a way we can find some money from somewhere, addition to what we get. to fund these organizations, because those are the ones that are really taking care of our city, our community, and our the needy families throughout the city. So again, thank you, and thank you for the staff. Maggie, I'm sorry I bother you too much. I call and text and they email you and ask you so many questions throughout. So I appreciate your help and everyone else. Thank you. Good night.
Anyone else? Mr. Ghazarian?
Thank you all the staff for hard work they do, and thank you all the nonprofit organization that they send applications. And I hope we had more money to give out to them, but unfortunately, we did our best, to my knowledge, my colleagues. I hope next year we'll have more funds to give out to more charity.
Thank you. And I would just close by saying really thank you to all the staff. You put your heart into this, it shows. So really appreciate all of your work and your stamina for going a whole day like this. And I want to thank my colleagues, certainly for the great discussion and the camaraderie, as well as the respectful disagreements as well, which is also an important part of the process. I'll thank all the organizations that applied, and sorry for some of them that we were not able to fund this time around. We would encourage you to apply again. It is not a reflection of the value that you represent to the community. It's just that we had really, really limited funds. Like I said, this one was the hardest one I've been through since I've been on CDBG. So it was a tough one with both the number of applications as well as even less funds to disperse. I also want to do a special shout out and thank you to the Salvation Army for being so forthcoming and willing, understanding our predicament. And we will remember that next time around. I'm sure you will apply, and we hope we will have more funds so that we can include you in the mix. The Salvation Army does great work. So thank you very much to everyone. Our next meeting on Monday, we will be looking at the capital projects. So we'll be back together on the same back channel. Okay, with that, we need a motion to adjourn the meeting?
We do not.
Okay, so then I will call the meeting at 6:05 p.m. and we will see you Monday at 9 a.m.